Hello, everybody. Oh, I meant to actually play this when we went in, but it's on the screen so you could see it. That was the appropriate way to start the
Oh,
stream, I
we're off
think.
to a great start, aren't we?
Indeed,
Just
right?
fantastic.
I mean, because it's been a lot of crash outs this week, friends.
Just
Holy,
everyone has had a really dumb week.
it's been rough. I'll put it that way. It has indeed been rough. One second here. Because I have to do this. Well, I don't have to, but since I'm doing it through Restream now, I can't set up the streams ahead of time. So I have to like go over here and come get the chat and things. Let me pop that into the stream here real quick. Put that out. All right. Cool. Yes, it has
Fine.
been a week indeed of various crash outs, and they're so pervasive that I really think we're only going to talk about two essentially major subjects tonight. Although um, it's a little bit more than that. Those being the crash outs related to the FIFA World Cup and Trump's interference with that, which, I don't give a single flying fuck about sport ball. Spoon does. I don't. I got
I
interested in
I
it for any reason.
don't really. It was more just the reaction from it was just very, very dumb.
White. Not. Um, the reaction. Well, first of all, I mean, Trump interfered, which was already very bizarre. Let me try. I don't know why it's
Yeah.
doing that.
The whole thing was, uh, it was just a very unnecessary compared to what everyone else knows about, well, a giant rake step.
Yeah.
So when I saw Americans online anyway do it, and the whole bunch of people said to me like, "Why are you just whinging about the Americans?" I'm like, "Dude, you are doing really stupid stuff on the world stage, and you're surprised everyone is giving you shit. Like if you just would shut up, people would stop making fun of you. Like it's really that simple in the grand scheme of things.
It's
It's
like
not made with
you, you
malice.
know
It's more like
the one
just
if you
don't
want
do
to call
this.
it the
Why?
one
Why
cope,
do
if you
you
want to
do?
even call it a cope, because I don't think it actually is cope. The one proper response is Americans don't give a fuck about football, about soccer. Generally speaking, we don't.
Yeah,
Also, we're not joined by Bill tonight. He's not feeling well. That's why he's got the little sleepies on him. But yes, overwhelmingly Americans don't care about football, except for new Americans. They care about football. Mexicans, South Americans, they tend to care about it, right? I guess. However, I have
or
my
ones that
theory.
use it for political moments.
Well, that's what I think it was. That there's a
No, yeah,
much like with some of the stuff.
politics.
Yes, there is politics that's inherently related to it, which we'll get into.
Yeah,
If it
Trump
was
didn't know
just
what a
sport
red
ball,
card was. That was the bit that was crazy.
well, it's not just gonna be about Trump's interference with the World Cup. That was ultimately for absolutely nothing. So your mic sounds a little bit
Yeah.
weird, Spoon. I couldn't tell if it was just me, but it sounds a little bit off. And then, oh yeah, and you do keep cutting off as well. I don't know, it might just be Discord, but it isn't. I think
There we go.
that these things are actually related. I think that the
Oh,
FIFA World
hold
Cup
on.
stuff and the reaction to it that I've seen, because like the crash outs on Twitter from people like Dave Portnoy have been something to
Oh,
behold,
yeah, it's been
right? Like
great.
just
It's been, like,
this
hilariously
incredible
stupid.
seething, and then also the post facto cope, which is, look, again, the honest reaction is we Americans don't generally care about soccer. It's not like one of our big sports. And that, I mean, then I probably don't then say, yeah, well, try and play us at our football or something. We're the only ones who do that. Just like Americans are pretty much the only ones who play baseball.
Yeah.
Japanese play as well, and some other countries do, but Americans overwhelmingly play our own sports with ourselves because it's a big country and you can
Or
do that,
say, "We
you
have
know?
more things than you."
What was that? So you are cutting out.
Or just say, "We," like, I don't fucking know why. Or just when Americans say, "We have more things than you."
Well, the
That's
proper
literally a
response is,
comment I've
yeah,
seen from
not
people,
to
but
be
I don't know
like
why.
is not to be like, "Oh, yeah? well, we lost the World Cup. Yeah, well, how many Waffle Houses do you have? To the Belgians, which was really bizarre. You know, it's like the people who invented the waffle. Yeah, well, we've got more that looks pathetic. And so many
Yeah,
people can't
a
help
lot
themselves.
of coping.
I know that you don't care about this sport, so just don't care about it and don't give a flying fuck. You know, it's ridiculous. Then we've got there's been a whole hell of a lot of crash outs and ridiculous stuff happening in UK politics. Um, Sargon had a massive
Oh
crash
yeah,
out.
Saga went full moron.
Sargon went a bit nuts. He's very angry. He's, in many senses, just kind of reiterating the things that Lowe said that we talked about last week that we were quite, and we've been talking about the last couple weeks that have been disappointing about Rupert Lowe, saying he despises or detests, I forget which word it was, ethno-nationalists, which are his base, to be fair. So that's not
Yeah.
great. And Sargon, Carl Benjamin, you know, seemingly in reaction to that, decided he was going to take up the same line. The problem is that the base that Rupert Lowe was insulting there is also Sargon's base and audience. So it was very much just, we don't need you, we don't want you, fuck off. Which, the reason that Restore has gotten to the place that it is in the first place is because of those people that you are now telling you are disposable, fuck off. I don't have all of the tweets from that day or two that it was saved, but because they were prodigious. We talked about it in our group chat. Sargon was tweeting like every minute for
Like
a
James
full day.
Lindsay.
Yeah, he was going full James Lindsay tier, tweeting pretty much every minute, every other minute for like 24 hours. Well, besides sleeping, it was a straight 12 hours straight, and then somewhat into the next day of just seething about this video that he put up, that he posted to the internet, and we're gonna watch, because,
Yeah, just an own goal.
yes, and
I
speaking
do
of
like that
own
he walked it
goals,
back the next day when
he
he
did.
said
He did walk
that
it
they need
back.
better PR. I thought like you were telling other people to get better PR. Like really,
Yeah,
Carl?
it was.
That's kind of an no self-awareness there from you whatsoever. I think the entire comment section was in
I've
replies
got an
going like,
eyelash in my eye somewhere, so if
like
I mess with my eye, that's why.
really?
Bad. Um,
You have an eyelash in your eye? Well, they should be there.
well, not inside it. It's not supposed to be. Ugh.
I know I'm just
Anyway,
taking this.
yeah, I know. I might actually turn my camera off here for a minute while I try to get this out because it's gross.
Todd
Anyway,
wrangle your own eye.
yeah, I have to tard wrangle my own eye here for a moment. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
but,
Anyway, but speaking
oh
speaking of
god.
own goal, speaking of own goals, it's fine. I'll deal
Are
with
you
it.
just playing this? Are you just replaying this thing on loop?
Yeah, I'm just letting it play because why not? I'm going over what we're going to talk about tonight. Speaking of own goals, in one of the
I hope the guy's
biggest,
okay.
me too, obviously, but I mean it's
Indicative of
emblematic of other things.
yeah.
But speaking of own goals, Nigel Farage has resigned.
Oh my goodness.
He has resigned,
I saw
and
that,
in doing
yes.
so, has called a by-election in Clacton. Now, the reason why Farage has done this is because he is under investigation for receiving and not disclosing a £5 million gift he received from a crypto bro. In order to, I'm sure the way that Farage and his fans, who are also seething and very mad right now, as we'll get into, a lot of seeds tonight, friends. Uh, I think the way that they would probably phrase
You were
that is that
coping,
he's gonna
coping and
prove
seething.
that he has a mandate by easily and handily winning Clacton on Sea. You know, he'll just take it again, his riding, and it won't be no problem. And he'll prove that yes, Farage has a mandate. He's the guy. People love him. There's a
I
problem
mean, maybe
though.
explain to the people who don't know anything about UK politics what is a by-election in this case.
It's like a local election.
Yeah.
So
Basically, it's standing down. There is a power vacuum. There's an
yes.
election to fill a seat.
Oh
Essentially,
yes,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
So sorry, I thought you meant
And so
a specific one.
Farage's no, Farage's specific gamble in this case is to say, well, this doesn't matter. The people will vote for me again. And
Yeah.
what the opposition is looking at and going, this is a trap. So they're abstaining to basically draw the energy out of Farage's quip. So he wins by default.
Well, his
That's essentially what
if the
their
point of
reaction
this
to it all is.
if the point of the stunt is to demonstrate Farage's legitimacy by having him win against the other major parties, then if the other major parties don't participate in the election, then
Yeah,
it doesn't
that goes
actually
up in
do that.
smoke.
It goes up that yes, the whole
Yeah.
idea that you've won handily and fair and square against your opponents. You are the most popular. Reform is very, very popular, which I mean it is. The Clacton-on-Sea is a conservative area, right? They consistently, even before Farage, have voted for the Tories, right? However, again, if nobody participates, none of the other parties participate, it's a complete and utter farce. Also,
Yeah.
depending on how that parliamentary investigation goes, there could be another by-election in Clacton in the near future anyway, if Farage does get into some serious shit for accepting and not disclosing this £5 million donation. So the order of
Not
events,
a
though,
very good.
yeah,
Yeah.
the order of events, though,
No, the entire thing just looks really retarded
it
and
does.
poorly planned.
It is a massive. It is a. Raj has turned this into a circus, and now people are getting confused and upset that the clowns are arriving. Well, you've put up the circus tent, and here, send in the clowns. What has happened? First, Restore was the first. Rupert Lowe said, no, fuck off, we're not participating in this. And then afterwards, Labour, the Tories, the Lib Dems, the
Bunch
Greens,
of people followed suit.
they all said, no, we're not running in this by-election. And then one man did take up the call, and that man is Count Binface, um, who is a joke character that this guy puts on to run for a bunch of elections. He usually gets under 1% of the vote. There is. It looks like it's not just going to be him. I do kind of wish it were, but the Monster Raving Loonies have said that they are also going to, throw their hat in the ring. Another joke party that's been around for quite a long time at this point. And then Lawrence Fox did as well. And that one is kind of a spoiler because he's actually like a serious, in some manner, allegedly serious political figure, but that makes him the only one. And he has run against Count Benface before in the London mayoral election, and they basically both got under 1%. It was either 1% or about 1%. So it is a fucking and the reform voters and supporters are having a conniption because this is all very deeply unserious. It makes them look very deeply unserious, but unfortunately now they have to take it very seriously, which means taking very seriously an election that Nigel Farage called for PR reasons, that he is now going to face off against a man with a bin on his head over. It's a shit show.
Brilliant.
It's a shit show, indeed. Yeah. And also, as Sodenar points out in the chat, it would be genuinely hilarious if Ben Face wins. It would be genuinely hilarious for many reasons. I think that maybe more than any other event, and there's so many that we are not for want of choice, but any other event in recent political history, this makes it real, bare, and naked, the farce that is electoral politics, of what an absolute
Yeah.
joke this is. You know? But the other thing is that theoretically, mathematically, Binface has a chance to win. He's not going to. But Nigel got 46% in 2024 in Clacton. That means the other 54% of people did not vote for Nigel Farage and presumably back another party. Nigel Farage's favorability has gone down fairly significantly since he won in 2024. So it is possible that if everybody who did not vote for Nigel Farage then voted for Count Benface, he could win. It's extremely unlikely. But the reality is that either way, Nigel Farage comes out of this looking like a fucking idiot. If he loses to Count Benface, holy shit, you have lost to a joke. If he wins, then it's going to be the next 6 weeks of coverage of him running against a joke in an election that he called that only for as a PR stunt. Either way, and which no other major parties are participating in. This is a major unforced error on Farage's part, but it is very funny. I think we like it because, again, it demonstrates what a joke democracy is, but it is also just genuinely very funny. Rap Bartholomew Cheesington for 5 says, at this point, I'm thinking my teddy bear could win an election in England. He's quiet, listens, and doesn't take bribes. The bar is that low, folks. Indeed. The bar is
That
low, and
actually
yet
would be a decent candidate than most of
it
them.
would, and yet it cannot be met, seemingly, for some reason. There are obviously, we've had a lot of criticisms of Rupert Lowe recently, and the way that he's handled things, but Farage has just managed to take any of the potential, people who were leaving Restore, because there are people like that. I've seen them on Twitter. I don't know if they're legitimate or not, but people have said that they don't like the things that Rupert Lowe has said or done, or the guys around Rupert Lowe have said or done, so they've gone back to reform. Well, now you look ridiculous. Now you look ridiculous, and you have to face off in an election that you called against a man wearing a bin on his head. It is beyond parody. But that's democracy for you, buddy. Anyway,
A lot
do
of
you
gayness. Yeah.
now I have these organized in a certain way, but what would you rather start with? You wanna start with the, football stuff, or do you wanna start with the, I mean, we do have the crashing into the, tent here. Do you wanna start with the US stuff? I do have kind of a segue between it. So which would you like? Let's do can we
Go with how you structured it.
okay, so which is to start with the UK stuff, because it's not the Sargon Seed video is fucking nuts. And like, I don't know if he ended up deleting a whole bunch of his tweets from a couple days ago. I think it was about 6 days ago, because it was really like every minute for hours. He was just getting into fights with every single person who said anything to him on Twitter over this, which was people not liking the fact that he called them disposable. And here, I'll get to that in a
I can
minute
see
too.
why.
Why? Why did he call them disposable?
No, I can see why they're upset by that.
Well, yeah, oh, yes, that's a crazy
It's
thing to tell people,
it's
particularly when they're
yeah,
your base
kind
of
of
support.
unflattering.
Well,
Yeah,
people were certainly
once you've been
posting
cultivating since like what 2015.
yes, and people were certainly posting that they were canceling their Lotus Eater subscriptions and things like that, because it's a crazy fucking thing to say to your own base, is that they don't matter, that they are disposable. But it also demonstrates that he doesn't understand what the Vanguard does. I think people who are truly in the vanguard of in a vanguardist movement understand that at some point, yeah, you are kind of disposable. However, that's after the war. That is at the end. I mean, the Vanguard is disposable in that they go out and die first, right? That's the sense in
Yeah,
which a Vanguard is disposable.
revolutionary god kind of
Yes,
mentality.
the revolutionaries, those at the front, are disposable in the sense that they go out and fight and die first. You do not abandon your vanguard before you've even had you say nothing about a war. There's not even been a battle besides Makerfield, I guess. It's just the optics on this shit, and Sargon has hitched himself. I'm not trying to like pick on him too much, but this was an insane crash out. It's a terrible look, and he has hitched his wagon so thoroughly to Restore that I mean he's made himself an unofficial spokesman for it, and then goes and has a massive fucking crash out on Twitter, which would make it how many parties that Carl Benjamin has destroyed in the UK?
3?
It's UKIP, Restore potentially, and then was there another one? I know. I mean, UKIP was obviously the big one before this that he ran for, with the wouldn't even rape you and all that kind of stuff. So, and fucked up Dank's political aspirations in doing so. It's not the first time this has happened. I just could you not could you not do that, uh, bro? It's disappointing.
Yeah,
It's
for
deeply
once.
disappointing. Ardent Party for Two says all candidates are human garbage one way or another. Yes, indeed. The
Yeah,
now
pretty much.
currently the candidates for the Clacton by-election are human garbage and a man with a bin on his head. So it's pretty good.
Quite
A pretty
literally, yeah.
good matchup there. Mighty Biscuit for Five says, I have so much to say about the F-ball stuff, but every time I say anything, I'm told I'm an idiot American who knows nothing. Or I am called a Eurocuck. There's so much seething about it, man. People are so in their feels about it. Over again, I thought I thought it was a sport we didn't care about. If you don't care about soccer, if you don't care about football, don't say anything. I'll just be like, whatever. Which, I mean, I've seen several people who are have their heads, on a little bit straighter, be like, yeah, whatever. And just, that's it. Okay, we lost. Oh well, better next time. Even Trump did that, by the way, despite him interfering. After the fact, he didn't then have a fucking massive crash out, which Trump is kind of want to do occasionally, to get real mad and stuff. He didn't. He just said, we'll get them next year.
That's
That's the
bizarre when
correct
Trump is the
response.
one that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
right?
kind of bizarre to me that that Trump is the most sane one in the response. That's fucking bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, it was insane for Trump to be the reason headed.
Can't
Well,
believe I'm actually have to say that. I can't believe I actually say that you should be more like Trump, because he actually
yeah.
is,
He just said, we'll
in
get him
this
next
instance,
year.
more humble than everyone else. Oh my god, I can't believe I just said that.
Yep.
That
That
just sounds really weird to say out loud. Be more like Trump. He's more humble than you. Fucking hell, that's
that is the
insane.
correct response. It's a game. It's a game of now. Let's speak
Yeah,
about this
you
too
win
as
and
we get to
lose.
FIFA as well. This is a game in which a bunch of countries hire Africans and brown people to play for them. So, like in
I mean,
that
it is
sense
now. It's
too.
not what it used to be. And I
I
mean, if you look at
know,
like old teams, like in the 80s and 90s, like someone pointed out,
but
there's
it is
been
now.
like half of the teams are the increase in black and brown players have increased by like something like 50%. It's like fucking insane. And there's way more African representation, and the European one is diminished. Not that that matters because at the end of the day, let's be real about it. If you look at, I'm trying to think, there's been like how many teams have won the World Cup? Because there's like over 32 teams now. I think only
I
eight
think
of
it's
them have
only
won. I think
yeah, it's only like 8 have actually ever won. So,
yeah.
what
I'm
was
trying
the
to think
US's
now.
first match against too? Because as I understand, it was not a highly competitive team. I mean, they're in the World
As
Cup,
far
but
as I'm aware, someone feel free to correct me if I'm this, but as far as I'm aware, England, not England, United States only played three teams. They played Bosnia, Australia, and Paraguay. Countries which are all obviously known for their legendary football
wait,
pedigree. I mean,
wait, did they beat
no.
Australia?
Yes,
That's
but
kind of
Australia is
surprising.
not a football.
Oh, I thought
Australia is not a football country.
I figured they were. I
No,
mean,
no. Australia is a cricket and rugby
oh,
nation.
okay, okay. See, I don't know much
Yeah.
about this stuff, so Spoon's gonna have to help
Football,
me out on
no.
it.
No, if you think of no, a football country is like Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Argentina, Brazil.
I knew Brazil
Like those are
was.
football
Yeah.
nations. Yes, but to suggest that because you beat these three nations, you have a chance to beat Belgium is just objectively retarded. Like anyone who's understood football for more than 5 minutes would, if America said that out loud, would go, "Please stop
Yeah,
talking."
but
Like
Belgium is
this
look how
is
much
a
smaller Belgium is on the
huge
map than the
rake.
United States. Therefore, we're better at football. It's like, wait, what? Like that was there were
That
many
doesn't make any
yeah,
sense.
but there were a
Look
lot
at
of
New
arguments
Zealand. New
on
Zealand
Twitter like
are
that.
yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. Like
Jesus.
look at New Zealand. New Zealand are rugby fucking titans, and their country's tiny.
Yeah. However, I
It's
mean
not.
that
It's not about mass. Like, it
well,
doesn't
no,
matter if
obviously
you have
not.
more people if they're all shitter. Like at the end of the day, you're trying to field like 10 fucking people on the pitch or 11 people because yeah. So just because you have more people overall doesn't mean you have a higher quality of people. I know this is apparently a very difficult concept to understand for the Americans. I don't know why, especially when there's smaller countries that kick the shit out of other bigger countries at sports. Like,
But we don't
hello.
play we I mean generally speaking, it's not a big sport comparatively. It's like I said it's become a bigger one in recent years because of the diversity. However, it's not,
Yeah.
you know, that and typically speaking, the sports that are very popular in the US are sports we play with ourselves. Football,
Yeah.
American football, you know, also great band.
NHL.
One of my favorites of all time. Uh,
Yeah.
American baseball, or
Baseball,
not
hockey,
modern baseball.
basketball,
I was gonna mix up.
NFL.
Great bands, American
Yeah.
football and modern baseball, both excellent emo bands. If you like. Anyway,
But like,
fighting.
but the thing is, like, everyone knows this about America. So when America thinks like, oh, it's going to be able to do all this crazy shit with other teams, I feel like it seems like a political stunt because anyone who
Yeah,
actually understands sports knows that that perspective is just very dumb.
yeah.
So I was more just flabbergasted, like, why are the Americans doing this? Because also I know sane, normal Americans are looking at the shit and go, why the fuck are we doing this? I know
Oh,
there are smarter
I know,
Americans, but they're quiet
absolutely.
because that's the smarter move. So, because I know people have been saying I've been having a go at Americans lately, and the smarter Americans will go like, no, this is dumb shit that we say and do. We don't like it when we do it. That's why we don't talk about it, which is the same response. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's more just a behavior because no one's having a go at the American people just for them being American. It's more just
No,
don't do this dumb shit you won't get made fun of. It's very simple.
it's just
I'm
yes.
pretty sure like any smart American will agree with that.
And that is the problem too, is because what you see are the loud idiots who are being loud idiots and not all of the normal regular people
Yeah.
who are acting normally about this. Again,
Yeah,
Trump
I think normal
acted normally
Americans would go
about
like,
it.
why the hell are
So
we
come
talking about
on.
this?
You know,
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's
come on, guys.
I did actually
Trump,
think
who's
about that
got
up
the
until you
biggest
said it. And I'm
ego
like,
on planet
Trump,
Earth, was like, "Oh well,
yeah,
get him next time."
yeah.
And even though, again, why? Sorry, let's try to do one thing at a time. It seems like we're getting into the football stuff, but we'll move on to Farage here because this stuff's dude. This is the biggest fucking own goal. He called this shit and then has immediately put himself in the most retarded position imaginable. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, my favorite moments were Americans calling me a Euro slave and Europeans calling me a dumb American who hates Europe as I am supporting Europe. Yeah, man. Uh,
Yeah, there's just a lot of stupidity
it's
all
stupidity.
around. It's really great.
I managed to piss off Americans last week or the other day by talking about the FIFA stuff and just saying, by the way, which I didn't even like, I was like, yay, fuck the US or anything like that. I said, I said it sucks that the US lost because after a year at this, not a year, but 6 months, about 6 months of all of the Iran stuff, right? And all of the fucking Euro cucks. And by the way, that's what this is all about, I'm pretty sure. And that's why it is political. The crash outs that are happening regarding FIFA are a secondary symptom of the cause, which is that Europe did not join America's Zio war for Israel on Iran. That's
Yeah,
what
that actually makes far more sense to me
that's
because
what it
I
is.
couldn't understand why are you all so freaking mad?
That's what it is.
With
America lost a lot of
with a
face
move.
in that. It made us
Yeah,
look
but the
weak.
thing yeah, but it was America's own fault. That's the bit that I don't get. Like, you guys did that yourselves.
Yes, I think so. And that's
And
also that
also
also explains, by the
the
way.
whole thing about screaming about America for help, right?
Mhm.
Because people's like, "Oh, look, we help Europe, but Europe doesn't help us." Okay, first of all, NATO is a defensive treaty. It has nothing to do with helping you in a war of aggression. Number
I,
one, and two,
apparently, no one
but
knows
this
that the NATO's a defensive
and
treaty, but yes, well,
no,
they just
including the fucking Secretary of State,
yeah,
which is just fucking
they certainly like to
retarded.
act like it
But
isn't.
the thing, but one thing that I hate that Americans say is they say, "Oh, look, oh, we saved Europe." From fucking who? The Second World War and the First one was Europe versus Europe. We didn't get invaded by any other continent, you dumbasses. You didn't
Oh,
save Europe
yeah,
from fucking anything.
right. Some of them were like,
That doesn't make any
they pull out
sense.
the old, this tired old thing. Is like, if it weren't for the U.S., you'd all be speaking German right now. It's like, oh, you mean like we are? Because we're all speaking a Germanic language right now. So, like,
We
I mean,
don't really mind that. You know what's really bad? You know the fucking pub thing that went around? That picture?
hug?
The fucking that Ron DeSantis, the really old bar picture that went around.
No, I don't think I did see that. What Ron DeSantis with a? Oh, what did Ron DeSantis say that was retarded?
He said if it wasn't okay, so
Is
I
he? Oh,
can't
was
believe you
he
didn't
talking
know
about
this.
that pub? Oh,
There
the
was
pub. I said pug, like a dog, not pub,
Yes.
like a
No, no, the
like
pub. No.
go pub.
There was a picture. By the way, this is one of the this is the best rage bait I've
Yes.
ever seen in my entire
Yeah.
life. For those of you guys who don't know this, it was on the 4th of July. By the way, this is just like a slight ripping from the Europeans or
Yeah.
the
I'll
English,
pull up that Ron
but
DeSantis thing
the
real quick.
American response to it was unbelievably deranged and really really funny. It was
Right. I forgot about the pub
it was
thing.
yeah, it was just a picture of a pub.
Yes.
Um, and
I'll
on it,
throw it in there when we
the
get to
top
it.
of it,
I'll get to
it
it.
was by an account. It was by an account called No Context Britain,
Yes.
and
No context.
it
I'll
was
pull it
just
up right now.
it was it was a picture of a pub, and the banner read like America's 250 years old. Here's a pub that's like 1,466 years
But
old, and the amount
there's
of
no
Americans
negative or
who
positive valence.
fucking lost their
Yes.
minds at this
It's
was
just
fucking. It's like
true.
over 12,000 comments of just
Yeah. Look at
seething
this.
angry Americans. And I'm laughing like, why are you all this upset at a picture of a pub?
Yeah. There
Yeah,
were
by the
tons of
way,
them. Yes.
by the way, this was so stupid. There were even Americans in the bar or in a comment there at the bottom who just went, I think they would prefer that at this point. You know it's really bad when
Twitter's weird
Americans
now.
are
You can't
criticizing their own officials for insulting Europe. Like that's really
like
bad.
Twitter is weird now where like it only shows you so many comments. You can't actually like properly see comments anymore. At least there's got to be some way to turn that off. But like, um, yeah, actually the quote tweets are probably quite good for this. Say something negative about Islam. Wave your country's flag in front of it. I'll
It's
wait.
just a bar.
It is just, dude. And by the way, it's just a
Yeah.
fact. Is that why is it? Look, we're America. We're young and novel and new. What's wrong with being younger? I didn't think that was a problem. I thought that Americans were proud of that kind of thing, is that we are a new nation, we're the future, right? So what is wrong with just saying like, I mean, it was on the 4th of July, but what's
This
wrong with
thing
being
is
like,
old.
happy 250th America, here's a pub that's that's almost
Older than
1,500 years
you.
old. It just is. It's just an old pub.
Yeah.
Mighty
I
Biscuit
think
for
it's
Two
because in the
says,
American
"Hmm?
mind, it's Americans want to be number one at everything.
Well, you can't be number one at being
And so when
older."
someone just says Yeah, exactly. It's just more just like, hey, here's one thing you're not actually good at, and the American psyche just takes that as like a slight. I've no other explanation for it. I don't understand
Well, like I
why.
said,
Like,
it's all about Iran. This is people don't know that's
yeah,
what it's about, but that's what it's about. They're not
like
cognitively thinking that, but America took a
lamented in
big
the
big blow to the ego. Americans unilaterally
like
because we just started a fucking war for Israel. It even people who are complete and utter fucking idiots and completely disconnected know on some level, maybe really deep down inside, that the United States just started a war and spiked gas prices for months because Bibi Netanyahu calls the shots. That's very embarrassing for all of us. It is. And so you have to try and
yeah,
regain. The ego is hurt, you know, which is normal. Ego has been
yeah,
damaged, and when ego is damaged, you have to engage in what's called face work. It's communication theory stuff. So
yeah.
instead, the
I mean,
face work is look how fucking better we are in things that we literally can't be better. Better. Older. We can't be older. We can't magically become older, bro. Like, well, I guess with the passage of time. Anyway, sorry, Spoon. Continue. I cut you off a bit.
yeah. Lamented in the chat asked me that because he's the one who showed me this. He showed me the picture, or before he said the picture, he just said, "Spoon, if someone said to you South Africa is 500 years old, here's an old pub, what would your reaction be?" And I just went, uh, uh,
Okay.
and yeah, I like, is there context? That just sounds the strange thing to say out loud. And then I
This
see
is
this,
probably
and I went like,
true, to
what
be
the
fair.
fuck? Like, what? But like, I didn't understand like why. It's just a picture of an old bot. Like, it's just a slight ribbing. It's to say, hey, look, we're older. Like,
Does it have
why is that?
this is
Yeah,
it
that was
too.
the main thing. Does it have AC? By the way, I couldn't understand this. Like, look at it. It's England.
The AC
It's
thing
an
is about
old
Iran
bot.
too, by the way. It's all about Iran. It's all because America's
But
ego got damaged because of Iran and because of
but
the immense
that
power
doesn't
that the
even
Israel lobby has.
that doesn't even make any sense. Like, look at it. It's England. England is like it's overcast skies for God's sakes.
I mean, yeah,
England doesn't
it's
need
hot today, to be
AC because it's
fair.
cold.
What is it? It says it's 23. No, it's not. It's hotter than 23. I got my fan on. I don't normally turn the fan on until it gets up to like 25.
Also, Aiden, can we just put this thing to bed? Europe does not have more fucking weather-related deaths than Americans have gunshot deaths.
So let me
Because
get
if I have to see that fucking
I'll,
conversation one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'll get to that in one
Because
moment
it's really stupid
because I
to
looked into
think
it.
like, yeah, and also, do you honestly think like the Mented as well pointed this out? England's weather is a couple of days, whereas gunshot deaths are year round.
Yeah.
Like the idea that there's more deaths from the weather than gunshot wounds year round is just like
Well, wounds
mathematically
and deaths are
retarded.
different, but Mighty Biscuit for Two says, I want to see that pub. It looks pretty. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's a lot
Yeah,
of pubs like that. Also, I did see a comment that said this pub probably isn't as old as it says it is. There probably was something there, but this building is probably a little bit newer than that.
I liked it. There was very little people who actually pointed that out because I think like sane people went like, it's no one else that pub is that old.
No,
But
no,
for the
there
sake of
probably
comedy,
has
we're just
been
gonna say
something
it
there.
is.
You know,
Yeah,
maybe
there's definitely been renovation to it,
right, but
like
the AC
like
stuff too
2,000 years
is
ago,
what
or
is
whatever. But
so. Your ego has been damaged. Now you have to engage in face work in order to restore the damaged ego, right? This, like I said, this is basic common
yeah,
psych stuff. Okay,
prestige.
so yes, you have to restore the damaged ego. What do Americans have to go off of? Oh, we've all got AC. We've got this consumerism element. We've got this capitalism element. We've all got air conditioning. The Euro poors, they don't have that. They refuse to join the war, so we can dunk on the Euro poors over this AC shit. Even though, which is again, it doesn't make any sense. We don't need AC here. Maybe a week out of the year. Anytime other than that, a fan is
Yeah,
fine. So
yeah.
if even that, you know, vast majority of the time you
Like
do
the
not need
same here.
AC.
Like South Africa is far hotter than Ireland, where I lived previously. And even here, I just use a fan. Yeah, you see, just sit there like, hey, tower fan sitting there in the corner, which ironically comes from England. And yeah, like AC is like an excessive luxury.
I mean,
You don't
well, I
need
don't
it.
know if
It's more
it's
like,
an
eh.
excessive luxury. If it's hot, like it's hotter in the U.S. in in some cases, and for a lot longer.
Okay,
Like
when I say
southern parts of the
excessive,
U.S.,
I
it's
mean
very
you can
fucking
get a
hot a
fan and be
lot.
fine.
And yeah, but I understand having an AC. You know, I would say, you know, I grew up in the DC area. It's very hot in DC. You wouldn't think so based on the latitude, but it gets really hot. That's why that land was cheap, by the way, because it's a big fucking swamp, and the swamp gets real hot and muggy in the summer. Baltimore gets very hot in the summers. Doesn't I don't it probably doesn't get I'm sure it doesn't get as hot as like Houston, but I think it's a different type of heat, which is another big issue with it. Anyway, and if you live in some place like Miami, if you live in Florida, you live in Texas, you live in Arizona, yeah, you need AC is really a, quality of living thing. I get it. Here, it gets hot for a week a year. It, it's not a big
Yeah.
it's not a big deal. A big deal. However, the whole like weird AC spurt out that happened for a couple of weeks and may happen again because I think we're supposed to get some more heat waves, or I think we're supposed to have another one at some point. I mean, it's summer. It's gonna happen. It'll pop back up. But why is that happening? Why are there so many Americans like so angry? I mean, like to the point of like, I hope you all die from this. I can't because you're all gonna die because of these heat deaths.
Yeah.
So I looked into that because you brought it up. I looked into that, and what I found is that first of all, the U.S. overwhelmingly does not report heat deaths. It even I'm looking at it by state basis in places like Arizona. There are some states that report on them, but not all of them do. It's very hard to get heat deaths. Typically, and that's for a actually very smart and logical reason. People generally don't die of heat. They die of something else that the heat has exacerbated, typically old age, right? Now, Europe, because it is obsessed with green bullshit, does count heat deaths. Counts them very, consistently and has for a long time. So the problem is, we don't really know how many people have died from heat in the United States, just like we don't know how many people have died of
Yeah.
heat in Europe, because the Euros are counting all kinds of other shit as a heat death when they probably just died of old age. And the Americans are not counting
Yeah.
anything as a heat
Like the
death.
proof death calculation.
So it's the whole problem is that the figure is fucked. The statistics are not being calculated the same way, so they're incomparable. You've got different politics at play that are affecting it, which is unfortunate. But that's also like even so, when you look at it, you compare it to gun deaths. Obviously, Europe is much lower in gun deaths than the United States is. The idea that more people die of heat than gun crime in the United States is also incorrect. I looked into that. That's not true. And that is with the overestimating on Europe's part. Well, I no, sorry, I did look at specifically at England. I didn't look at all of Europe. I think if you count every single country in Europe, then yeah, it meets it. But then again, you have to take into consideration that the number's been inflated because my climate crisis bullshit, right? So it's look again, but what? Why? I look if you're white and you're American, chances are pretty good you're at least partially British Isles ancestry, right? But you have a tie to Europe. You have an ancestral tie if you're white and you're American. You do. And in that sense, we are related peoples. The core foundational peoples of the Americas are from the British Isles. Foundational Americans, those heritage Americans you hear people talk about, they are overwhelmingly from the British Isles predominantly, and then from other places like Germany and other parts of Europe. When I see Americans for the last 6 months going on every week it's been, or every other week it's been some new thing. It's AC, it's Iran directly, or what, because that is where it started. That's where all this shit started. It's AC, it's the World Cup, it's this, that, the other, all these things that we fucking hate Euros over. It's crazy to me. Any kind of movement that had been made, striving forward that had been made in understanding that, by the way, it's okay to be white, which means it's okay to be European, just fucking flushed down the toilet. Because now we have to engage in this fucking
Yeah.
bickering, this stupid bickering, and and pretend like we're not the same people. Because why? Because egos got damaged? It is not worth sacrificing because Donald Trump did something very silly and stupid and listens to Bibi Netanyahu. That is not worth destroying and essentially abandoning. I see so many Americans say that stuff like, uh, well, it's always in between being like, and I'm 14% Irish and I'm 12% this and 13% that and all the, and being able to use their 23andMe and go down all the little list of things that they are into just instantly them pivoting to, I'm not European, I have nothing to do with Europeans and I hate them. Why do you
Yeah.
why do we care about our ancestry? Why do people spend money on that? Why do people I know growing up in the States that like at least where I grew up, I mean maybe this is not a universal experience, but it was always like, "Oh, what's your family from? What's your background?" Right? But even as a white person, you still kind of get asked like, "Are you, well, I guess maybe where I live too because I lived in West Virginia, there's a lot of Italians. There's a lot of Italians there. Um and I don't but also a lot of British Isles, Celts, a lot of Celts, Scots Irish, right? In Appalachia. People would ask those questions, and every kid knew. Every kid knew what their or usually it's like, "Oh, and I'm 1% Cherokee," because that was, like, the cool thing to be in the '90s, right? Is part Native American. Everybody, for the most part, has an idea because this is clearly an important part of people's identity, is where they are from. That's, what people search for in
Normal.
life is not just where are you going, but where did you come from, right? And
Yeah, it's very normal,
I
actually.
really don't like the US versus Europe stuff. It has really done damage, I think, in people's minds to the whole idea of European ethnic identity and solidarity, because we are a global minority, and it really is the world against us. And so it is extremely
Very much an
deleterious.
American thing.
I don't think it always was. I mean, because I don't remember them being like I don't remember it being like this.
No, like the hating Europe thing, 'cause, as far as I'm aware, like, everyone else that, like, Australians, New Zealanders, and South Africans, I think even Canadians to a certain part, they don't look at Europe and go, "Ooh, something to be demonized." More
No,
like, "Yeah, we come from there."
the rest of the Anglosphere
That's
doesn't.
yeah, it's just fairly normal to go, "Oh, yeah, you're from this place." And
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, at least not to the degree that the Americans seem to. But let's see, Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand dollars. Actually, I think that's what that is. As actually New Zealand just mentioned, says in Lowe's infamous
Yeah.
comment, he described positively ethno nationalism. Then he said he doesn't like ethno nationalists. He just doesn't understand the casuistry. Casuistry. Misreading that. He did yes. He did positively describe ethno nationalism and then said he doesn't like them. He did do that, which but again, but he's his whole platform is essentially ethno-nationalist. You know, it's we got to get rid of all these fucking foreigners, right? It is not one of the things that even from the beginning with Low, I was very like, ooh, let's not get down into this boat people narrative because once you're on the boat route, once you're in the boat lane, you're fucked. You have lost the plot. Yeah, yes, the illegal migrant boat people, fuck them too, but not just them. Fuck all of them. Millions must go. That is fundamentally an ethno-nationalist standpoint. It is. Sorry, you know. I maybe not a
It's also the
super
very base
strongly
one.
one, but it is correct. Yes, that's what people wanted.
Yeah.
By the way, the whole thing with whether or not people are like, "Oh, how could you possibly root for Binface?" By the way, they're taking this election, they're taking it seriously. They're taking the Binface thing seriously, which is you're making yourself look stupid by doing that. That's what Reform's doing. Now they have to take Binface seriously. Oh, you want people to suffer because you elect a leftist? Because apparently he's like some kind of leftoid. It's like Farage and Count Binface
No,
have
it's
the
just
exact
funny.
Farage and Count Binface have the exact same position on deporting millions. No. So what's the fucking difference? There functionally is none.
Yeah, it's just
And
meant
Nigel
just
Farage
to be funny.
should be treated with the exact same amount of seriousness as Count Binface because neither one of them are serious people. Anyway, let's speaking of Farage, let's move on to him. Anyway, that was oh right, and all this pub stuff. It's part of it. Well, that's what I think. I think it's about Iran. I think that there was damage done to the ego, the collective ego of the country, because Trump appears to be cucked by Israel. You know what I mean? Um, and these are people just trying to find a way to regain some of the ego that was damaged. Anyway, here's Farage. Speaking of damaged ego, now he's got to run against a guy with a bin on his head.
It was the final straw. Enough is enough. And I thought over the weekend, what shall I do? I could go out and try and make some real big
Aiden, there's no
money.
sound coming
I
out of
could.
there.
Oh, there's not. Oh, because
Oh, wait,
I
is it
need to share my
where
screen
is
with you. That's why. Oh,
okay, I was gonna say.
I need to pull this up actually. 1 second. Because I what the heck? Hang on, Discord's being real slow. There we go.
Wait,
Um,
someone in the chat says, "I'm about 30 minutes behind the video you have of the skydiver crashing has me in it, and it was at the Folsom Radio. The guy landed right next to me. Holy shit.
what?
Really? No,
Wait,
we
say
have someone the intro that you had with the guy
yeah,
crashing.
yeah.
Someone in the chat was next to the guy who crashed.
Oh shit! Holy fuck!
Is he okay? I
I
mean,
yeah,
I'm
was
laughing
he?
at the sort of the
It's the
symbolism of it all, but I'm
symbolism
hoping
of
the
it.
guy's all right.
Yeah, holy fuck! I mean,
Yeah.
that was really scary. I mean, I guess it was something somewhat soft that he landed on. Um,
Did he hit a tree or something?
let me. No, he fell into a tent. I don't know why he was down that low
Yeah, but I
though.
mean, oh no 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 no.
Sorry, I was pointing up, so I was
His
Wholesome Rodeo.
no, he hooked
Skydive.
on something. I think the
Oh,
flag hooked on a tree, and
let's
then
see.
that's what tilted him into the tent.
Skydiver. Let's see if he's okay.
Your guest on the show. I'm assuming he's all right.
Let's hope so. Let's find out though. We got it here. Yeah. Let's see. Skydiver Ross Vale was performing a stunt. Statement: Vale was not injured. Okay, good. Well, that's good.
Yeah, okay, so he's all right.
Because it would actually be really bad. That would be very sad if he actually got hurt.
I'd also look like a massive asshole.
Yes,
like
that
I
too.
did say I hope he's all right.
You
I
did.
don't wish death on people just because I
Yeah,
want to dunk them to come to their
obviously
farm just
not.
because of silly things
Obviously
unrelated to
not.
them. Yeah, obviously.
Before
I'm not
we
that much of a dickhead.
before we actually get into Nigel's statement, I realized I needed to preface it with what the fuck is he talking about? Because if you don't pay attention to British politics, you wouldn't know. And I should preface it anyway. Nigel Farage, I did mention it, is being investigated because he received a $5 million gift from a crypto bro. It's not the first time Farage has received a bunch of money. He's made a shit ton of money over his political career. I'm going to bring up another person who's
Of course he
donated
has.
nearly £500,000 and a bunch of cars to him later in the stream, who
Like
who was
cars?
oh yeah, luxury cars to him, all kinds of shit, and had the fucking audacity to ask where Count Binface's funding is coming from.
Oh god, the irony.
These people are the biggest joke. It's unbelievable. Anyway, so this is the basic story about what happened there. A £5 million gift to Nigel Farage by cryptocurrency billionaire was reported to the National Crime Agency by bankers who were concerned that it may have been laundered money. The Guardian can reveal the disclosure will put further pressure on Reform UK leader, who is waiting a decision by the Standards Commissioner over whether his failure to declare the money breached the parliamentary rules. Farage was given a deadline of 1 p.m. on Tuesday to respond to the Guardian about this article. He gave a video address at 2 p.m. announcing he would force a by-election. So that's what happened. Basically, which we'll get into the video now. So yes, he's being investigated for, and specifically what it is he didn't disclose. He didn't disclose that he had received this money. Obviously, you have to disclose that. Now, does everyone in Parliament do this? Yeah, probably. I don't know if it's as big as £5 million, but they're all fucking dirty. They all take money. You have to disclose it though. I bet a lot of them don't do that either. So whether or not Farage actually, gets in big trouble for this, I don't know. I don't know. However, his reaction to it makes it look like he did. Yeah, it for him to be like, let's cover that up. Nope. I'm resigning and calling a by-election where I'm running again. Looks suspicious.
Shady.
It looks shady. Yes. Hyper Omnimon for 10 says, God, I pray the men of Europe and the US find the strength to save Europe, rebuild Europe, and ignore their woman. Indeed.
No, they need to look after them, just not listen to them.
Yes, well, he said ignore. He didn't say mistreat or cast them aside or something.
No, we leave that for the foreigners to do.
Yes. I mean, well, as we talked about the SCOTUS decision last week, women, know your limits. It's not as Supreme Court justices is not someplace women should be, obviously. So
yeah, no, it's kind of embarrassing.
It is deeply embarrassing.
Like again, men don't want to hate women, but if you tell them, "Hey, look, listen to us," and you do stupid shit, they're gonna hate you because you do stupid shit. It's very simple. Like this crap of like, "Oh, men should listen to us." The reason they dislike you is because they did.
Yeah, men love women. Quite obviously, that's how the human species survives. But it's
But if you're retarded, then they go like, "Why are we doing this?" Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of retarded, here's Nigel Farage.
It was the final straw. Enough is enough. And I thought over the weekend, what shall I do? I could go out and try and make some real big money. I could go to the USA.
I mean, you've already done that, by the way.
Yeah, like where are you going with this? This is a strange.
Yeah.
I've got plenty.
What he's doing is that's a snipe at Rupert Lowe for going to the US the other week to talk to Joe Rogan.
Yeah, it's not like he hasn't fucking been there before.
Right? Yeah,
that's not exactly a smart.
No, that has to be what it was, though, right?
Smartest gamble.
That has to be what it was.
Is it?
Right?
I feel like it's incredibly stupid.
It is incredibly fucking stupid. But that's what it is, I'm sure.
Of offers. And then I thought, why should I be judged? Today or in history in the future?
Why should you be judged? Because you took £5 million in donations that you didn't disclose, Nige. That's why.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why should I be judged? Because you killed a crime, you
because you did a crime.
Yes. I did bad thing, therefore I will be judged.
Yeah, bro. I mean,
What's
yes,
wrong with you,
I
dude?
guess it's like he is saying, I'm guessing that the point, sorry, that the point is, I've got all my headbands and stuff over here on my boom arm. The one just fell off. I'm guessing he's saying, well, everybody does it, so why am I being picked on? That's not a good excuse, by the way. Why am I? Everybody breaks the law. Why am I getting in trouble for it? It's not a good excuse.
Future
Well,
by
you're a
Sky
politician, you
News and
shouldn't
their
be.
ill.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, they do all do, but still, it's not a good. That is not an appropriate excuse if that is what he was saying there.
Why should they be the people that decide my fate when, as I repeat, I've done nothing wrong? I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which should happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions.
Dude,
This will...
this is such an obvious stunt. You started, I'm gonna resign,
Dummy move.
and then, look, you, the people, decide by participating in our glorious democracy that's totally real and not fake and gay. By the way, I'm running against a guy with a bin on his head. Anyway.
be a people versus the establishment by-election.
Oh my god, you're being investigated for a £5 million gift and you're not the establishment, Nigel. Piss off.
Yeah.
It's a chance
That's like
to stick to...
That's peak political behavior.
He's been gifted
It's like,
all
like
kinds
literally
of shit.
cliche pay-to-play scheme.
Yes. Yes, it clearly is. And it's not the only time that he's been given a bunch of money. He's gotten tons of money from people for this shit. That's why he's got a bunch of houses, why he's got a bunch of cars. Because he's made himself very rich on this grift. Right? Fuck.
2 fingers up to the entire establishment to frankly tell them where to go. And that is why I will be putting my name forward to stand in this by-election. I will fight to win.
That he is just
I
called.
will fight to continue the political revolution that reform has started. And I would say this to you, the voters of Clacton. If I win, you win. Because if I lose, they win. And we will never...
They, the establishment. Who the fuck is the establishment, Nigel? Is it not you? Who gets £5 million gifts from your friends? How are you not the establishment? How are you part of the people? Do regular people? Is that a non-establishment thing to get a £1 million gift from a friend? Because if so, where's mine? You
Lord
know?
knows.
Fuck. It's so insufferable.
With the 2 old parties, get the type of fundamental change that we need to fix broken Britain.
Yeah. Okay, sure thing. So, he says this. You know, again, like I said, the point was so he can say, look, I do have a mandate. People voted for me again. They voted for me in 2024, and they've reaffirmed they still want me. They don't care. This is this scandal is a nothing burger. Now, potentially, like I said, if Nigel does lose his seat essentially because he's because he's found guilty of this, of acting inappropriately and illegally, or then there's going to be a by-election anyway, an actual by-election. And this is another reason why the main parties are not competing, because if Nigel gets found guilty of this, then they're going to have to elect someone else anyway, in which case all of the other parties will run. And this is a complete and utter waste of time. And not only time, but taxpayer money. Hundreds of thousands of pounds are going to get wasted on this. Because the government has said that reform can't pay for it. The British taxpayer has to pay for it. Which means if they have to do another by-election because Nigel ends up being found guilty of this, then the taxpayer will have had to pay for 2 by-elections at Clacton, potentially this year. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds for a stunt. Fuck. Anyway,
Well
so,
done.
yeah, so this is what, you really care about the little guy, right? And not the establishment, okay? Because that's the thing, too. The taxpayers are going to pay for this. So, yeah, really non-establishment of you. So, Lowe said this, Restore Britain will stand in the Clacton by-election, the second one held later this year when the investigations into Farage's finances conclude, as we suspect they will. We are not going to participate in a reform-sponsored media circus over the summer months that is designed to puff up Farage's ego and deflect away from wholly fair questions over why he has concealed such vast and irregular financial donations. Farage can play with his toys for the next 6 weeks, but Restore Britain is going to continue producing detailed policy papers, exactly as we have been, outlining how we can fix our country. He loves his policy papers. That's what I'm interested in. Detail, data, policy, a plan. I feel the people of Clacton, who deserve so much better than this unnecessary sham forced on them throughout their summer. Yeah. So, and as I believe, I'm fairly certain about this actually, that Rupert was first. And Restore therefore was first to say, I don't think so. Now, Restore can't win in Clacton, so that is Farage. Now, yes, they're conservative, but I don't think they can win there. That's Farage's home turf, even though he's never there. You know, apparently he's like legitimately never there, which has upset the residents of Clacton-on-Sea, because he is quite literally never in his constituency. But that being his home turf, I don't think Restore would have
Bizarre how he
stood
can
as.
win then.
Huh? Oh, I mean,
Bizarre how he can win then because he's never there. Yeah.
well, he won in 2024.
So he's basically
So, I mean,
support for like a figurehead kind of a thing.
yeah, well, yeah. Uh, I don't think there would have been a snowball's chance for Restore. You would have inherently been splitting the vote against reform. You might have gotten a couple votes for some other parties because of Rupert Lowe's lowered favorability. Rupert Lowe's, yes, well, actually, Rupert Lowe's lowered favorability and Nigel Farage's lowered favorability. But what I meant was Nigel Farage's decrease in favorability since 2024. It was pointless. They should, and I think that's kind of maybe what Nige wanted to do. He wanted to bait Rupert into standing someone for Clacton, and then fucking embarrassing them and have another, and produce another Makerfield. But then it's specifically Farage who wins, right, and not Andy Burnham. So that it would be, yeah, Restore gets absolutely trounced on Nigel's home turf. He was probably expecting some more stuff from the Restore positive media of overestimating how many votes they're going to get in Clacton. That kind of, he was probably just hoping for more
Oh
of that
god,
shit.
that was a shit show.
Sure was. It was a very big embarrassment. However, Rupert just said, nope, it's a sham. It is. It's a farce. I'm not playing. I'm not doing it. And then, little bit by this was 4 p.m. on July 7th. Bit by bit, all the other parties started to say, Labor, nope. We'll get to count members in a minute. This was at 6:20. It was all within about an hour or so. Tories said nope. So Labour's out. Tories out. Here's Kemi Badenoch to say something about it. I mean, it's just what you expect.
The general election in Clacton. So one could argue that you're best placed to compete and maybe get rid of the person that's caused such problems for the Conservative Party. So why not put up a candidate?
We will put up a candidate when the real by-election in Clacton happens.
This was this morning at 8 a.m. I don't know. I guess this did air this morning. So this is quite literally Rupert's line. They all the other parties did follow suit from what Rupert Lowe did. So if you know, I said, was it Arden? You brought this up. You said it to me on Twitter, where you brought up the notion that, well, you know, maybe they're all afraid of Farage. They're afraid, and that's definitely gonna be Reform's line. That will absolutely be their line. Is that the reason the other parties are not participating is because they're afraid. They know that they're scared they can't win. That is true for Rupert Lowe, by the way, and Restore. They can't win. I don't think so. There's no fucking way that they would that a Restore candidate would win in Clacton. However, Lowe starts it, says, I'm not going to participate in this. This is a farce and a sham. And then that kind of gives way for all of the other parties to say, yeah, we won't either then. Fuck it.
This by-election is a fake by-election that Nigel Farage has called himself because he's trying to stop a standards investigation into the
point I did not make earlier, but is worth making now, because I did forget it, as Kemi has made here. Because Nigel Farage has stepped down and resigned as MP, the investigation into his £5 million gift is effectively paused. Because the problem is him.
That would be the reason why.
So because he's not an MP, you know, his him taking money and not disclosing it as an MP isn't going to be under investigation effectively, right? I'm sure they will be still doing stuff behind the scenes, but yeah, that's also very easy for Farage to get out from at least reporting on this and having to, you know, have any publicity about the £5 million gift disclosure if he's just not an MP for a couple weeks. Enough time for it to blow over?
And hoping to just make the scandal, blow over. There we go.
Yeah. Very curious. And it's just so, it's duplicitous and gross, honestly.
The very fishy
Okay.
£5 million he received as a personal gift, not money which went to his political party. He is having a hissy fit. He's having a strop because for the first time, he is facing intense scrutiny. His honeymoon period is over. But we all have to follow the rules. We all have to register our donations
No, you don't.
and gifts like that.
You absolutely do not follow the rules. They all do this, so that is kind of the part of it that's a bit ridiculous. They all do this shit. But what Farage has done with this is particularly slimy. Yes. And yeah, I'd forgotten to mention that, but that is kind of a key part, which is that he's not going to be investigated while he's not an MP. 6 weeks for it to go out of the news cycle, huh?
He doesn't want to follow the rules, and now he's called a by-election to fight himself.
We had Zia Yusuf on the programme just in the last hour, and he said if you thought for a moment that your candidate could beat Nigel Farage, you would be putting someone up.
So that's Zia Yusuf saying that, of course. He's a guy from Reform. Yeah, of course, that's going to be their line. That's always going to be their line, is you're just scared of us. Well, yes, it is true. Like I said, Restore couldn't win. But then he just gave them all basically the excuse to not participate, and now it's a circus. Well, Farage made the circus. Now it's full of clowns.
Let's see if Nigel
Also,
Farage
but doesn't that just prove this point?
Hmm.
It's like, okay, if they knew we can't win, then why are we bothering throwing money at an election?
Yeah.
That's a fair question.
To be fair, though, Nigel Farage took 46% in 2014 or in 2024, so he didn't, have like the majority of votes. Actually, I mean, but you're talking about a multi-party system, so it is different. But he got 46%. So, like I said, if everyone who voted for anyone else other than Farage voted for Count Binface, theoretically he could win. He won't, but theoretically, which it would be really funny if he did, but it's not going to happen. But yeah, I mean, that's another reason for them not to spend money and time on this. It's as a waste. He's going to win, probably. Despite, drops in his overall approval rating, and despite the fact that he doesn't spend much time in Clacton, I'm sure he will win again. I mean, I don't know. This is... I can't imagine that Binface would actually win, but if he does, it would be extremely fucking funny. And this already makes it really obvious how fake and gay electoral politics is. But if Binface wins, then it's really hard to get around it,
Count Binface. We will be standing a candidate in Clacton when the real by-election turns up. What he's trying to do is make people think that this is the actual by-election following the investigation, and then they'll wonder why they're doing it again. We're not playing his game. We don't march to the beat of Nigel Farage's drum.
So again, when the investigation is finished, they're going to have to do a by-election anyway, which means like hundreds, potentially, if they go the way they think it's going to go. And Nigel gets in trouble for this, then I think it's like 300-something thousand pounds to do this, right? Per election. So you're going to have to do that twice. That's on the British taxpayer. Absolutely fucking absurd. Now, I would say the government has stuck it to him, Labour has, to say, no, you're not paying for that personally, Nigel. You're not just running your own little, private election where you get yourself elected. To be fair, that is a little bit ridiculous, right? We're gonna put on an election. We're gonna pay for it. The people aren't gonna pay for it, and it's just gonna be me. No, the taxpayers gotta pay for it because he's resigned.
They always do.
He's resigned. There's no MP for Clacton. Someone has to be elected. So, yeah, the taxpayers have to pay for it for this fucking stunt. And in addition to that, the Lib Dems and the Greens have also said, nope, we are not participating. So even the smaller parties have said, no way. I mean, the Lib Dems and Greens have gained popularity with the Labour support really cratering. And speaking of the Greens, though, Owen Jones had a take where it's just because he got so raped in the comments.
I like the way that Owen Jones has tried to look like masculine looks maxing while still being gay as shit.
He's so gay. So he says that the Greens should stand against Nigel Farage in Clacton. They're the only major party willing to take on the substance of Farage. The other parties built up Farage by copying his toxic agenda. The Greens should use the by-election as a national platform to make that case. Bro, like, after all, he keeps going on, I don't give a fuck. Just all the fucking seed. Is it here in his comments or is it everywhere else? He got fucking just raked over the coals. Is it in the view quotes? Let's see. Uh No, they fucking shouldn't. What? No, they fucking shouldn't. This is a farce. Jones proves he's an idiot once more. Best approach is Binface. Account based in Israel. There's one person has agreed with him, disagreed completely. Yeah, stupid idea. No. There's a couple people, but for the most part, he got just, like, absolutely destroyed over this fucking tweet.
Ass
And,
bastard.
yes. No. Don't do it. And
He's not the most popular person. He
no.
gets a lot of shit
And the thing is,
because he's an idiot.
if
Yeah.
at this point any of the parties did turn around and say, "Oh yeah, we'll face off against Farage in Clacton," you legitimize him and you legitimize the election. It's exactly what Rupert said, and
Yeah.
then what Kemi copied off of him the next morning, which is there. If things go the way they think they're going to go, and Farage gets in trouble over this lack of disclosure, then there's going to be a by-election anyway. You know.
Yep.
And so that is where we get to Count Binface, who decided that, oh well, I'll do it. Okay. He did it was supposed to be my Makerfield more victory rally. Now it's my campaign launch too. Come get a taste of this bin juice this Thursday evening in London, I guess at the Museum of Comedy if you want to go go see Binface live, right? So he announced that he was gonna do it. And for a while, it was just Count Binface.
Like if Tesla did a political rally.
Yeah. For a couple hours, it was just Count Binface. All of the other parties said nope, and it was just Count Binface who said, "I'll do it then." And you know, when we covered the Makerfield election, excuse me, Count Binface showed up for that. He was in Makerfield, you know, which is in a very always ridiculous scene. This is something that is very unique to and emblematic of British politics is these joke candidates. They've been doing this for forever. It's a thing where they just satirize it, right? It is a very British thing to do, to be fair, is to have a fucking joke candidate. And it looks like they've not announced officially yet, but the Monster AV Loonies are also going to enter the Clacton by-election.
Time for a very quick bit of breaking news, Nick.
Yes. So
if you're not familiar, I don't know if I think the name is self-explanatory for the Monster Raving Looney Party. They're also a joke party.
we were saying that Nigel Farage may just face one candidate, Count Binface. There's a pinned tweet on the account of the Monster Raving Looney Party. They are making preparations for the by-election.
Time for a very quick...
Let's go. What?
Do you think that these people choose these ridiculous names just to humiliate the political class, having to say it on TV?
That's the whole point. Is to take the piss. Like that. Yeah, that's why they do that. They're just taking the piss. They're allowed to participate. It's their right to participate in a democratic system. They're allowed to. So they form, you know, joke parties and run as joke candidates. But now, you know, we're faced with a very real situation where there is a joke candidate, and then facing off against that joke candidate is a guy with a bin on his head. You know?
Yep.
So Lawrence Fox also announced, somebody got fucking stark raving, just absolutely incensed at me, as I didn't see that he had announced, and I had said in my post, like, now it's only Nigel against Binface. And at the time, he'd done this by the way like an hour beforehand. I just hadn't seen it. I didn't know that Lawrence Fox had announced, but this guy got so mad at me. I made a whole bunch of posts calling me a cunt and all kinds of shit just because I didn't include Lawrence Fox. As I mentioned earlier, and I'll bring this up here for you to show you how it went the last time that Lawrence Fox and Count Binface both ran in an election together. Let's see. Satirical character matches anti-lockdown activist for support. I believe yes. Count Binface, satirical politician created by comedian John Harvey. UKIP candidate Peter Gammons are also on 1%. They were all tracking 1%. So that's what happened the last time. So I'm sorry that I forgot Lawrence Fox. Honestly, and everyone's telling him this, don't. See, here's Sargon saying, yeah, let Binface go at him alone. Don't do it. You're gonna split the vote. Let Binface win. Vote splitter. Like, you made Count Binface look like the sensible candidate. Yeah. So no one's particularly happy about Lawrence Fox running either. But you know, he's splitting the bin face vote. He should withdraw.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Nigel's pitch from this morning. As you managed to go back to Clacton to film this, have you, Nige?
Britain is broken,
In Rupert
and the
clothes.
Everything he's done, everything he's fucking filmed and recorded since the Restore announcement video has been him out in a fucking field or outside somewhere. Now, to be fair, he's always wearing the flat cap and stuff, so he's always been doing that.
Yeah, I
He's
was about to
always been
say,
at
like, that's
pubs,
not...
you know?
Yeah,
Like, that's the
but it's
all
just the
the
timing is kind of sus.
yeah, all the iconic Farage imagery of the past was always him with a pint, you know, at a pub and stuff like that. He wrote the Brexit manifesto over here in Guernsey at the Albion, so he came over here and I guess just like hung out and vacationed for a couple weeks and got real drunk at the Albion, which is right in the center of town.
Really normal thing to do.
It was the Albion, wasn't it, Bill? Yeah. Let's see. Bull for 25 Ron. I'm not sure what that is. Thank you. I thought Black Mirror was supposed to be satire, so how the hell they end up predicting Count Binface, clown world we live in indeed. It is a, we're gonna get, Romania and Michigan will get to Count Binface's policies, because he's got, look, he's a joke candidate. He is as likely to deport millions of migrants as Nigel Farage is, so I take them with and treat them with the same degree of seriousness, which is none. However, he does have Count Binface does have some good policy ideas, such as, for example, mandating that the 99 flake be actually 99 pence. Which, what was it? A Wigan kebab must be limited to £2 only. He promised to build at least one affordable home. Like, it's all that kind of shit. It's a bunch of he is like a leftoid. It sounds like. Every once in a while he'll say he promised to make Piers Morgan emission free. Which kind of sounds like he's gonna kill him. So
I was about to say that sounds kind of like he's gonna mangle him. I'm not exactly opposed.
public know it, and we need change. Why should I be judged, today or in history in the future, by Sky News and their ilk? The issue with my daughter was the final straw.
Okay.
Enough.
So people showed up at his daughter's house, right? To ask about this. They were journalists. Showed up at his daughter's house to ask questions about this £5 million pound gift. Yeah, I agree. It's fucked up that happened to your daughter, who's not a political person. But you are accused of doing a crime, you know.
Yeah.
And journalists are scum. And
You
I
are
have
also using your
sympathy for them.
daughter as a way to just deflect from it.
Yes, you are sympathy baiting,
which is
sir.
kind of scummy.
You are sympathy baiting. Journalists are scum. We all know this. They're subhuman filth. We got it. I don't agree with them doing this. I don't like them doing this to you. But you are also sympathy baiting. Hard.
Is enough. Why should they be the people that decide my fate when, as I repeat, I've done nothing wrong? No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment.
God, it's most of his speech just I don't give a fuck. It's most of his speech just redone. Here's his little, sympathy bait. I knew I put this in here for a reason. It was because there was the sympathy baiting in it. Yes, I've been attacked. Hey, Nigel, remember how you attacked Rupert Lowe, called the cops on him? Remember that? It wasn't a journalist that showed up at Rupert Lowe's own home. It was the police tried to take his guns away. You did that, Nigel. Fuck off. I have no fucking sympathy for him on this. Whatsoever, excuse me. The unit for 20, hey, thank you, man, says, a joke idea that actually might get Parliament to be more strict on foreigners who can run, get a blatantly American white male who can run due to some technicality, never mind, it's just an excuse for more control. I don't think that, I don't think that's allowed. I actually don't know, but I highly doubt it. Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand says, would a party need to be running in the farce by-election to start campaigning? Could be an opportunity to get exposure for a Restore candidate. That's the problem, though. I mean, it would be exposure, I guess, but they're going to lose, and it's not going to look good. And the biggest thing is that by participating, by the very act of participating and going along with Nigel's farce here, it legitimizes it. And then he can say, look, I beat Restore. That is why I'm fairly certain that Lowe pulled out first. And he was just like, fuck no. Because he has nothing to gain from it. Nigel's going to win. It's his riding. He's obviously going to win there. I mean, I'm saying that even if everybody else ran, it's extremely likely that Nigel will re-win it. He just won it 2 years ago. Although by 46%. There's nothing in it for Restore. I mean, exposure, I guess, but as it is, the face of Restore and the only person that anybody cares about is Rupert Lowe. So they need to field better candidates as well. That woman that they ran in Makerfield, that was just pointless.
You ran a woman. That's kind of the problem.
Well, yeah, you know. I saw young Bob say that he was considering running in Clacton, but then they obviously put the kibosh on it. I said that as a joke once, and now it's stuck in my head. I've done nothing against young Bob. Let's see, where was I? Oh yes, okay. That was Rupert Lowe's attempt to please vote for me instead of the bin. Please, woo. I'm a victim. Now, this is another reason why people did say, oh no, Restore definitely should have fielded someone, or the
explain to me why I need to in any way take politics seriously when this is what I'm
see
saying.
What I mean?
Like anyone that tells me I need to get involved, I like just like fuck off. Like look at it.
It makes bare and naked the absurdity of electoral politics. I have heard some people saying about the was the word used, the exposure thing. Is that, oh, the NRP should run or something? Alec Urbery said no, so even the smaller parties don't want to do it. Did I say something that was Yiddish? What did I say? Did I say oy vey or something? Anyway, but this is why. This is related to the exposure
aspect.
What
did you say that's Yiddish? Now I'm confused.
I don't know what I said. Oh, did I say kibosh or something? Because kibosh isn't Yiddish. I've been accused. I've used that word in the past and been accused of using a Hebrew word, but it is not actually. Actually, where is kibosh from? Was that what I said? Etymology. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I think nobody knows. Maybe Irish. Maybe Turkish. Kibosh is not Yiddish, Sutnar. I will show you.
Oh, please don't vote for me. I'd be a terrible politician.
Well,
someone said vote for Spoon. I'm like, please don't vote for me. I'd make a horrible politician.
Oh yeah. Well,
I would just call everyone fake and gay over and over again. And also complain that people voted for me in the first place. I'm like, why the fuck am I here? I'm a miserable son of a bitch. I blame all of you.
The exact etymology remains a mystery. Etymologists not reached a consensus. 4 leading theories: Arabic or Turkish, Irish, Gaelic, French, or Yiddish. People have long assumed it's Yiddish. The evidence to support this link is lacking. So we don't really know, but I don't think it is.
Someone checked your credentials and you went, no, this is gay.
I've looked it up before because people have said that kibosh is a Hebrew word, and it's like no one really knows if it is or not. It sounds Jewish, I know, but I'm not convinced it is. Anyway, so this is the argument for exposure, is that this morning the BBC had Count Binface on on television, and here he is, and he lays out there's some pretty good stuff in here. There's some real gems, okay?
Now, so far, one of the only few who say they will stand in the Clacton by-election is Count Binface, who was last seen sharing a stage with Andy Burnham at the Makerfield by-election. And Count Binface joins us now.
Good morning.
How is this real? It's not real. That's the thing. It's all fake and gay. It's not fucking real.
Your time. Good evening, Sigma 9 time. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning from space. Hello to you. First question, why would an intergalactic space warrior want to stand to be the MP for Clacton?
This is how real all electoral politics is, by the way. This is just being very honest about it. This is how real all of this shit is.
Why not?
It's a good question. Tell me about your manifesto. What can you offer the people of Clacton? Have you ever been there?
No, because I understand from the current incumbent that is part of how you do the job. So I
Damn! Like, he actually takes some good swipes at Farash here. Yeah, I've understood.
That was a nice shot,
Yeah.
actually.
deliberately stayed away. Is that how it works? But, you know, if I get the 10 nominations, because, hey, look, there's no guarantee I'm standing for the election, as I'm sure you know. I'm game, but I have to get the signatures from 10 local inhabitants. Otherwise, this is a non-starter. And then, of course, I will tailor my manifesto to the local area as always. But most of my national policies will remain. Building at least one affordable house.
One affordable house.
Nationalising Adele. Bring
Nationalizing Adele.
back CFAX. And, of course...
CFAX is like a thing you could bring up on your screen that would give you little, like, factoids. A very early, like, digital technology of interactive TV media.
Moving the hand...
I'd look that up because I had no idea what the fuck it was. People kept talking about it. That shit's not been around since I've been here, so, you know.
Dryer in the gents' toilet in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position because, as you know, it's a national issue.
Those policies didn't go down too well, did they, with the good people of Makerfield? I believe you got 90...
Go back like a couple of seconds. Like someone else laughing in the background.
Yeah, there's somebody at the BBC laughing about him, talking about how he moved the hand dryer at the men's restroom at this pub.
But most of my national policies will remain. Building at least one affordable house, nationalising Adele, bring back CFAX, and of course, moving the hand dryer in the gents' toilet in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position because, as you know, it's a national issue.
And someone at the BBC is laughing. Is chuckling
there's
at it.
someone
Yeah.
actually laughing at it.
Who's Adele, the singer?
Adele is the singer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those policies didn't go down too well, did they, with the good people of Makerfield? I believe you got 95 votes at the recent by-election. So how are you hoping to do any better?
What a disgracefully scornful tone. How dare you? 95 actual votes? That's a Dolly Parton. 95, just one shy of a reverse 69, which I scored against Boris in an Uxbridge sports hall in 2019. So I'm cock-a-hoop. I'm over your moon. I'm over my moon. I'm doing very well. I came 7th out of 14. I mean, what more do you want?
What do you say to those other parties who have decided not to field candidates in Clacton?
Well, I mean, that's for them, isn't it, mate? That's democracy. They can choose.
This sure is democracy. Gentlemen, this is democracy made manifest. Here it is.
You know what's bizarre? He sounds more serious than actual politicians because
Wait till the end.
You know what's bizarre? Because this is the thing. As much as he is joking with his policies, he's actually stating them, which is more than any other fucking politician does these days.
He's about to bring up at the end of this.
Kind of bizarre.
At the end of this, he brings up the fact that this is going to cost the British taxpayers a shit ton of money. He's the only yeah, that is a real legitimate issue about this. Some of these, there are some bangers in this though.
To run away from my beneficence and magnificence. Or maybe they just noticed that Nigel is up to a rather peculiar hissy fit and they're keeping their powder dry for a second by-election when, of course, the Parliamentary Committee reports. But interestingly, you see, the thing is, that second election, which would cost 380 grand, will only happen if Nigel wins this one. So if you vote Binface, you save the British taxpayer £380,000 without me doing anything. Stick it in the Ministry of Defence. How'd you like them apples?
You know what I mean? It's an actual argument.
Nice shot, actually.
It is. If you vote for Nigel and then he ends up getting in trouble and after the investigation is finished, they have to do another by-election. If you vote for Binface, they don't have to spend a bunch of taxpayer money again on running another by-election. Horwitz Feinberg Horwitz for 2 says, wait, Count Binface Sith Lord? Question mark? He's an alien warrior from outer space or something is his character backstory, you know?
Can I ask roughly where you are, how long it's going to take you to Clacton and when you're planning to make your first visit and what you plan to do while you're there?
Well, good question. Absolutely. Now we're talking. We're cooking on gas here. I was on my way back to Sigma 9 in my starship, the Alboreto, and I caught wind of what was going on yesterday, so I did a quick old U-turn, bit like Keir Starmer.
Just want to reiterate that because of Nigel Farage, because of him pulling this stunt, we are now watching this guy with a fucking bin on his head lay out his policy positions. Holy fuck.
Did one of those, lovely jubbly, and zoomed back, so I'm approaching the Kuiper belt of your star system, and yeah, I'll be with you in a jiffy.
Would you be up for a head-to-head debate with Nigel Farage?
A tete-a-lid debate. I see what you're saying. Yeah, why not? I'd be up for that. I'd like to understand how you get 5 million Earth pounds in crypto donations, which, if they're completely above board, I think we'd all like some of that. So we could ask him how he can enrich our coffers just
That's
like
another
his
good
own.
question.
And you know, I think he's got. I'm sure he's got nothing to hide. I'm sure he's not going to do a reverse ferret because it looks like it could be the Binny McBinface election to demonstrate the wonders of democracy like never before. No, I'm sure.
It sure is. It sure is demonstrating the wonders of democracy. I love democracy.
You can tell this guy's just having fun taking the piss
Oh
out
yeah,
of
that's what he
everyone.
does. You know, he's been doing this since 2017.
He's up for it just as much as I am.
Clearly, Mr Farage denies any accusations of wrongdoing. Very quickly, Count Binface, can you win?
Probably not. But you know what? It's the taking part that counts. My job is to demonstrate that British...
I did point out that he could. It is within the realm of plausibility. It's extremely unlikely. But given that Farage took 46% last time when he was more popular, more well perceived, it is not an impossibility. That's when, well, I'll talk about some of the seething about this, because Harry Ingledew, a #1 reform ball washer, it is very obvious what happened.
Ah, yes.
Very
Tory boy.
Yeah, it is, yes. Reform Tory boy. It's very obvious what happened is that they shared my tweet where I was just kind of laughing about this, and got very angry about it because I'm making this non-serious. Well, like I said, I don't care. They're equally non-serious. Nigel's not going to deport millions of people, so he's equally non-serious.
Wait. You're the one making this unserious.
Yeah. By saying that, by jokingly saying, yeah, I support Count Binface. Yeah. I've made it unserious. Not
I don't
them,
understand
who
how
now have to contend with this guy seriously, who have to pretend that all this shit is real and not fake and gay. They do. That's what reform has to do right now, is pretend that this shit is fucking real and take it seriously. Me taking the piss out of it, oh, I'm a problem. Like, dude, and because I woke up this morning, I go check my phone, and I noticed that all these reform shills have all retweeted me or responded to me within about 5 minutes of each other, weirdly. It's because he didn't even deny, because everyone knows. He's in his fucking little Discord group or whatever with people, and they go in, you know, people do this. It's incredibly cringe and gay, but lots of people do this. They have their little gay, and by the way, Harry Ingledew, he is, ultimately, he wants shit from Nigel. He goes on Twitter every fucking day and glazes and worships Nigel Farage's fucking dick. Just sucks him off all fucking day, every day, in hopes, I'm sure, that he gets some kind of kickback when Farage becomes PM. Well, it's... dude, even if he does, let me tell you something, Harrian. He doesn't know you exist. You're a Twitter person. He doesn't fucking care. Okay? It doesn't matter how hard you shill and how hard you suck that dick. He doesn't even know who you are, and he never will. So, yeah, I'll show you his spurg out at me in a bit.
Democracy is wonderful and unique in the entire cosmos because you can stand for whatever you want. You can stand no matter who you want. You could stand if you want. Come and join me. Why not? Exercise your democratic right. And let's see where it takes me, or indeed you. You might be the next MP for Clacton. Who knows?
Count Binface, many thanks.
Well done.
Welcome to 2024, people.
Yeah. Democracy is very serious. It's very real, guys. However, I do have some bad news to report. They're not going to let him wear his bin. Parliament has confirmed that Count Binface will not be allowed to sit in Commons wearing his space costume and bin head. I do like, because this was after, this is way after, by the way, that Lawrence Fox said that he was also going to stand. Politics UK, and every post about this, by the way, every like headline about it says it's just Binface versus Farage. No one has even noticed that Lawrence Fox is running. So I made a note of it because someone had a complete and utter fucking spur gun at me over it. So yes, Lawrence Fox is also an option. There you go. And although he really should withdraw, so it is just Binface versus Farage. Or other joke candidates, like let the Monster Raving Loonies get in there, I suppose. Matthew Newman for 2 New Zealand says, honestly, Binface has the lowest cost policy list. Yeah, he does. He, you know, at least one affordable house. I agree with him on the 99 flake issue. But yes, this is also what I've been mentioning over and over, is that the taxpayers are going to foot this bill. Labour source says the government won't allow Reform UK to pay for the Clacton by-election. Political figure paying for a by-election he is standing in would clearly undermine the independence of the democratic process. It's baffling that he can't see that. And honestly, it is. Look, I don't want people to have to pay for this, but it is a baffling thing to propose. Is it like, no, we'll put on our own election. We'll pay for it. We'll run it. We'll take care of it. It's totally legitimate. I mean, I don't think I think democracy is a farce in general, but this is a real big farce to be like, I'm going to put on an election, I'm going to pay for it, I'm going to run it. That's above board, right? No, the government has to pay for it to be legitimate, which means they're going to have to pay potentially twice this year. Just so fucking stupid. Let's look at some Tory boy seething, mate, shall we? Seething. So this guy, Aaron Banks, he's responded to Dan Hodge here saying, Dan Hodge says, what is the Count Binface line and who draws it? Aaron Banks asks, who funds him? I mean, Scrump has responded here, and I've also responded. I was gonna bring up the article, but you can just, Scrump was talking about, Jewish think tanks funding reform. But I did also want to bring up that this guy, Aaron Banks, gave £450,000 to Nigel Farage after Brexit vote. Tycoon provided Farage with Chelsea home, car, and money to promote him in the United States, Channel 4 News claims. I do have that article as well. Into detail here. But I mean, you get the idea. £450,000 that this guy who's asking, where does Binface get his funding from, gave to Farage a couple years ago. The money
Comes from free cars.
Yes, some provided via Rock Services Limited, company owned by Banks, is used to rent a Chelsea home for £13,000 a month, with Banks purchasing furniture and fittings, including crockery and a shower curtain. That's a strange thing to buy. Farage was also provided with a Land Rover Discovery and a driver, and Banks sought to raise an extra £130,000 from supporters to cover security. This was in, I think it was like 7 years ago. Yeah. So 2019. Yeah. Who's funding the fucking guy with the bin on his head, though? Right? That's the more important question. Good fucking God. These people, they don't know how to respond to it, because to them, democratic electoral politics is very, very real and very, very serious. So they have to. That's why Haryan got mad at me, right? And well, he's mad in general. He got mad at me, and these people are mad because this makes them look unserious. Well, it is unserious. Nigel Farage pulled a gay little stunt. He set up the whole circus tent, and then, yes, as I said, in come have the clowns. He did this. How are you possibly mad at anybody else? How are you mad at me? How are you mad at anybody making fun of this or laughing at it? How are you mad at Count Binface? You should be angry at Nigel Farage for taking £5 million and not disclosing it as a personal gift. And then, in order to distract from the inquiry, from the investigation into his non-disclosure of this.
But Aiden, that's my side. So why would I do that?
I know.
That's
stepping down as MP so that the investigation is paused, making it so that the British taxpayer is going to have to pay a whole fucking shit ton of money to run a farce of an election.
You know what's funny?
Yes.
The way you said that in the exact same way you do a Trump impression, but without the accent.
Really? What's up?
Yeah. You can have the election, none of the disclosure, all of the problems.
Must be because I was moving my hands. I was moving my hands, so I started to get Trump energy, you know? You can make your mouth real tiny. Right? That's how you do a Trump. Let's look at some more seething, shall we? There's a bunch of it. Let's see. Here's August says, I mean, these are just like random accounts, you know. Line should be Britain in crisis. The economy is on the edge. The boats are still coming. Boat. Big red flag. Red flag. If they're talking about boats, red flag. It's all migrants. Millions must go. And they think it's one big joke. The British public have never been less of a mood for Bin Face's Bodie McBoatface. By the way, if you're not familiar with Bodie McBoatface, are you, Spoon? By the way, are you familiar with Bodie McBoatface?
I'm not.
Let me tell you about Bodie McBoatface.
He does look like someone I've seen before in real life, though.
Does he?
Yes.
So. This is a thing that's happened in the past, right? This was in 2016. Bodie
Named after
McBoatface.
David Attenborough.
Well, they changed the name because they couldn't. They changed the name of the ship to Sir David Attenborough, and the sub is named Bodie McBoatface. But anyway, website inviting name suggestions attracted huge interest with Bodie McBoatface, the runaway favorite. Basically, what happened is the public, using the power of democracy, voted the most popular name for this new, like, a very expensive ship science vessel, by the way, for it to be named Bodie McBoatface. It was the overwhelming winner, and then because they had, look, they had to acknowledge it on some level, so they named the little yellow sub that. Is there a picture of it? This little thing is Bodie McBoatface, not the big boat, not the big ship. So yes, I guess David Attenborough also had a lot of votes, but look at versus Bodie McBoatface, by far the winner. That's what that's in reference to. Co-workeroid satire.
No,
Nige should put on his serious hat. Bro. This is happening because Nigel Farage did this. It's fucking ridiculous. He is responding to the bin face thing, right?
I have no words.
That's, just to be clear. Oh, hey, Scrump. Hello at pub.
Sup, Scrump? I'm at pub. Have a pint on us.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, this is Nigel being serious, right? What do you mean put on his serious hat? That's what he did. He called a by-election by resigning so he can get out of, you know, get him not disclosing 5 million pounds out of the news cycle for 6 weeks. Fucking ridiculous. But they're mad at Count Binface. Maybe you should look at who's responsible for this and get angry at Farage for not disclosing that. And then get angry at Farage for calling a by-election. Instead of being angry at this fucking satirist guy. I don't know if I have it in here. Well, this is Harrigan. But one thing that I've seen all over is, actually, I made a tweet about it, so let me pull up mine. Right, well, it's already here, though. Some people brought up in the comments, I know exactly who did, too. I did respond to quite a few people. Who said this? This one person, I saw them, because I noticed them because I saw them in a bunch of other comment sections, saying the exact same thing. But there's quite a few of these people. I can just tell you what it is if I can't find it here. Here we go. This guy, he's been in a bunch of comment sections. I just happened to nobody, but he says, Binface is a secret commie, by the way, same as Vermin Supreme. No, this isn't the guy. There's a lot of them, though, where it's Count Binface is a leftist. He's got leftoid politics, right? Did it happen in here as well? Yes, I think it did, actually, in the replies. Yeah, this guy. This guy did. So we'll go through it. Is that, oh, he's a leftist communist. Do you want the commies leftists to win? And it's like, why are you legitimizing him? Why are you treating Count Binface? Why are you taking Count Binface seriously? Why are you acting like any of this is real? It's a fucking joke. But they have to, because they live in their brain inside of this false reality where electoral politics is super fucking real and serious business, guys. And so they have to treat Count Binface seriously in regards to his lefty politics. Anyway, so here was my post, yeah, right? Okay. Farage got 46% in Clack in 2024. He is only posed now by Count Binface, meaning anyone who dislikes Farage or votes for another party is represented by Binface. Given that Binface is a joke candidate, and I did this one got people angry too because they couldn't understand my point. I mean, it's very, very different. But I do recall when Trump was running, the leftoid media at the time when he first announced that he was going to run for president. Try to take your mind back to this time, like 2016, you know, when he first announces he's going to run. They were all it was a huge joke to them. They were all laughing. So I was like, you know, They all thought it was a real funny joke when Trump ran. But this is because I'm jokingly arguing that Binface can win, which is, like I said, not going to happen, but within the reality of democratic politics. And that they voted for him 2 years ago. Possible that voting burnout, perceptions of him running unopposed may stymie reform voter participation. Meanwhile, everyone else, the other 54%, are motivated to vote only for Binface. I don't think he'll win. That's the important part. But it's within the realm of plausibility. And that really is the funniest possible outcome. Therefore, I support Count Binface. This is the grandest demonstration of the non-seriousness of democratic politics in recent memory, particularly considering it's only happening as a bolster to Farage's ego. This backfiring on Farage so badly that he loses his seat to Count Binface is the funniest thing imaginable, and therefore the best. Also, I agree with him about the flake thing. Is there anything in this post that strikes you as egregious and very serious, Ben?
There's someone called Binface.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I legitimately laid
no.
out he's not going to win, but it would be the funniest thing that could happen, and so I support it. And it's Nigel Farage's fault that this is happening in the first place. Instead,
Again, he's called Binface. I can't unsee that.
Instead, I wake up this morning to Harry and Gladive and his whole little crowd of people responding to me in unison. Which he, by the way, like I said, I said that to him, and he did not respond. He had a lot to say until I mentioned his little group chat. Then he didn't have anything to say. Because everyone knows people do that kind of shit. It's not that unusual, like I said. But it just looks, if you're gonna do that, by the way, if you're gonna be in a little gay group chat and be like, oh, attack this person, I don't like the thing this person said, which is pathetic and gay. But if you're gonna do that, you should probably tell your little friends, wait a little bit so you don't all do it at once. And then I look at my fucking Twitter timeline, and it's all of you motherfuckers saying the same shit all in unison. You know what I mean? Just a little tactical tip for you there, Arian. Clowns who commented on politics for nearly a decade genuinely think voters will come out droved for an unfunny man with a bin on his head. It's not what I said. I said I don't think it's gonna win. I said it would be funny. I actually not read. Yeah, and then here's this. Oh, he works for the BBC. He's a lefty. Congratulations. You have made this serious. You're taking it seriously. You've played right into it. You are taking this seriously. I'm not. It's very funny to me, as I said repeatedly in that post. But these people, these reform guys, they are taking it seriously. You are giving legitimacy to Count Binface. And that, to me, is deeply entertaining.
It's hilarious.
Seethe, buddy. Oh, bro. Because they have to believe in all this stuff. They have to support Nigel Farage. So they have to be against the guy with a fucking bin on his head. Because he's a commie, he's a lefty. He works for the BBC. Fuck. Oh my god.
Fundamentally unserious politics.
Deeply unserious, bro. Was that it? No. Yeah, here's this guy, yeah. People supposedly to the right of Farage, like restore people, I guess, myself, are morphing right into cockwomble. It's only a matter of time before they put slightly weary in bio and call anyone who votes for Nigel and Clacton a bellend at this point. Totally unserious people who don't care about saving Britain. No, you don't. You are deeply unserious for entertaining any of this. Nigel Farage is deeply unserious for this. Fuck. This one, I couldn't remember why I say this one. This one I say it because he had the fucking audacity to call other people unserious. Are you out of your fucking mind? Most unserious fucking thing ever calls others unserious. Supporting most unserious thing ever. It sure is funny though. There's betting odds that are out. 5-1 to 7-1 in an upset. Some see anti-Farage tactical voting boosting Binface, though victory remains unlikely. His odds are 5-1. It is not an impossibility, right? As I said.
Pretty decent odds.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've gone up significantly since this morning. I think when I looked at it, it was like 20-1. When I woke up this morning, this was the most recent one. That was about 30 minutes before we started at 5. So, unfortunately, I can't read this article because it's behind a paywall. I don't know if they had more information, but that's just what the betting odds. Daily Express says that it is. So, there's some more UK politics bullshit, though, which is that the UK government, the Labour government, and then ultimately Andy Burnham's government, is trying to take control of YouTube? You know?
Which is going to be hilarious
It's not
retard fight.
well, they're not YouTube is an American company. They don't have to do shit. They're not going to do shit. Like, this is a really stupid move to try and tell YouTube that they have to do business the way that they demand, in that if you want YouTube to be in the country, because they'll just leave. I mean, that, like, honestly, they will. People will just use a VPN, whatever. I don't think, honestly,
They do already.
asking a global company to change their entire structure of how they organize and police themselves to suit one country isn't going to happen in an international market.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, why would it?
no, they've tried doing that with, by the way, with 4chan, with Kiwi Farms and all that kind of stuff too. You know, that 4chan told them to fuck off. And there's already, you know, I think that's still being litigated because Ofcom's has been fining 4chan, like, what is it? I don't know, enormous amounts of money every day since they said no to the digital ID thing last year. So let's see.
Which again, retard fight, very funny.
Yeah, UK government is running a public, so this is YouTube's own reporting on it. It's running a public consultation called Watch This Space, a new strategic direction for UK media. The proposal includes mandatory changes in how content is discovered on YouTube. And just to be clear about what it is that only authoritative, respectable sources will be able to be easily discoverable on YouTube. So the BBC. So ITV, you know. Sky News, I guess. It will be establishment media will be the only thing that is promoted. And I don't know, from the way it's described, it sounds like it's not just news, it's everything. It would be everything is going to be, you know, BBC produced content. You'd be very easy for you, I guess, to watch Doctor Who clips or something. No, probably not though, because that would be a copyright issue from the new Doctor Who that everyone hates. Let's see. As a UK creator, this directly impacts your future. Digital content discovery works best when driven by user choice, not legal requirements. This is a vital window for you to share your perspective before the consultation closes. Which I did. Responded to this stuff. I also responded to a poll the government put out where it was really weird, or it was a survey that they put out about this stuff, right? And how this should be handled in addition to TV licenses. They put out a survey on it. One of the strangest things in that survey is that it asked like for recommendations for specific people who could advise the government. There were questions in there that regular people couldn't ask. I could answer them because I have a background in media psychology, and I know people who actually work in this stuff. So I do. I like it asked for like specific numbers, like how much money in of this, that, or the other. What there were very weirdly specific questions in that survey. But I mean, my general point to it is like revealed preferences. People are going to watch what they're going to watch. You try to push shit in their faces, they're not going to watch it. You know. Impact of the proposed rules. The proposed new rules include mandatory prominence regime. This could require digital platforms like YouTube to prioritize and give a privileged position to traditional broadcasters like the BBC, ITV, and Channel 4 in user interfaces and recommendation feeds, potentially pushing your content out of sight. Mandating prominence to traditional institutions will impact all other independent digital creators, production companies, and media companies, including through your content deranked. Pushing this group forward means pushing everyone else downward. Mandatory prioritization of broadcasters would affect how your content reaches your audience, regardless of what your audience actually wants to see. Reducing user exposure to diverse content creators and independent creators. Mandating this is how that might get people on the left to be mad about it, right? As yeah, look, you know, you reduce the diversity. No one likes this. It's retarded, and it won't work. It literally, like, it can't work. People will find some way around it. They don't want to fucking watch your mass-produced slop. They don't. They don't. They already have to.
It's why they're on YouTube in the fucking first place,
Yes,
instead of watching it on TV.
Yes, they don't want to watch TV.
That's the whole fucking point.
Whoops. Oh, what the heck? Something weird happened. Sorry.
You're good.
Let's see. Where was I? Yes, diverse mix of independent journalists, educators, a digital-first business down the line, threat to reach and channel growth, your ability to organically grow your community, generate views and revenue. Look, they just pissed off every YouTuber for sure, you know, and everybody who watches YouTube as well. Build a sustainable business is compromised if your content is hard to be discovered. Undermining the creator-audience bond. The consultation, consultation repeatedly emphasizes trust in the context of legacy broadcasters, implying that digital-first voices are less credible, damaging the foundational trust that sustains the creator economy. I mean, is traditional media more trustworthy? Evidence
No.
that. There's no fucking evidence for that.
Instead.
Exactly. People watch YouTube instead because it is, in many cases, more accurate and more trustworthy than the fucking legacy media.
Also funnier.
Yes. So that's some ridiculous fucking horseshit. I don't know. I think honestly, for YouTube to instead, because to do this, they would have to change their whole algorithm, right? For one country, to, I guess,
Yeah.
I mean, it is localized to a certain degree, right? But they would have to say that if you access YouTube from the UK, you have a totally different algorithm feed than everybody else, and they'd have to build a whole system for that in some capacity. I don't know. Maybe just say no. No, and people will get VPNs and watch YouTube anyway.
Maybe just say fuck off.
Say no, we won't do business in your market. Now, speaking of YouTube, here's a video on YouTube that we're gonna watch, and content creators. Here's a content creator whose video we're gonna watch, which
With a
is
nationalist are the vanguard.
yes, that is what it's titled. I'll scroll down here. I know you can't see it. Okay. All right. I'm almost out of my drink. This is gonna be a bit of a doozy. So I'm gonna go get some more drink so that I can strap in for this. Spoon, can you please entertain chat for a moment while I disappear and show back up? Yeah.
I can try.
What? Do you want me to just play it?
Wait,
Wait. I got a good idea. Why don't I mean there's some crazy shit in this that I want to react to. Let me actually put this in and watch together, shall I? You know?
Okay.
And then while I go grab my drink, because I've seen it.
I can pause it, yeah.
Yeah, that way you can
So I
pause it.
can. Yeah, hold on. Where is it?
Oh, you got it? One
Oh.
way or another, we'll get to it here in a minute. Sorry for dead air. Not trying to do dead air.
Dun, dun, dun,
I got the
dun,
link.
dun.
I got a link.
I need that.
I got a link for you.
You need to have that elevator music on a soundboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's actually not a bad tune.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. We got it here. Yep. Twitter nationalists are the vanguard. Let me make sure it looks okay.
Okay.
Whoa. Whoa. Why is it doubled? Did it sound doubled for you?
No.
Huh.
Let's make a video.
Why the fuck is it doubled?
Because you're sharing screen.
Oh, that's why. Let me stop doing that. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Okay. Never mind. I got it.
There
Okay.
you go.
All right. I'm going to be right back while I grab a drink. BRB. Enjoy the crash out, sir. Oh, did I leave the room open so anyone can get into it? That's fine. Oh, wait. No, guys, don't. If I did leave it open like that accidentally, don't all come in here and pause it all the time, please. If you do, I'll just have to make another one.
Fine.
If you do, I'll just have to make another one. Just please, let's be civil here since I made a fucky wucky. All right, I'll be right back.
There, people do behave. While Aiden gets a drink and comes back. And, oh, what a shit show. Is it just me or has Sargon gained weight again recently? Because he doesn't look as thin as he used to. Maybe that's just me. Also, how many parties is this now that Sargon has ruined? He ruined UKIP. Reform didn't really go anywhere, well, except sad that's mainly because of Nigel's own behavior. And then he lumped them to Restore, and that's been... yeah. Tell us a rousing story about rugby or something. There's not really any rugby news lately. I mean, South Africa absolutely destroyed England, but that's kind of to be expected, because South Africa is currently going through like a golden period of rugby. So that was fun. I didn't think England played particularly badly, but if I looked at the media the last couple of days in the wake of what was a thumping defeat, which is mainly, I know it sounds a bit flattering, but English people themselves said South Africa could have done more damage. They were just a bit rusty with people that had to pull out at the last minute. But even then, I didn't think they did that badly. And now they're talking about getting the head coach to resign. I thought, okay, that's maybe a bit extreme. Why do you? And then a whole bunch of English pundits are basically just saying, like, no, for the last 3 years, they've basically spent a whole lot of time to get England nowhere. And considering a World Cup is a year and a bit away, it is a really, 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 really bad time to pull out a coach and put in a new one. I mean, the chances of you putting a new coach in like a year away from a World Cup and make them viable is no. I mean, we've done that in. I mean, our squad did it in 2017. We were beaten by Italy, which was an absolute disaster. I knew it was because the coach was just picked because of his skin color. He was fucking useless. And then we got one of our old centers came in and went, "Hey, look now." Oh, not a center. I think he played flank actually. And someone said, "Hey, look now. We're going to give this man an entirely new position made entirely for himself." Like that's how you know South Africa's rugby in 2017 was so bad. They gave a guy literally a job that never been heard of before. They just went, "Hey, look here is a job made specifically for you. Please turn this shit show around." Gave him an enormous amount of power to basically rebuild the entire structure of rugby from the top down. And he's been doing such a good job. He has a contract till 2031. Like normally, okay, for those of you who don't know rugby, a coach's lifetime basically lasts for about a World Cup cycle. So that's once every 4 years or maybe 8 years. And this guy's
Sorry.
yeah, well, it's because
What's up?
the chat asked me a rugby question.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. I was gonna say, I said to Spoon, but not on stream. I said, I see you've made it 3 seconds. See, look, you did have something to say, Spoon. You did have something to talk about.
Well, they asked me a rugby question. The one thing that's been really, really weird for me about the last week of rugby is South Africa absolutely kicked England's ass. But that's only because the second half was much improved. The first one was kind of dicey towards the last 10 minutes, which England could have come back if they didn't halftime break didn't kick in. And the last couple of minutes, we started piling on the points, which we've been known to do the last couple of years now. And the English media has been having a bit of a melty because the coach who's been in there, Steve Borthwick, he's been there for like 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And they were asking, who is our starting 15? Our centers are no fucking good. We don't know what the hell we're doing. We don't have any life. We don't really know what the hell, why. And I just thought, okay, maybe it's way worse than I thought. So it's England's not in a good place right now, rugby wise, which is kind of weird because last year I think it was either last year or the year before, they beat France. I think in Twickenham, which is their home ground, in probably the best game England's played in like 5 years. So I'm like, okay, there's clearly potential for England to like just throw caution to the wind and win in a way that's really exciting. It's probably one of England's best games in like a decade.
Yeah.
So to say that now they're no good, I'm like, okay, what the hell did you do to go from that to this? I mean, South Africa right now is fucking amazing.
1 second, I need to grab one more thing. 1 second. I'll be right back.
She's grabbing ice, by the way, and more vodka. Aiden, it's not funny if you don't laugh at that. Goodness sakes. Does risk not having Israel make it better or worse? The board game? That's the only time I ever heard the word risk in full caps.
My other vape is dying. I'm a disgusting vapist, so I wanted to grab the other one. Hey, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's an improvement on that. Anyway, shall we watch Sargon Seath?
Sure, why not?
All right.
For the online.
Why is it still doubled up for me? Oh, what? I stopped sharing my screen. Why is it still doubled for me?
Right.
I'm just I can't listen to it like that. It's not doubled up for you?
No.
Bro, I'm gonna just play the video
You have
actually.
your windows up.
No.
Wait,
Oh, wait,
are
I
you
do,
still
I do.
sharing your
You
screen?
were right, you were right. I got it. Okay. Alright, got it.
I was right again?
Yes. Alright, I got it.
Yeah, what else is new?
Alright.
Okay. I'm going to make a video for the online right. It's not going to be well appreciated. Nobody is going to thank me for making this video.
Oh.
But I'm going to make it anyway, because...
You really shouldn't have. I'm just saying. He then crashed out on Twitter for like I said, at least a day straight, then apologized sort of for it afterwards. He shouldn't have made this video. I was kind of surprised it was still up.
I believe
It's kind of weird to me that
correct.
he starts off saying this. Because okay, regardless of okay, I'm going to give Sargon some advice here. Carl, if you know a take is going to be not appreciated, then you should know. Don't fucking start off the video by saying that, because you're already animating the people into
You've got,
reacting badly.
yeah, you've immediately got their hackles up, their defense mechanisms up.
Yes.
I'm about to piss off the
yes,
online right, you know? Like,
yes. Yeah, and secondly, if you can tell it's going to piss them off, then it is up to you to smooth it so that you don't get the bad reaction of anger, but you're trying to get something constructive.
well, I
This
don't
is like,
look. I don't care if you want to
I don't
piss
know
off
why
leftists.
you would start a
You're-
video by doing this.
You're saying this is going to piss off the online right. Well, the online right are your viewers. That's your
It's
base.
your own group, yeah.
So if you
Yeah.
say I'm about to piss, I'm gonna piss. Look, I've made videos that I knew my audience wasn't gonna be super fond of before. I made the video about
Yeah, I
Trump
do
and
it
Iran.
regularly, actually.
You do it all the time. I did that video about Iran. That video did
Yeah.
not do well. My whole channel, my main channel, is fucked. But anyway, that's besides the point. It's not. Yeah, not
There's
a good
some
way.
Americans who appreciate my aggression,
Ma-
so that's
I
fine.
would say though, look, I had strong opinions on Iran. I think I was largely correct about it too.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
As we
So
all were.
yeah. However,
We don't like it, by the way. It's more just
no,
like,
we're not
this
happy.
is just making
We
honest
were never
money
happy
to
about that. But
No.
if I don't know if I had to take, I guess maybe some people it is like that because it's like, oh, you came out, your first video was about Trump. I'm like, yeah, my political opinions do change. That's true, and I won't lie
Yeah.
about that.
That's how
However, if
reality works.
your thing is, I don't know if this is kind of ever the message you want to send, is that you're all wrong and you're disposable to your audience. That is not the
Yeah.
message I was trying to get through with the Trump Iran stuff. That was, look, guys, this is fucked. I don't want people to fall for some bullshit. This is instead your waste to his audience. That probably should have
Yeah.
just stayed in the drafts, you know, stayed in the editing software.
And I hope that this will explain why things are as they are.
It doesn't.
I appreciate that the people
Spoiler.
it is intended for are not going to be very happy. They're not going to listen. And they're going to just get angry at me and
Shouldn't have made the video
seek to
honestly.
lash out to defend their own ego.
But then you lashed out for like 24
But I'm
hours.
afraid what I'm going to say I think is true. And I think if you can't
Okay.
have an honest and accurate representation of reality, then you will be mistaken and you will lead yourself into pitfalls going forward that will end up ruining your movements like previous movements have been ruined. Anyway,
Like
That's
YouTube,
a bit
referring
much
to
from you,
previous
Sauron.
previous
who
movements
has
have been
done
ruined.
that.
Could it be
Yeah.
like UKIP?
You.
Oh, dude, again, I don't actually take any like fucking enjoyment on dunking on Sargon like this. He's been a lot better for the last couple years. I just
You know what? You know what? This is the thing, right? If he said this by using himself as an example, he would have gone a long way of smoothing over the audience.
yes, right.
That is a fact.
Yes. It's
If he just said like, "Take it from me, I'm
right.
the person that's done the damage,
Yes.
so I can tell you where this leads," that would have
I mean,
you could have led with the experience
The
of
other
like,
thing-
"Don't follow me into the stupid shit I've done."
the other thing that really bears mentioning about this is that even if you do feel very strongly this way, Carl, at this point though, it's not just you, is it? You run a media organization and you have a whole bunch of employees who work for you. And if you
Yeah.
put out something like this that you know is going to is going to infuriate the base of those viewers. You're
Yeah.
not just necessarily damaging yourself and causing a problem for you, but you're causing a problem for all of your employees. And that is, you know, like I feel really shitty for people like Harry, for for all kinds of people at Lotus Eaters who inevitably got flack and were asked to
Same.
defend or explain this. Because it's a really bad look. People who didn't have anything to do with this particular, line of thought, and also who didn't have any choice in deciding that Lotus Eaters was going to be a spokes broadcast for Restore. Because that's what has been decided, is that Lotus Eaters is Restore outlet. Is there
Even if they don't
marketing.
want to be.
Yeah, and that decision was obviously, I mean, it is his company. However, you do have to think at least about the livelihoods of the people you employ, somewhat. And like maybe not doing stuff like this that because you start out this way, is going to piss off your audience. I don't know. It's one thing that you can do that when you're an independent YouTuber doing your own thing. When you run a media company, you can't just think about yourself. I'm not saying don't tell the truth or what you believe to be the truth, or be honest. You have to put these things into consideration. Take them into consideration. Excuse me. Anywho.
The online right, well, a subset of the online right. I mean, the online right is quite a broad term. What we would just call, I guess, the ethnats on Twitter. Now, I don't really care about the ethnats on Twitter. I think, actually, they've been very useful in many regards when they know their place.
Poor choice of words.
When
Very,
they
very, very poor
know
choice of words.
their place. You are useful when you know your place, bro. I mean, shut up. Shut up. I don't like you talking. Know your fucking place. It's for, this is for me. This is some major ego stuff. I see why, yeah. How the fuck did you not think, obviously you did, but how the fuck did you think this was, how anyone would take this positively? I don't know.
How did you think this was going to be received?
Not
Well, you
even
did
just
say it's
the
going to be
ethnats
received
on
badly,
Twitter,
so
but literally anybody who saw this. You tell them, you have to know, shut up and know your place. And then he's going to get into that you're disposable, which is, ooh.
When they don't know their place and get ideas above their station.
Is he posting interracial gay porn again? Well, that's one thing that happened as a result of this, is that people went back through Sargon's back catalog of faux pas over the past decade and 15 years at this point. Yeah, like the time that he used to go post interracial black porn. He talked about how, he swarthy people like him because his grandfather was part black. We're going to take over the UK. They were the future, not white people. White people got to get over that. You're going to be replaced. Like, he said shit like that back in the day.
Yeah.
He did. It was fashionable at the time to claim to be part non-white so that you could say things, so that you could say, for example, you're acting like a bunch of white N-words. That was a base thing that he said, though, to be fair. That was a based Carl moment, unfortunately. Well, it was, he did say the N-word. However, he was saying it in a pretty gay context. He said that, was it to Richard Spencer, was it? I think that was in that debate. He said, you all are acting like a bunch of white N's. Yeah. Jess Phillips put him in his place. No, he was correct on the Jess Phillips thing. That one he was correct on. There's also nothing wrong about that statement. I wouldn't even rape you. He's saying he's not going to rape you. There's nothing wrong with that. He's, over
Unless
the
you want
years,
to.
though, as all of us have, to greater or lesser degrees, when you are online, when you stream all the time, when you post all the time, and everything is very visible that you do, you're going to have done some retarded shit at some point. It happens to
Yeah.
everybody. However, for the most part, people don't think
I've
about
done my
it.
retarded shit with you, and then that was resulted in by both of us calling each other retards.
Maybe from time to time someone brings it up to you, but usually I bet they do only when you do something retarded or they don't like it or whatever. So you have to know, you go into this with the mindset that everyone's gonna be really pissed off about this, then you know that they're gonna come out with all of the shit that you've said in the past, all the shit you've done in the past. It depends on the child debate. Yeah, that all got brought back out into the open because of this video. Just should have left it in the cutting room floor, mate.
They're destructive. And it's the same for any ideological group anywhere on the political compass. This is a problem that the Labour Party have had for years. All the way through the 80s, they were struggling with militant tendency, and they had to just expunge them from the Labour Party. Tony Blair, back in the late...
They haven't, though. That's where you're...
No, he is the right in the Blair sense. They don't counter radicals. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, you don't counter the radicals, but you also don't get rid of them because they're useful. They are useful. It's like here's the thing: he's not entirely wrong.
PR radicals, yeah.
He's not entirely wrong. The radicals are useful, but you don't generally want them to be in total control. No, so he's right in that sense. That's another problem with this, is that he's like on to a right path, but he said it in a horrible way and really insulting way. I suppose unintentionally, but I do think a lot of it is that, this is post Makerfield, and it's post specifically Rupert Lowe saying all the shit he said about the ethnats. And I think because he has made Lotus Eaters restore media, he felt like he had to come out and co-sign what Rupert Lowe had said. That's what I think has happened. I don't know, I'm not in his head, but that's what it looks like. Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand says, Sargon said even recently he knows he can't run again because of the past. He now is trying to shape opinion. Great parallel to the ethnat. Yeah. Yeah,
that's true.
That is. Yeah, he can't. I mean, that's what happened when he ran for UKIP. I felt, dude. Oh, what was it? That one time he was on stage. Was it the time that when he said he wouldn't even rape Jess Phillips? Was that it? He was on stage with Dankula when he said yes. And Marcus is trying. what's wrong I could tell with Dankula in that whole campaign, he was trying to be Marcus Meechan, not be Count Dankula, to be a real person and be serious about it, as serious as he can be. He is a comedian. But yeah, right. Oh god, that scene, it was so awkward because yeah, they're on stage and Marcus is just next to him and he says that wouldn't even rape you bit, unless I'm like mixing this up with something else. I have like a vivid memory
No,
of this.
no.
And you can just see
Where he's
Dankula just be like,
no,
like the
I don't,
cringe, face
I don't
essentially.
think that was a.
He had like he
Was
had
it
a
on stage
pained.
with?
I think yes, Dankula was there. I swear to God that this happened one time where Dankula was there, and it just he had like a really pained look on his face. I was standing next to Carl. He was saying something
I don't
embarrassing.
remember that. I do
I
remember
swear that
where he
is
said
Scrump, are you
he
still
called
here?
he.
Because if you are, you remember. You know what I'm talking about. You know the fucking moment I'm
I
talking about.
I do remember he called the media a giant, or he said if you're going to behave like a giant bitch,
Yeah,
and Dank was next to him, and Dank started laughing.
maybe
I
that.
remember that.
That I remember too, but that was a different time. There was it was one time where he was standing on stage with him and he said something really embarrassing, and Dankula just had this really pained look on his face. Like that sunk Dank's political career being involved with that. It obviously, and he knows he is correct about that. He can't run for office again because people will dig up all the dirty smear merchants. I don't think that was the same one. Uh, I mean, he also
Yeah, that
got
was the Dirty Smear Merchants campaign. Yeah.
what? Yes. Oh, because again, people go pull up old stuff. I woke up one morning to on my timeline on Twitter being the classic picture of him being hit in the face with a kipper, which was like, it's like I haven't seen that one in a long time. Blast from the past. Fuck. Anywho, I am half remembering some stuff from nearly 10 years ago now, so I'm sure I misremembered that a lot of what I just talked about because it's old shit. But everybody like half remembers shit. They remember all the cringy stuff. He used to get up to because everybody did. Everybody has always gotten up to cringy stuff, particularly like internet blood sports era. People did cringe shit. It's 10 years later now, but don't give them an
Yeah,
excuse
they
to
still
go
do.
dig it up again, like this.
90s, early 2000s.
You
Had a
know,
famous
here's the
line,
thing though. I guarantee you, if they dig that shit up again, they're gonna go, "Man, this was really fun."
Yeah,
You know that's what they will do
yeah.
because it was funny.
It was funny. There's a lot. All that stuff was
Mm.
fucking funny.
quoted it the other day. It was just something, just say no to your radicals. Just say no to them.
Yeah, Tony Blair.
And what happens when they gain control of a party, when they gain control of the organism, the mechanism, the institution? Well, they drive it into the ground, which is what Jeremy
Yeah,
Corbyn
you don't
was
let
doing
the
with Labour
vanguard, the
Party.
radicals into power.
Keir
That's true.
Starmer's mandate was based on, I'm going to save the Labour Party from these extremists who have taken control of it. Now, of course, Keir Starmer didn't realise that he was also an extremist, just not for Jeremy Corbyn's brand of socialism, but for global managerialism. But either way, that's what he thought he was doing. He thought he was rescuing the party for Blairism. And while this fight is now happening in Restore, and I'm sorry, but the Ethnats are not going to win it. This is not going to happen. Because the Ethnats are a much smaller faction in Restore.
I think you need to reevaluate that. People who call themselves Ethnats, yeah. The people who resonate with Rupert Lowe resonate with his message of millions must go. That is an ethno-nationalist position. That is not let's get rid of the boat people. I think it is. Do you disagree?
No, I know what he's trying to say, but okay, how can I say this? There's sort of two positions that Sargon is operating under the assumption that democracy is real. So what he's saying is like the visible ethnet vehicle is not going to translate into votes. He's right on that part.
Yeah.
Where I disagree is, should someone take power and go like essentially full Darth Vader mode and just go like, no, we're going to have these policies now, you're not going to have the people kick up a fuss, because as you know, everyone knows this, the people do not have any opinions of their own, they follow power.
Well, yeah.
So if you get a whole bunch of people who just says like, no, this is how things are actually going to go, the ethnets will not win in an electoral sense.
No.
I'm under the impression that's what he's trying to say. He is correct in that part, but in a time where this is what everyone is wanting, there is merit in what he's saying, yes, but as usual, Sargon fucking sucks at diplomacy.
Like, you're right that if we're going to continue to pretend that electoral politics and democracy is real, which it's not, then yeah, under these auspices it doesn't work. However,
Yes.
At the same time,
But the way he's
people
framing it is fucking
overwhelmingly,
terrible.
they do resonate with that. They might not like some of the more extreme stuff because, oh, it's outside of their comfort zone, right? This is too far for them. What you need to
No,
do,
they do like it. It's just that they can't say it in public.
exactly, they do agree.
I mean,
They
look at the
over,
migration policies. It's overwhelmingly the number one issue.
yes, they,
Like, it's not even close.
everyone, almost everybody, by the way, the majority at least, the majority of people, and even those who have all their liberal pretenses and liberal priors and all this bullshit in their head about equality and all this kind of crap, at the end of the day, they, through their revealed preferences and behavior, demonstrate that they don't like it either because they don't live around those people, do they? Nobody fucking likes it. Nobody does. They might not be able to admit it to themselves, but the whole point of trying to break through those people is that they don't want it either. You just have to be able to make them realize that they want to get rid of these people as well. And taking bold action, saying we are different, we are not going to be the same. That is at least, that's something. I mean that's
but
that's how
it's not a good brand though.
No, that is how Rupert has
That's
phrased it, and more specifically how whoever writes his tweets is, whether it's Alistair Harrison or Harrison Pitt or whomever, right?
yeah.
You
I
you
know what
cannot
he's
though,
trying to say.
but you cannot throw away the left wins because they do not throw away their radicals. They absolutely don't. They move forward. Everything, every win that the left has globally achieved in the United States and the UK over the past 15 years has been by embracing their radicals. They don't let them into the highest positions of power, no, but by absolutely embracing, defending, protecting to any degree their most insane radicals. And so to throw away and say, you don't matter, you need to get gone, get lost, you're disposable. And we are disposable. That's not what you do before the battle has even begun. This is an extreme unforced error on his part, but we'll keep going through it.
Then they realise, and so I thought I'd just give you some examples. Now, Rupert Lowe is massive on Facebook, and
Boomer.
you wouldn't know.
With who?
Judging by just
Boomers.
looking through
Who else uses Facebook?
the replies on his Facebook posts, that there was a problem. There's loads of normal people just posting, yep, great, keep going. This is brilliant. I mean, he posted this a couple of hours ago. It's had 3,000 likes, 460 comments, 98 shares. Here's another one just from today. I can't go.
I also know you can complain about the online right while looking at Facebook for verification and evidence that boomers respond positively to Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where he's going with this, so I'm just gonna let him run.
Now, also, just to be clear for those who don't know, if you like the shit Rupert Lowe posts on Twitter, he doesn't write any of that fucking shit. That's why there's that extreme disconnect between what Rupert Lowe says in written out videos that are planned, what he says in his tweets, in his essayist tweets, and what he says when he. By the way, is he on Rogan today? Is that today that's going live? I know he was obviously there to film it, but when does that video go up? Oh, it did. Oh, is it 2 days ago? What? No, when did it go up? Is it up yet? I don't know. Was it already come out? I didn't see it. Oh, I guess so. When did it? Just today. Yes. Yes. Did it actually while we were live? Yeah, 3 hours ago, right after we started it went up. So, I have no idea. I'm sure right after this podcast, this stream, I'll go check Twitter and I'll see if he made another fucking fool of himself like he did on Patrick Bet-David and who else's show did he go on? Where he made a
Brett Weinstein.
Weinstein, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see if he made a fool of himself on Rogan. At least Rogan probably wouldn't have asked him any questions that have really gotten him into some trouble. Rogan will ask him about apes or something, you know?
Very far down on Rupert Lowe's feed because I'm not logging in Facebook on this browser. But this was 9 hours ago, 20,000 likes, 1,800 comments. I'm behind Rupert all the way, blah, 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 Prime Minister. It's all people in just universal support. You wouldn't know there was a problem. Why would I be making...
There is a problem. Okay, because the boomer... Look. Yes, we know. The boomers are clueless. They don't know what's going on. That doesn't mean, though, that you throw away the youth. It's the youth that you're basically saying to get rid of. The young people, the ethnats, because that's who they are. They tend to be young. they're very dissatisfied. They're very angry with the system that hates them, that is trying to destroy their people. And they are the
Yeah.
future, not boomers on Facebook. I don't really give a fuck what I know they vote, but it is boomers on Facebook
Fuck the
are
boomers.
going to die sooner than later. You need to instill in the upcoming generations, the people that are going to be in power tomorrow, that this is serious and that this is something to strive towards, and not just by repeating the mistakes of the past. Who gives a fuck what boomers think? We got to stop caring what the fuck boomers think. I know they vote. Oh, by the way, was it, I think it was Count Binface, one of his policies is to cap the voting age at 80. I agree with that 100%. Cap the voting age at 80. Do it. I'd go a
cap it
little
like
lower. 70,
65.
65. Let's cap the voting age at 65.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that is absolutely fair. If you're going to vote, you're going to participate in a democracy, cap the voting age at 65. Yeah. Who gives a fuck about boomers? They're completely out of touch. They do not live in reality. They don't live in the same one we do, at least.
Making this video, if you were just looking at Facebook, you'd be like, Jesus, this is going great. Rupert's support is through the roof. Why would anyone be like, oh, there's a problem in Restore?
Because you're talking about
Look at
uninformed
their Instagram.
boomers.
Here's a post on their Instagram that I apparently can't put in a smaller window. This is about Henry Bolton becoming the national security spokesman. Again, great. We like Henry Bolton, met him in 2017, like him. You wouldn't know there was a problem. This is just posted yesterday. This is the latest post on their Instagram feed.
This is just a silly argument.
You wouldn't know that there was a problem. However, you go on...
That normies who don't pay attention to politics don't know what's going on.
I think he's trying to say that this isn't real, so I kind of want to let him run.
Yeah. I mean, look, the internet, it's not real, a lot of it. But there are legitimate problems with the things that Rupert Lowe has said that give people pause. People who actually do pay attention and care and are invested. And people you want to be invested for the rest of their lives in trying to fix these problems, instead of thinking everything is fucking over.
Twitter? Well, it depends on the post that you click on, actually. If you click on a
I can't believe
Twitter
Nick's
post that
Bolton
isn't
either.
just Lewis talking about DI training in Belmarsh, you wouldn't know there was a problem.
Yeah, Henry Bolton did kill UKIP. Yeah, it's bizarre. I look, perfect example, yeah, is that, yeah, the boomers on Facebook love Henry Bolton. I guess. That's not a good thing. That's not a good sign. And who gives, or on Instagram, whatever. The boomers on Instagram. By the way, I don't use Instagram. I do have one. But most people I know who use Instagram too, the person I know who uses it the most is my stepmother, who's in her 70s, right? So I know a lot of young people. I know a lot of young people use it too. But yeah, for pictures. Instagram and Pinterest.
Oh, okay, right.
For pretty pictures, right? You know?
Oh.
Of flowers
I
and...
can sort of defend the Pinterest one because I use Pinterest a lot,
Pinterest
actually.
too. You introduced me to Pinterest. I use Pinterest all the time. I use it for recipes. She uses it for landscape, garden ideas.
Yeah, Pinterest is really good for pic searching.
Pinterest is really good for pictures. She uses Instagram for that too, though. Yeah.
It's quite weird though, because when I told people that, everyone like, "What are you, a girl?" Because in my head, I don't think of male or female. I just want like, is it useful?
Totally right. Pinterest is a much better image search engine than Google.
Yeah.
Easy, buddy.
Yeah, by
Easy.
miles. Like if you want like a pictures, like especially good for like backgrounds for thumbnails, Pinterest is fucking great.
It's way better than Google. It's far superior.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I don't use Instagram at all, but I do use Pinterest for if you see my Pinterest, it is all just recipes though.
So what's going on? Well, what's happening is
younger
that
people
a few
on Twitter is what's
thousand
happening.
Anonymous people have got it into their heads that they are the base of Restore Britain, and a reality check is needed. They are not the base of Restore Britain.
They are. They're the ones who are moving things.
A very small group of people who are very well connected on Twitter, and this makes them an ideological vanguard. The base of the party are mostly non-ideological normies who are just right-wing enough to look around and go, oh, things aren't going well.
I don't think that's true. I think he's fundamentally wrong on this. The base, I think he means by base, he means by numbers, right? Right? Do you agree with my assessment there? He means, by base, he means the bulk, not the core. When I think base of a party, or base of an organization, or base of a movement, I think of the ideological core, the vanguard, for example. The people that you're saying are not the base. So this is a problem with terms, but I would say that, yeah, the the Zoomers who actually want to do something, who are very motivated and aren't just satisfied by likes and stuff on Facebook and memes on Facebook, who actually want to save the country, they are the ideological and the moving base in that, and I mean that beyond just voting, because yes, boomers vote. However, they vote a lot. In terms of actual movement, of getting shit done, it's young people who have to do that. That, I believe, is the base of Restore, or it should be. The people who you don't like, who are ethnats on Twitter. I mean, like, look, I'm not saying you have to love and accept every fucking, you know, double H fucking 1488 poster, right? Black Sun, Sonenrod, motherfucker
But you
on
should.
Twitter. Some of them are a little, you know, I understand it's very off-putting to people. I get it. By the way, I saw a Sonenrod edit of Count Ben Face. It was very based. Where the Sonenrod was made out of bins. I liked that. Anyway, the base of the party, the core of it, and by that I mean the core of it, should be young people. Should be young people with motivation and with courage, and who are not afraid of necessarily bad things happening to them as a result of their pushing towards what must be done. Those people, as, you know, as, I suppose what's the right word, distasteful as you may find them, they have energy. The boomers don't.
Yeah.
They won't do anything. They get scared easily. They're old.
The boomers will just show up for the options.
Yes, they'll vote.
But they won't actually do,
They
yeah,
won't do
they'll
anything.
vote, but they won't, yeah. They will participate in the process, but they will participate in the process, but they won't make the process happen.
Yep.
I need something to fix this fast. That's the base of Restore. In all my group chats, no one's talking about Rupert Lowe saying, I'm not an ethnat, I'm a patriot, a common sense patriot, or whatever it was he said.
Get in a group chat. You're in an ideological bubble then. You're in what you are in, probably.
Sargon, you had a really good point, and then you just destroyed it with my own side thinks X.
Yes, my side thinks X. Well, how many of your group chats are people who work for you? I don't know. That's maybe partially a problem.
That was kind of a weird thing.
How many
I was with you as far as like making sense goes, but then that just kind of ruined everything.
Look, to be fair, I don't think that our group chat is representative of anything, you know, the group chat
other than our own whimsical shit taking.
Yeah, but you know, our group chat certainly was talking about those things, though, very much so. Okay, like about the things that Rupert had said about ethnats. Ours certainly was. I for sure we did spoon. It's been a couple weeks. It's been like over a week now, but we, you know, we certainly were. So just because your experience, your mileage may vary, but other people's in the same space are talking about that, you know, and like we're not huge, you know, we're not super famous, popular YouTubers with massive media organizations, but we're in the same space, you know. Carl, you know, I've been around for a long time, the two of us in particular, in the same spaces. And yeah, we did talk about that a lot when it happened.
Nobody's talking about this, right? Outside of Twitter, nobody is mentioning it. And so...
Oh, I love that. The chat is breaking out into the Alex Jones folk song. What's it called? Yeah, folk Alex Jones. Gonna stab your daughter at the mall. That's such a good song.
Yeah.
I love that song.
You get these sorts of interactions. Like I've had one with Zoomer Historian. No problem at all with Zoomer Historian, but he is like part of the sort of ideological online ethnat sphere, right? But it's actually...
By the way, Zoomer is very devoted to Rupert Lowe and Restore. He is... This is not a criticism, necessarily, of Zoomer, but if you want to call somebody out for this, for not being dedicated enough, he has been, you know?
Yeah.
So... So now you're fighting with people who are legitimately about as big fans of Rupert and Restore as you are. If you're having an ideological difference with Zoomer, you're fucked, you know? Zoomer is very, very in favor of Restore.
A small bubble on Twitter. And so...
This is crazy he doesn't know that.
Like, this chap here says... he's replying to me, I'm replying to someone who said...
Or no, maybe he was saying, maybe I misunderstood that. He was saying he was having a positive conversation with Zoomer. That's probably, sorry. Then someone else interjected. All right, okay, got it. I don't think he has a, because this, hey, Zoomer's on your side, man.
For hours to come out and say it's an explicitly nationalist party or I'm leaving. So I was just like, he's not going to do it. Don't wait 24 hours. He's not going to do that. Rupert Lowe is not an ethno. He's not like a nationalist because
He's not a nationalist. That's not good. Well, then fuck him if he's not a nationalist. If he's not an ethno-nationalist, whatever. I, by the way, going back to it, Millions Must Go is an ethno-nationalist. He's certainly a nationalist. And that is why he has appeal. Because he says things like Millions Must Go. Because he has a hard stance on not just the boat people, all of them. They have to go back. They are not of this place, and they don't belong here.
to people like Rupert Lowe, hard ideology smells bad. Hard ideology was the problem of the 20th century.
Indeed.
I did an entire video about this on my Saga of a Cat channel. I'll link it down in the description. It's like an hour and a half long or something, an hour and 15 minutes
It's
long.
only bad because it was beaten by a bunch of fucking liberals. It doesn't mean it was bad overall. Just because it didn't win doesn't mean it was bad. That's like history was written by the victor.
Well,
And
it
therefore
also
it's
took,
kind of
if you're talking about
mentality.
nationalism in the German sense, for example, it took the
It
whole
took the entire
world
fucking world.
to get involved.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
But you tell you when you go full, you actually have some punch.
It took the whole world to stop the Germans from doing
I'm not
that.
saying I'm in favor.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of it
No, I'm
either,
saying that.
but it was not like it wasn't like an ideological win. It was a fucking war. It was the biggest war of all time that fucked up Europe. To which we are feeling consequences of it to this day. It
Yeah.
took an enormous amount of effort and lives to stop that nationalism.
Yeah. And was it worth it? No.
Yeah.
It's quite an in-depth examination on the problem, or on the subject, whichever you want to look at it. But I definitely
Indeed,
think
rum
that
and
the
Michigan.
people who are angry at me, just take an hour to watch this, and you'll understand why
No.
the normies, the literally 1.5 million normies who constantly, yeah, go Rupert, are the real base, and you are actually an ideological group who is trying to travel in the same direction.
We are an ideological group. And we're not a group. We are ideological, for sure. We're traveling in the same direction because Rupert Lowe came out with his fucking Restore launch video and said millions must go. And we went, yup, that is in the same direction as what we want. And that speaks to, and by the way, it wasn't just that launch video. It was the things he was saying on Twitter when he first launched Restore. It was the essays that, again, I don't know which Harrison it was. Is it Harrison Pitt? I don't know which Harrison it was. If it was first or surname who's writing that shit, or whoever it is that's writing the shit for him on Twitter, right? But was really going hard towards ethno-nationalist talking points. And that is what got people invested in Restore. You have signaled to these people, I'm your guy, and then you go, now I'm going to pull the ladder up. Whoops. You've been fooled. I'm actually, there's nothing different. There's no real difference between me and Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
The people have been rug pulled, man, and they're upset about it. So either, I don't think things are necessarily, I don't think it's all so over forever for restoring Rupert Lowe. However, there has got to be some really major changes in terms of getting the narratives and getting the talking points on point. You can't keep fucking up like this. People will give you some leeway. They will. I think people would forgive and be willing. I don't know. But I think they would. I think many of them would. If you just start moving in the right direction. And millions must go. England is for British people. The United Kingdom is for British people first. And really only is the messaging that must be. That is ethno-nationalism. That's the only way. If that wins, and again, all like purple politics, fake and gay, we got it. We know. As I talk about all the time, we spent the first part of this stream talking about it. But, that being said, if you're going to try to get it done democratically, if it ever could be, that has to be messaging. It does. And he was strong on it at first, and now he's faltered. He's faltered largely because he goes on interviews with people like Joe Rogan, as we'll see how that turns out, where he is not being told what to say. He needs to be on a leash in that sense. I don't think it's unsalvageable inherently. I really hope it is. But no, you have to lean more in that direction, not against it. People who are leaving Restore now are leaving Restore because of the things that Rupert is doing. And sure, they're all the Twitter online, right? The boomers don't notice. Like I said, the boomers don't matter. I know they vote. But if you want to make a long-lasting party that actually accomplishes the things that we want to accomplish, which I believe at this point, or at least I was led to believe in the things you had been saying for the last couple years, Carl, you agreed with. Millions must go. That's just the truth.
So anyway, we'll get back to this. Carl is right, but he doesn't acknowledge that Rupert is fucking this up.
Yes.
What am I fucking up? Oh, sorry, what is Rupert fucking up even? I know.
Weird how you yourself and him up. You're not acknowledging where he's fucked up. Him saying that he detests ethno-nationalists, that he detests white supremacy or whatever, is a fuck up.
It's basically okay. Apparently, Sargon doesn't understand this, so I'll explain it to you.
Please.
For the last God knows how many fucking years, the moment that anyone hears the phrase Nazi, that is instantly establishmentarian talking points, and it makes people just go, "Ugh, you're one of them."
Oh,
Like
here
if you
we
want
go
to be
again.
genuine to younger people, yes, and the moment you use the word Nazi or ethno-nationalist, you
tuned out.
basically just went, "Ugh, you're a dork." Yeah, you're a fag.
You have to, for young people,
For lack of a better phrase.
young men, young white men, you Zoomers, have been called Nazis and white supremacists and fascists since the day they were
For their
fucking
entire
born.
lives.
They hear that shit and they go,
boring.
fuck off. Yeah, it's boring. It's trite. It's pointless. It's boomerish. And they just tune out.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm right. But what do you think Rupert is fucking up? Because it just seems to be the ideological conformity and purity of a few thousand online Twitter accounts. So what? Like, claiming this is the base is not true.
It's not just online Twitter accounts, though, is it? I mean, it is Twitter accounts. That's how they're speaking to you. That's how you see them manifested. But a lot of those are real people. Not all of them.
You mentioned fucking Facebook boomerism just a couple of minutes ago.
Yes, but then you mentioned Facebook boomers. Like, they're real people. I'm sorry. I think what it is, Sargon's been hung up about this literally for years, like since the gym stuff. Like since he used to get into arguments back in blood sports about you're a faceless online person, you aren't real. He's felt this way for a really long time. That the people who are real are the boomers on Facebook who put their names on things. I kind of understand that. However, people also post anonymously because they know that they can get in trouble for the things that they post, particularly in the UK. That's why you have to recognize that, man. That's why they post anonymously. They don't want to get arrested. They don't want to go to jail for mean tweets. You know? Boomers just being like, yay, let's go restore, we love it. They're not in any danger. They're not the vanguard. And you don't throw away your vanguard.
Like, nobody has ever said, as I point out, Restore is some hardline ethnic party. That's just not what it is. What it is actually a big tent for people who want to move the country to the right. And so, basically, this few thousand ethnats have got to tolerate...
Ooh,
No, he is right about that.
Well, if it's not
he is right. No, in the electoral sense, he is. Yes, he's
in the
absolutely
electoral
right.
sense.
I don't like it.
Yeah, but in the ideological sense, I don't think so. I think
this is
those people.
No, but this is the thing. This is what Sargon is saying. Again, he's really crappy at it, and I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just trying to
I'm trying to steel man him here. So or I'd like to steel man him.
I understand what he's trying to say. He's basically TLDR of his entire message, at least what I'm reading so far, is he's trying to say that there is the public perception of what you're trying to do. He's basically thinking the Overton window is real. Oh. That's the framework for. Yeah, it's not obviously, but you know it isn't. Yes, but he is operating as if. That is the vehicle for change. It is incrementalism. That's basically his argument, is that if you want Restore to actually get in and move the thing to the right, this is your best vehicle, and you can't scare the shit out of the fucking boomers who he has to appeal to because they're the voting fuckers. You can't go full extremism because that terrifies the people that actually vote. That's in a nutshell what he's trying to say.
You do need to go that way for the younger people, though, because they've heard all that other shit their whole lives.
Yes. Yeah, but again, I understand what you're trying to say. you're both making points, but for different reasons.
Let
He
the
is trying to say
Yeah,
that,
I do get
yeah,
that.
yeah,
But you gotta let the
yeah,
Vanguard be the Vanguard on Twitter. Let them be fucking crazy on Twitter. They're speaking to other Zoomers
yes,
who
but
agree with them.
yeah, I get that. See, this is okay. I feel like I'm the person between like three people trying to say here. He is trying. Okay, imagine the boomers live in World 1 and the Zoomers and everyone else lives in World 2. He's trying to say that in order for you to get the people of World 1 on board, you need to signal to the shit that will get them to the polls. It doesn't scare the shit out of them. You
Yeah.
guys are saying that the stuff that animates the Zoomers that are actually going to put people in place and are going to campaign, you need to not alienate them by saying shit that appeals to the boomers. You're basically trying to do two different things. You're doing the democracy
But
thing of trying to play politics and it doesn't really work.
no.
That's why this is really fucking up. I get what he's trying to do, but my point is that you are trying to appeal to the sensibility of the boomers while Zoomers are the antagonists of the boomers in this guy. You basically have two
But
generations that are antagonistic to each other that they never would have been before,
you want
and this is playing out in the Democratic field, and it doesn't fucking work.
you want to know the perfect example as why you don't need to get rid of your Vanguard of extremists? You know how the boomers don't fucking know that Rupert Lowe had said anything that was possibly objectionable or problem? Why the fuck would they then know that one of the base Zoomers said something objectionable?
Yeah,
They won't
yeah,
know.
I do. Yeah, I do agree with that part. That's the one part that I will steal that I don't understand is that the people that are hearing him say these things like on Rogan or Brett Weinstein, those boomers aren't fucking watching that, you
Boomers
dumbass.
don't
So
watch
why
that
the
stuff.
hell do you
No.
cares? Yeah, exactly.
Boomers
That's the bit
read
that I don't
Facebook.
understand.
They
Is
look at Facebook memes.
yes,
They look at Instagram or whatever. I guess they use it. Again, I don't know about that. But look, they are not
no
gonna
boomers
find
watching
out.
fucking Joe Rogan.
They are not gonna find out. So you're shooting yourself. They're just gonna hear the positive stuff. They're gonna be like, yep, because they get the part that they like. So there's no problem. There really is no issue with this of scaring
I
of
can
scaring the hoes. Because the hoes aren't gonna fucking see it, are they? They live in a total they do live
I
in a
can
parallel reality. I see no problem. Let them fucking go ham. Because the boomers aren't gonna see it anyway. By the way, Jacob Lowe for 10 euros.
unless
Oh, sorry.
unless he's trying to make the case that the stuff from the online world will translate into the main media sphere.
Maybe.
There is a danger of that.
Yeah, but nobody trusts them. And everyone thinks they're liars anyway. Because they are.
Yeah, but the boomers do. Okay,
Do they?
always remember this.
I,
Yes, boomers are really fucking stupid.
I know, but do boomers hang on though? But the boomers who like Restore, do they trust the media if someone calls somebody racist? At this point, I don't.
Yes,
Do you think so? Because I don't.
yes, boomers do not live in the online world. Like everything that we know, the boomers are fucking clueless about. Like never ever think of the boomers will somehow see reality.
Well, yeah,
Ever.
that's
The
true.
boomers are stuck in TV land forever.
Maybe that might be true. I just don't know if even they give a fuck anymore.
I don't like that, by the way, but that's
No,
just the
it's true.
reality of Boomerville.
Jacob Lowe for 10 euros says, Carl is accusing us of purity spiraling. You offered us steak and chips, and now you're trying to serve a salad. Complaining about that fact is not purity spiraling. Indeed. Exactly, man. Exactly. I wanted to get to your super chat because it's true, though. There's been a bait and
No,
switch
but
here.
no, but I hate it because I understand what he's trying to say, and there is merit. But the problem of it
yeah.
is I'm better at articulating the shit than Sargon is. At least as far as the diplomatic concern. 'Cause
Yes, I do.
Diplomacy is. I do realize it's a risk coming from me, who spends my entire day pissing off everyone on Twitter. But I know how to be diplomatic when I need to be. Sargon does not seem to know how to do that very effectively,
And
which is
thank you,
funny.
because by the way,
But
like I have a much more averse and negative reaction to the things that he's saying, but I think you trying to walk it through it with me and be like, no, here's what he's trying to say. That does help. Cause I don't think I know for a fact that he's not trying to
Oh,
fuck shit
welcome.
up for us. Like I know he's for
No.
Restore. I know he's not. Unfortunately,
But he
due
has his
to
boomer moment
his lack of or like difficulty in conveying his
due to his
ideas.
history.
Yeah, due to his inability to convey these ideas in a way that is palatable. And by the way, when you start your video
Yeah,
by saying
it
like I'm gonna
really
piss you
doesn't
off,
help. Yeah,
you've
I was
you put
about to
yourself
say
in a
like just
mindset.
starting off.
You've
Yeah,
put
that's just a very dumb thing to like. Why would
and
you
he's
do
speaking
that?
he's speaking essentially contemporaneously. He's not got a script. So you've started your own mindset out by saying I'm about to piss everybody off instead of trying to think how can I
And then you
be
wonder why everyone's pissed off.
how can I go about
Yeah.
explaining this in the best way possible that doesn't piss them off? that would have been a better idea, right? And then you don't have to crash out on
Yeah.
Twitter for 24 hours.
Rupert's boomerisms in this regard, or just join some micro party like the Homeland Party that will preach the platitudes. But why can't they do that? Well, the Homeland Party ended up falling into infighting for ideological.
No, the Homeland Party fell apart because it was full of trannies. That's why Homeland fell apart. That's the truth. Homeland Party was full of troons. That's why many such cases in far right, like, you know, Nazi adjacent, right, fascist adjacent kind of organizations full of gays and transsexuals. Just keeps happening every single time. Because they're weird.
It's quite weird
They
because
attracted to weird
it's quite weird
politics.
that they're
You know?
yeah, it's quite bizarre that people say, "Oh, look, the LGBT community, like we hate Nazis." I'm like, if you sweet summer child, if you only knew.
Then you put on a Hugo Boss fit, and it's a different story altogether. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That's what
God.
happened to Homeland, though. That's what happened to Homeland.
Reasons.
It was infighting, but the infighting was actually largely about the troons.
Because ideology is part of the problem here.
The
I mean,
truth.
Zoomer historian, again, no problem at all. Zoomer historian says Rupert consistently praised the online right for dragging politics rightwards. Yeah, I praise the online right for dragging politics rightwards. And so he replies, yes, and you know as well as anyone that without nationalists, this party implodes because a carefully balanced coalition consisting of them and Civnats have held up their end of the deal well, and Rupert is shitting all over them. To be honest with you, right?
He's right
I mean,
there.
you're not wrong.
Okay, at least thank you for admitting that, Carl.
Zoomer is young. He is quite literally a Zoomer.
Yeah, it's in
He's
the
not.
name.
He's not always gonna be a hundo. I like Zoomer. He's a Guernseyman.
In a way, you're not wrong. All he has to do is to be quiet, and he isn't being asked to do anything extreme or beyond the pale. He's being a political retard. I mean, I personally wouldn't.
Yes,
I would. I
He
actually
is.
would like it if Rupert.
I agree with that part. He hasn't done anything, and he's not being asked to do anything that's beyond the pale. But he is being a political retard because he's a boomer.
It's true though.
And he does when he is left to his own devices, he says retarded shit. He does. He keeps doing it. You got him on a leash, he's fine. And in that sense, he's pretty good because he's like establishment respectable in that sense. So like that does get the boomers and other people like, okay, this guy's legitimate. He has legitimacy to him. You know, he's an MP. We got it. You already got the guy. Or that's why we've seen so very little of Rupert saying things that he's actually said that aren't scripted, that aren't written by someone else. You're essentially using him as a puppet. He needs to not go on podcasts and be unscripted. He needs to have really specific things. He just shouldn't have said it. Just say like, no. What he should have said in response to all the ethnic questions, just said, no, this is a waste of my time. You know, I don't care about it. You're trying to use slurs against us and phrases to label us as things that you don't like. I refuse to engage with it. That's what he should have done. Don't care. That was his line that I liked in the beginning, and it should have been consistently. Instead of allowing himself to get dragged down into this bullshit, just say, what, there's ethno-nationalists in Restore, ethno-nationalists support us, don't care. We're trying to get something done, so I don't care. That should have been what it was. Unfortunately, he's made mistakes. Again, I don't think they are mistakes that cannot be come back from, but you need to go back to that line of talking. Don't care.
Return to the I don't care frame.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
There you go.
Yes, go back to
that was weird.
Return. That was weird. I watched clips of this on Twitter. I hadn't seen the whole thing. Yes, indeed. We agree, Carl. We agree completely. I don't care is the correct line.
Stuff up. And I don't even necessarily disagree, but the thing that the nationalists have to understand is that they are lower on the political hierarchy than the normies. Placating a few thousand
he is
Twitter
right about that.
In terms of electoral politics, sure.
Yeah.
Is not important.
See, but okay, so this is the thing. It's basically Sargon trying to explain to a bunch of people that live online the reality of basically Mabuma politics to the people that are kind of just sick of hearing that. So Sargon, it's like, my dude, know your own fucking audience. It's all I want to try and say, really.
Yeah.
Because, God.
Yeah. Vinbot, anytime you agree to their framing, you're surrendering the argument. Indeed. Just don't engage. Just be like, nope,
Yeah.
not talking about it. Don't care. That is the correct way to answer this stuff. I don't give a fuck. Are you going to ask me something serious? Or are you going to play silly buggers? I don't give a damn. I don't care.
There are racist people in your party like, oh, fuck off.
I don't care.
At all. And the Twitter nationalists have to understand that you are anonymous Twitter nationalists. Placating you is not on anyone's agenda. You're not important, I'm afraid. And Zuma replies, not with Restore. They're the lifeblood of the party and the only reason it exists. And they're not. They're absolutely not.
Oh, they absolutely are, buddy. All the people who are running Rupert Lowe's campaign are a bunch of base Zoomers. The Rupert Lowe that you think you know is a amalgamation of a bunch of Zoomers who are working for him. You know? So yeah, that is the base in that sense. And that is who's attracted to it, because it's Zoomers talking to other Zoomers through Rupert Lowe as a mouthpiece. Or was.
The online right, the Twitter FNATs, are not the base of Restore. What they are,
they're the core of
the
it.
vanguard.
There we go. The vanguard, yeah.
Go forward, and this is why I've praised the online right, and you do it anonymously for a reason. You do it anonymously because you know there will be real life repercussions, or could be.
Yeah, I talked about this earlier. He's right.
You go and say, but they are necessary things, and you go and say them anyway. That's fine. And you do it under the cloak of anonymity. That's fine. It's very useful. You are not the leaders of the party. You are the thing that drags, it goes out in front of the army.
He understands this.
He's got it. And surrounded, the army doesn't come to your position and get destroyed with you. You end up deleting your anonymous account and nothing else has really happened to you. You go back to your day as normal without your anonymous Twitter account. For everyone else, there's massive baggage to carry that you're trying to make them carry, and they're not.
No, who cares? No, they're anonymous people on Twitter. As you just said, let them do that. What's the problem? They're anonymous randos on fucking Twitter. You've identified the issue, the way out. They're anonymous randos on Twitter. Say, I don't fucking know. Who cares? This is not important. This is non-serious. Who gives a shit what random people on Twitter who can just delete their account and be gone say? Just let them say it. Don't talk shit about them and let them keep going. And don't counter-signal them directly. When they get brought up, say, don't care. Random people on Twitter, don't care. He's like so close. He's so fucking close to getting it. Just say you don't care. Don't give a fuck. Again, as you've identified, they're random anonymous people on Twitter who will just delete their accounts. Fuck. They're not named faces. Who cares? Don't counter-signal them. The least you can do. Just don't counter-signal them so that they'll keep doing their vanguard work. You don't dispose of your vanguard before you've even started the first battle. That's the ridiculous part of this. Yeah, you've identified them as the vanguard, and you've identified why they are the vanguard and how they can be one. So don't talk shit about them and just let them go and do what they're going to do. Say you don't care.
I'm going to do that.
Oh.
And that's the reason that you're online. You're anonymous online. That's the reason you're doing it. Dragging everyone to that point is just going to get them destroyed too. Again, this is why the vanguard is actually disposable. The vanguard of anything is disposable. And I guess the Twitter nationalists...
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had major sneezes. Okay. The vanguard is disposable in that they will die to win the fight. The battle's not begun yet. You can't dispose of them before the battle, let alone the war. You've jumped the gun.
Yeah, but that's not what he's saying.
Do you not think it is? Because he's saying they're disposable now.
No.
It sounds like.
No, he didn't say that.
Well, then why is he saying all this? It sounds like he's saying that these people are worthless now.
He's saying you're the invisible hand that drags the conversation, and you do it anonymously for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying you're essentially doing a thankless job. Now, what Sargon is saying is fundamentally correct as far as politics is concerned. Assuming he's basically describing the rules of the game. He's just doing it in a way that is he's not good at describing it. Like I could decipher everything he's saying in a far more how can I say this palatable
maybe
way.
I'm just misunderstanding because again it's perhaps not phrased the best. Please.
And also, I'm not emotional. I'm not saying you are, by the way. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to steelman what he's saying.
I'd like you to.
Yeah,
maybe I am just misunderstanding. However, it seems to be
yeah,
how many people misunderstood it then. So, or
yeah.
pretty much
I could
everyone
see
did.
that, but
You know.
again, Sargon is not the best at explaining his point to the point where I have to fucking do it, which
Danny
is
Delete says he's
fucking
telling them
depressing.
to bide their time, to keep in the shadows, and try not to be the main character. Perhaps.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it. I mean, I can understand why these people are so fed up, essentially.
yeah.
Because there is merit to their fed up. He is. It's kind of there is. See, again, Sargon, you could have done a much better job if you just didn't say some stupid shit like "Listen to me, you're exposable," or
Yeah.
"You're disposable."
Disposable. Yeah.
That was dumb. That was a really
It's the
stupid
the
thing to do.
phraseology of it is because that now you've
Very
got a
dumb.
soundbite, by the way, too. This guy who
Yes,
claims to speak
and
essentially for Restore, who is a
yeah,
spokesperson for Restore, has said that the young Zoomers are who support Restore are disposable. It's a terrible look.
yeah.
And I'll show you an edit that's been going around on Twitter in a minute that just it that's what people saw. And that's what people got from it. And then he spurred out on Twitter for a day. So, you know. Could have just been much more well handled. Oh man, my allergies have hit me like a rock. Hopefully, I just took a pill for them, so hopefully it will be better. But I'm congested as all of a sudden, just like now I'm congested. Great, let's go. Oh, shall we?
Have just been getting high on their own supply in this.
I know I spent like the last
and have
bit of the stream talking about FIFA.
convinced themselves they are the base. It's not true. You are not the base. You are the vanguard. And this is why I've praised the online right for dragging politics rightwards. It is useful to have a strong vanguard, but the vanguard has to bend the knee to the body of the army. And if you can't do that, which is the body of the army in our context is the 1.5 million normies
Who cares? They don't notice.
who follow him
They
on
don't notice
Facebook.
it.
If you can't do that, then you will be sacrificed. You'll just be let go. It'll be fine. People will just come down and say, no, we're not doing that. And the thing
Again, I disagree with this fundamentally because you've illustrated it.
No, he's right.
You think so? The boomers on Facebook
Yeah.
don't even know this is happening. So, I mean, I don't see the problem with it.
He's talking like again. He's talking the face of who you're trying to appeal to. Like here's the reality: you are not going to win. This is something that AA said as well. If you bank on the youth, you're fucked.
Well,
The
only,
youth
yeah.
does not move jack shit because the youth are fickle. Yes.
Yeah.
Who are your biggest voting base in Britain?
Obviously, boomers.
There you go. So there's no point appealing to the base Zoomers when they are not going to be the ones that show up and vote.
As long as
Like, the
we're
reality
still
is
living under electoral
you need
politics, and by the way, Restore's
yes.
the last chance.
The point
I think.
is if
You know.
yeah. So his point is if you want to win in this game, you can't go full Third Reich mode. You can't. You won't win. He's right about that one.
Well, yeah.
If he just came out and said, "Chaps, here's the reality. Your job is not to be the face of it. Your job is to be the shadowy generals behind the scenes that is slowly pushing the thing slowly forward. Like you are the person slowly pushing the plunger and the needle. Like that's your job. Your job is to slowly move that. Your job is not to be the face to scare the shit out of people. Your job is to be the person that slowly injects like the
However,
reality
if you're
over
trying to move other
time.
young people,
Low time preference.
if you're trying to move other young people, though, you know, you do have to be aggressive. You do have to be bold. You have to go pretty fucking extreme, to be honest, because they've heard all this shit before.
Yeah, but see, that's my point. Is that that's what Sargon doesn't get. Is I can understand both sides of the argument. I can understand the people that said that we are sick of hearing the fucking appeal to boomers, but the reality of politics says you have to appeal to them. Here's the difference. The boomers will go, fuck that. That's too extreme. We won't fucking hear that. The boomers, the Zoomers are going to look at that and go, we are sick and tired of appealing to fucking boomers because it doesn't work.
Yep.
So you have two fundamental things that are just clashing constantly.
Can't be
that's what this entire fucking argument is all. Yeah, that's the thing. You are push. It's the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, and that's what you're just seeing over and over again.
Yeah, I think you're completely correct. I think you're on point. I don't think they can be reconciled.
Things
that are gonna the things, many such cases.
I hate being right, by the way, because it makes me a conceited shithead. But like I can see what both sides are saying.
No,
I can
but
see
you're
one
correct.
side is saying,
It is a correct
yeah,
analysis.
I can see one side that
Yeah.
says you need the boomers if you're going to win
Electoral
win with electoral
politics, because
politics.
they are the ones who vote.
But the Zoomers are saying, like, we have been shafted by this for our entire fucking lives. We're sick of appealing to the boomers. Get fucked.
Well, hopefully they'll
You have
die
two sides that
soon. I
basically
mean,
want
I
two
don't
things that
mean
don't
my
exist.
parents or anybody's parents or anything like that. You know, I mean, like, just the fucking the boomers. At some point, like, we need to stop living in the boomer paradigm, and it will happen eventually. We'll be out of boomers, and this kind of shit. It'll be when Gen X is the oldest generation. I think things are gonna be a little bit different now. You know, that's gonna be a while. My whole point in all of this is that you should invest in the youth more than in the elderly. And yes, I know
Yeah.
to win electoral politics, have to appeal to the old people who actually go out and have time to go vote, right? If you're going to participate in a democratic system and a democratic process,
Which is cringing gay.
it is cringing gay. But since we're doing it, you have to operate under those auspices. However, unfortunately, this is alienated. This stuff alienates Zoomers, which means you've alienated people for life. From Restore, you're not creating then a long-lasting party, right? You're not creating a long-lasting movement that's going to be able to continue to get work done. You are sacrificing long-term change for short-term gains at the polls.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And yeah, I think it's correct. You cannot signal to both at the same time. They fundamentally will not be able to agree on this. It is a generational
No,
difference.
antagonists.
Yes.
Yeah, there
But you
is.
gotta
Like,
pick
that's,
which
I
one
would
you
say
want
that's
to
the biggest
choose.
thing.
And I think it is
Yeah, and the
unwise
thing is,
to choose the boomers. I think it is unwise, longitudinally.
yeah. Yes and no.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Anyway, I got what you mean though, and I think your analysis is on
Yeah.
point.
Is
I don't like
I've
it.
seen the most.
No, I don't like it
gay.
either, obviously, but I think you are correct.
Yeah. Faggy.
ridiculous posts, man. Like this chap Arnold here posts a really sensible post. Really sensible. Restore isn't a hardline ethno-nationalist party. It's the home of nationalism, nativism, and localism. We want local people standing for local positions. Native people are these.
This is, dude. Holy fuck! I've just skimmed through this post. You just don't
Reform
like
is
the
the home
term.
of nationalism, nativism, and localism. Yeah, I was blood said
You
that,
just
that's
don't
that
like, you just
exact
don't like
same
the
thing.
fucking,
You just don't like the verbiage.
term ethno-nationalism, and then you go on to describe ethno-nationalism. Stop being afraid of words.
Yeah, you just don't like the branding.
Yeah, fucking ridiculous. Stop being afraid of words. Oh, we're not an ethno-nationalist party. Describes ethno-nationalism. Okay.
You don't like the brand, but you just like the description thereof.
Yes. Stop being afraid of fucking labels. I thought we were way past this shit. I don't care. I don't care. And I thought Rupert Lowe didn't care either, and that was why he was appealing.
Islands recognised as such, the native cultures that created this great nation be put above all others in domestic affairs. He goes through the general ethos.
That's
of
what
Restore.
ethno-nationalism is.
Don't skip all that. He goes through what he then proceeds to describe ethno-nationalism in detail. A party that puts native people first, a
Hold on
party
a
that puts
second.
the nation first, a party that believes English, Scottish, Welsh, and Irish culture is supremely above the supremely.
That is ethno-nationalism.
That's
to a T.
ethno-nationalism. You have done. You just don't like the word.
Doggone, you had really good points, then you bring up a tweet to reinforce your point, which destroys everything you've just said for the past 10 minutes. It's like, okay. This is now looking less of a spur gun and just fucking stupid. Okay, go on.
Oof.
All
I'm
completely
listening.
correct. I don't need to correct him on anything. And then someone here, you're wrong because native Brits, native British Islander cultures is what Rupert hates, remember?
Well, I mean, yes, he said he despised ethno-nationalists, and then you described ethno-nationalists. So, regardless of what you call
Yeah,
them, so he says he despises that. Yes. I don't care that you don't like the term, and that you've literally just provided a massive fucking scroll of text to describe ethno-nationalism. Stop. Who
Yeah, that's
fucking
kinda
cares? It's a
weird.
dirty word. Because that is who Rupert said that he hates. Is what you just described. This tweet. Bizarre.
This is the problem with ideology, right? This is the problem with trying to fit all ideas into one propositional framework that has a single label, right? It doesn't work. And it ends up with you saying, fucking ridiculous things like that. No one thinks Rupert hates native Brits. No one thinks Rupert hates native British Islander cultures. This is just so
He
ridiculous.
said that, though.
This is just so...
He said he hates the thing that you was just described there, which were the things...
Yeah, that's... Why are you doing this, Saga?
This is a bit silly, yes. This is
This-
why he got.
yeah,
this is why he
this is-
got fucking destroyed on Twitter. Why he was having a massive spurg out on it, a crash out. You know, because sorry, you can't just describe ethno-nationalism and then be like, well, yeah, he said he hates that.
Yeah,
Wait,
and also describing the...
look.
Stop it, you.
Stop playing word games. That's some leftist bullshit. Stop doing that.
Stupid. That it's literally you saying, oh, this person hates liberty, why? Because they're against liberalism. This person hates equality, why? Because they're against socialism. This person...
Whoa! Wait, hang on. Did Trump break the ceasefire with Iran? Is he bombing the shit out of them?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, fuck. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I linked it to you earlier.
Oh, did you? Sorry. I'm looking at all my stuff for the stream. I have not looked at Discord. Oof. All right.
It's authority. Why? Because they're against fascism. It's like, no, these ideologies do not have a monopoly on an individual political position. And if you can't understand that there is, there are people who love England, love Britain, without also being ideologically ethno-nationalists, again, go and watch this video if you want to know the difference.
I'm not... Well, he did this, and everybody said, like, I'm not going to go watch an hour and a half long video for you to... You should be able to, like, describe it pretty succinctly. And, look, I understand. I ask people to go watch my long videos, you know? To understand things in more detail. A bunch of scientific literature. But you should be able to explain the difference, and unfortunately, you just pulled up a tweet that said, we're not ethnats, and then described ethno-nationalism. So, I'm a bit confused. Now I'm more confused about it, you know?
Then you are the person who is the problem, right? This desperation to try and cram everything into a coherent ideological box, and if Rupert doesn't say the magic word that gets him in the ideological box, it's over, which is what I've heard over and over and over, I don't even know how to describe it. It's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. Then, okay, fine, it would be better if you just gave up then, right? All achievement is based off of years and years of failure. If you don't have it in...
Are we speaking from some personal experience here?
Yeah, I was about to say, that's...
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be mean, but...
Yes, you are.
I'm not, actually. I don't dislike Carl in any capacity. I don't like when he does things that are silly. And make Restore look retarded. Particularly when he's acting essentially as an unofficial spokesman for them. You know? Which Lotus Eaters, it has been for the past 6 months. Unofficial spokespeople for Restore. This is bad. It is. No, I like Carl. I do, overwhelmingly. I do like him.
You need to stop doing that.
What, liking people?
Yeah, it's okay to say you're being an idiot.
Which
like,
I am.
I've never once said, Aiden, I like you, but you're being a bitch. Like, I would just call you a bitch and say, fuck it, I don't care.
I always
you
feel,
don't,
I feel the need to
you
qualify.
don't think less of me when I do that.
I feel the need to qualify
Yeah,
because
that's because you're a girl.
Yes, because I am a woman, yes. So yes, I don't dislike Carl personally in any capacity. However, I think he's being a bit of a fucking idiot here. And he's made clearly an unforced error. I think he recognizes that he has, too. I don't think he's unaware of it.
You to just endure the things that are not as you would like them to be in this moment, and press on taking step after step after step to climb the mountain to get to the place that you want to be, then what use are you actually? Go back to the Homeland Party, go to whatever other micro right-wing parties there are that are going to preach this ideologically pure line, and watch them fucking destroy themselves because of their quest for ideological purity. We've seen this over and over on the left, and I can't believe that people on the right have learned nothing.
Well, why did the left keep winning then? If the ideological purity spiral on the left has destroyed them, why do they keep winning? It's almost like the ideological purity spiraling has actually worked for them. Maybe gatekeeping is a good thing. I know that you know.
No,
I know that he knows this too.
subservient.
I know that he knows this too. Yes, they're more homogenous. The left is extremely
I would
homogenous,
also
extremely
say
prone to they're feminine, so they're very, very prone towards groupthink,
I
and
would also
consensus.
say it's because the left has better branding because it
Essentially,
encompasses more people.
yeah.
Yes, so I would also say one of the reasons why the left wins in that sense is because they have a tendency of their politics is more encompassing and less alienating, and also the other thing is because the right are a bunch of fucking pussies, and whatever the left wins, the right conserves.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they play along with it, like, oh look, there's gays now, we can't get rid of them, so we'll just
So
be
we'll just accept
basically a
them.
cucked progressive party.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like the Tories did.
Yes. Well, gay marriage is legal, so let's have some gay Republicans. Let's put them everywhere. Look, we're not homophobic. Why?
Yeah,
Should be.
like
That's what
you're conservative, you retards. That's your job.
fuck. Uh, yes, do the same fucking shit that they do then. Why are you
Yeah.
not learning from and following the playbook of the people who keep winning? Be ideologically extreme. It works for them. Who gives a fuck about the mainstream fucking meteor? Honestly, at this point, nobody gives a shit. No one cares about being called an ethno-nationalist, being called a Nazi, being called a white supremacist. These words have no meaning. And Sargon knows this. They don't mean anything. Yeah, they might to boomers. But will boomers even notice? They don't pay attention. They just look at Facebook memes. So I don't think they fucking know. Nor would they care. They don't even know what's wrong. They don't even know what the criticisms. They're completely unaware. I just let the Twitter Nazis be Twitter Nazis, whatever. I don't tell them they're disposable.
From the left,
As
when
a
it comes to
spokesperson for
ideological
Restore.
catfighting online, it's ridiculous. But this lack of understanding where the main body of people are compared to you guys and what you're...
Let's see, Canada's gone wild. It says, no, Aiden, this is probably different for England, but the left went too far and alienated women and Christians and parents with their purity spiraling on trans people. Oh, for sure. Oh, you can definitely go too far. You can. But on some level, just be like, no, this is what we're doing. This is what is right. That's what they have done for my entire lifetime, is just say, they've got some fringe idea, and they go, this is the right, this is the good moral thing. Just push it. They let their activists and their extremists go out and push it. Those in charge are like, whatever, it's not me, right? That's those people over there. While they functionally support all of it. That should be the relationship between the Twitter Nazis and Restore. Is no comment. That should be it. The left doesn't answer for it. That's why they win.
connection, your relationship to those people is, and what your role in all of this is going to be the main problem with the online right, the FNAT online right. And I'm just tired of arguing it. And I'm going to get loads of people going, oh, you're making us feel bad. Okay, well, I'm sorry to say that, but I think this is what is the case. And if you can't see that, just be angry with me, I guess. Just block me, I guess. Just continue complaining that it's over because Rupert hasn't said, yeah, I'm an FNAT. Or he said, no, I don't like FNATs. Like, it doesn't change any of the policies. Like, nothing has changed. The plan is...
Okay, but you've laid out policies that are not yet to be enacted. People start to distrust because they've been misled and lied to over and over and over again. So it's and all on the basis of, here's our policy, here's what we're going to do. Trump's going to build a wall. Where's the wall? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just talking about recent politics in our sort of space, in our sphere. Like, where's the stuff that Trump promised he was going to do? You can write all the policy positions that you want. You can say you're going to do all these things. Until you do them, it is worthless and everyone is tired of it. People know, everyone knows, and they have for a long time, but it's very relevant and very obvious now that politicians saying something doesn't mean jack. Doing something is what matters, and not throwing your vanguard, as you admit they are, under the bus and telling them they are disposable is a part of that. Like, just unforced error. That's all. We'll wrap this up in a minute. We'll get to FIFA.
Still, deport millions of people. The plan is still make the British government work for the British people. The plan is still fix the police, bring back death penalties, lock up criminals.
Just don't have to make an unforced error like that.
Don't need to give death penalty. Establish strong nuclear energy for the country. The plan is still all of the things that they want to do. It's just you're like, well, if Rupert doesn't use my ideological language, then it's no, pathetic.
If that's hard to talk about after you write a description of ethno-nationalism that was described as not
Yeah.
ethno-nationalism, and talk about people not using terms. I mean, I guess I get it. Like, you just don't want them to use the term ethno-nationalism. But unfortunately, when you then go and describe ethno-nationalism as what Restore is about, it's a bit confusing, people, right? It's very mixed signals. So yeah, you can't be like, Restore is not an ethno-nationalist party, describes ethno-nationalism as the policy of Restore. Sorry. Again, it's mixed messaging, mixed signals.
Absolutely pathetic. Not just because it's a ridiculous purity test in and of itself, but that you would fail this quickly. It's like, oh no, Rupert's not so my thing. We're going to quit. Rupert's been dragged through the mud over you guys being in the party.
Just say I don't
he
care.
was asked to disavow Steve Laws. Tommy Robinson, he hasn't disavowed anyone. He was like, oh, you're just going to allow Steve Laws and all these other ethnats.
He didn't do it for Steve Laws. He didn't do it for Tommy Robinson. Jesus. Why should he do it then for the Twitter randos? He actually put it, that is tying it to a name like Steve Laws and refusing to disavow. That actually is more weight to it than saying, I don't give a fuck what random people on the internet say. So if he can manage to not disavow Steve Laws, why can he not manage to not disavow randoms on Twitter who don't matter for the most part, in terms of like they can just delete their account and make a new one in that sense? Why can you do one but not the other? Just be consistent.
Your party, and he was like, I'm not auditing my membership. You should have taken that as a fucking signal that I'm not kicking you out. I mean, he literally isn't kicking you out. Nigel Farage would have you out like that, right? But he's not kicking you out. So obviously he feels there is a place for you. He recognizes it needs to be a big tent.
He says he despises you.
You need to recognize what your position in this organizational structure is.
No, not kicking someone else out, but then saying that he detests you. It's a bad signal. Just don't say anything about it. They're Twitter randos. Who cares?
And if you can't do that, you can't help. So it'd be better if you were just outside, again, pulling politics to the right, which is where we want to go, obviously, without having you being a constant thorn in everyone's side. This is not constructive. And so you can be like, yeah, but my feelings are hurt, my ego is bruised, and it's like, yeah, well, you're the one who started the little anonymous account. Like, this is the bottom of the totem pole. You decided to put yourself on because it was the safest place to do what you thought necessary to do. Okay. I'm not judging you. I don't think that's bad. Like I said, I praise the online right for the things that they're doing, but you've got to understand how these things work. The legions of boomer normies who are putting their names to things on Facebook, they're not.
I don't agree with
They'll
this.
go in that direction.
I really think he's been on, like I said, he's been on this for like 10 years at this point. I don't think having your name associated with something is inherently of higher value in some way. Oh, besides, all these fucking boomers are saying is, yay, let's look at this, by the way. What are the boomers saying? Because I didn't actually look at them before. All I want is colorblind. Treat everyone equally despite their color.
Yeah, that's not the way the real world works. That's basic boomer slop.
That's not... It does matter. It does actually matter. The post that you brought up, talking about ethno-nationalism, does matter. In that, color does matter. Because British people are white. So the color of their skin does matter. British people are not brown. They're not black. They're white. So yeah, that actually does matter. The boomers here don't get it. You know? They can be comfortable in their little boomer safe space, which is where they exist in. But that actually does matter.
To a certain degree, but they are definitely not just going to commit to, like, the position, the hardline position that everyone's using. So, I mean, you can just get upset about it, I guess. Quit, be petulant, whatever it is you have to do. Get angry at me online, blah, 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 blah. Oh, look, I've made a little meme. Who cares? Who cares? This reaction fundamentally is childish. It's immature. It shows a lack of impulse control. It shows a lack of personal security in your own beliefs, frankly. And I'm just tired of it. I'm just really...
I don't agree with that part.
Mm-mm.
I don't see how it shows that. That's
Yeah, I don't either. I don't.
yeah.
Treachery everywhere. First off, apologies for crashing out at you earlier on here on Twitter. Sorry. Secondly, I think your prediction on the Austrian painter being the most likely next thing will end up being accurate. It's something's gonna happen. Like eventually, like the pressure. I mean, like they keep trying to reduce it, but I don't know. I don't know. Now, if you follow the Aristotelian cycle of history and cycle of governments, right? You get the authoritarian system, then you get like collapse, and then you get the monarch. So eventually, Spoon and I get what we want, which is a strong monarchy. But unfortunately, things get worse before they get better.
We will have a dictator eventually.
At worst, I mean, serious things will have to happen. A dictatorship will
Yeah.
have to happen. I think that is inevitable and necessary.
Legends' version of it is fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because he has a description of how monarchy returns,
Yeah.
and it is legitimately creepy.
Yeah.
Hold on, I can't.
Let's see if you can find that line from Leiden. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the one the boa constrictor line.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a legitimately fucking creepy line.
There's only a little bit left of this. We'll play it so we can get into the World Cup stuff here. We'll get through this because I don't have anything else on this. I had some other shit, but I'll or do we think we're good with Sargon? Let's listen out. I want to hear the end of it. It's only a minute left.
I'm tired of it. This is the only video on this I'm going to make, or I'm planning to make anyway. And I'm sure I'm going to get loads of people being really angry, but you know what? I don't care. I just don't care. It's not going to change my mind.
Well, aka Batosai, you said that the problem is that the left and liberals and progressives still have a ton of power. A person can not care about being called a racist or a bigot, but if people are those things, they will lose out on family separation, job opportunities, businesses, deals. Yes, that's what the point of the vanguard is. People who are willing to take that loss. And the reality is that the words racist and bigot, they do not mean the things that they meant even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. Nobody actually cares anymore. It has been done to death. It really has. People don't care. Every fucking person has been called a racist bigot for some retarded reason, including people on the left, including people in the center, including boomers. All of them have been called a racist bigot by somebody. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It has no power. Oh fuck, I was on Yiz's show the other day, and somebody else, I can't remember who, mentioned my favorite film of all time. It is.
Which was?
Which is the 1997 made-for-television film Merlin, starring Sam Neill. I love that movie so much. It's like 3.5 hours long. You have to watch the full director's cut. It's an amazing movie. But at the end of the film, I've used it in videos before. Somehow gotten away with it. It's a big show-off between Merlin versus Queen Mab. Queen Mab represents the old ways and Merlin represents the people, right? And she wants everyone to worship her, essentially. And in order for her to have power, the people have to believe in her. If no one believes in magic, then magic doesn't exist. And so he says at the end, he says, we forget, he's in front of a big crowd of people in front of the round table, and he says, we forget you, Queen Mab. Go join your sister in the lake and be forgotten. And then she fades into dust. They just turn their backs. She doesn't exist anymore. It's such a good scene. And it's such a great film. And that's it. Just don't care anymore. You're not that important anymore.
Because I can see how these things work. I can see it on the back end, I can see it on the front end, I can see it on the abstract side on Twitter.
Indeed.
I can see the whole fucking field, and I'm telling you, you were a small group of people who are just making a nuisance of yourselves for your own vanity. This is about your own egos. Desperately trying to get everyone to be like, no, agree with me, therefore I am validated. No.
I think it might be about...
I don't want to...
I think it might be about your ego a little bit too, by the way.
I think that's projection, Sargon.
Yeah. I think it's about your ego as well, sir.
Sargon, here's the thing. I could agree with some of this, but you lost it the moment that you highlighted a post that described ethno-nationalism, which just confirmed you don't like the label.
Yeah. It's
That's
not
the
that
bit where
important anymore.
That's where you kind of lost all credibility, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hey, fuck off, right? I'm not trying to say, we have to get rid of the ethnos or anything like that. But you have to know your place.
Yeah, you are.
And
know your place.
Being the core part of the party isn't it. You're the vanguard, and every vanguard is disposable.
Now here's what I find a little bit insane about this, and I'll tell you that this is a story people don't know, is that I was at a conference with Carl that he was at that was titled something like, the name of the conference was Vanguardism. He gave a speech there. He heard Panama Hat, everybody else. Panama Hat, I brought him up because he gave the concluding speech, and it was fantastic about Vanguardism.
Panama Hat has a lot to say about Sargon.
Yeah. But he was there. He sat through all that.
Yeah, but I know, but I really like Panama just because he has
I like
absolutely
Panama
no
Hat.
filter.
Yes.
And he's fucking awesome.
He is. So I find it difficult to believe you don't
Very
actually
underrated
understand
YouTuber, by the
Vanguardism,
way.
or you have this kind of weird view of Vanguardism, when I know you have sat through a conference and listened to people intently describe Vanguardism to you. He's made, like, I think he should have thought this one through a little bit more, is all I really think you should have done here, is thought this one through. If you had those kind of thoughts of like, this is going to piss everybody off, think about it a little bit more and think about how to phrase it a little bit more
Palatable.
palatably. Yes. I will, however, show you the way I first saw this stuff. Oh, it's because I copied my entire fucking script. The banger edit, though. This is what's... So, of course, you make an 18-minute long video. This is what ends up being seen by everybody, is this fucking cut, right? Which is the minute and a half. With this thumbnail.
The Twitter FNATs are not the base of Restore. Placating you is not on
I don't know what
anyone's
you're showing.
agenda. Huh? Oh.
I don't know what you're showing.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. I forgot. What I forgot. Wait, there we go. All right, there we go. Sorry, we'll start over.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that, yeah.
This edit made the fucking rounds, and this is what people took from that video. It doesn't help that he fucking said that he mixed up Reform and Restore, which I have done, everyone's done, because the names are very similar. But if you got a minute and a half to convey some message from that 18-minute video, nearly 19-minute video, this is what people took from it, and this is why it became a problem.
The Twitter FNATs are not the base of Restore. Placating you is not on anyone's agenda. You're not important, I'm afraid. You were a small group of people who are just making a nuisance of yourselves, saying blah 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 blah. Oh look, I've made a little meme. Who cares? I just don't care. Pathetic. The FNATs are not going to win it. You have to know your place. You're not important, I'm afraid. Honestly, it'd probably better if you just fucked off.
I have never said we should deport people who are here legally.
Might get hit for the fucking music on this.
That's not something I think we should be talking about.
You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, right?
You get the idea. It's horrifying footage of things, you know, and then it's just you got the idea from the bit without the music, right? Is that video was very clippable, and it sent a message to certain people that they really did not, as he predicted, like. Right. I've got some other stuff about UK politics we've been on about for forever. Like, Andy Burnham went on Reddit to do an AMA, and Kemi Badenoch came in and asked him a really friendly question. Police arrested a man for defending himself, which was in that clip right there, and then denied it. This is the Birmingham police. Denied that there was any misconduct in it. It was literally a guy was getting beaten up. They arrested a white guy was getting beaten up by a bunch of browns. They denied that it happened, or that they basically... Okay. They arrested the white guy immediately, then denied there was any wrongdoing, and then they were like, well, maybe. Actually, we'll try to also go catch the guys who beat him up first, and we're fucking with them. They won't. They're not looking for that guy. What is Meanwhile in Italy? I don't know what this one is. Then I want to get into the World Cup stuff here. Oh, this happened too. This is related, yeah, where this guy just naked in public and being disgusting. It is a problem all across Europe. There were two stories.
Had to hit him.
Two weird stories about Japan, though. Also, we're moving into U.S. stuff. This was my segue, which is that Anthony Albanese, the PM of Australia, made crude statements about women and melons. I mean, I gotta really think of fuck. It's like 19 minutes long, but they've got the stuff in here. He said, Okay. 20-minute podcast video also featured a string of eyebrow-raising exchanges that have been criticized as inappropriate. All right. Yes. It might. Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. There we go. All right. All right. Interview began with comedian Nikki Osborne joking, "I'm going to get double-fingered by the PM." Said she would drink 2 fingers of whiskey with Mr. Albanese. During the interview, Albanese turned to a official diplomatic gift from Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi into another sexual innuendo. He recalled receiving 2 prized royal melons from Miss Takaichi, noting that she was a woman with a couple of melons. "Got a couple of melons," he said, which Miss Osborne joked she had arrived looking like Pamela Anderson. "You bought you 2, as you do, and they're beautiful," he said. Whatever, who cares? This is funny, but it was my segue into Trump having said this. Oh, I know what he was trying to say, but wowee.
11 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They
Wow.
shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour.
The Islamic Republic of Japan shot some missiles, apparently. I didn't know that things had progressed that far. All right, let's end the stream by having some fun with the FIFA stuff, shall we? So here's the order of events, which is that
I will be doing a video on this tomorrow.
oh,
by
you
the way.
should, yes. FIFA boss faces
Yeah.
calls for investigation over Trump's contract in red card reversal. Here's what happened. Let's see. FIFA boss Gianni Infantino is facing criticism for his involvement in the decision to allow U.S. striker, what's his name, Florin Balogun, to play despite an earlier red card. Balogun was shown a red card and sent off the field directly for planting his foot in the ankle of Bosnian defender Tariq, not going to try, with a 2-0 win for the U.S. in the round of 32 against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Herzegovina. I can never pronounce this. I can never pronounce this country. Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina. I can never pronounce the other part, the second part correctly. Bosnia, I got. Yes. The red card would have made Belgium ineligible to play the next team's game. However, FIFA lifted its suspension for a match on Monday after President Donald Trump got involved with Infantino on behalf of Balogun. Lawmakers call for investigation of FIFA boss. Dozens of European lawmakers are gathering in support to launch an investigation of FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. According to the Associated Press, the lawmakers are asking the national football associations of the EU countries to urge the FIFA Ethics Committee to probe Infantino and whether pressure from the Trump administration played a role in lifting the suspension. It certainly, look, that's
obviously,
they were bragging about it. Everyone was bragging about it. I mean, the Americans were bragging about it. Trump essentially bragged about it. Everybody did. It's just like, yeah, all I have to do is just call up the fucking head of FIFA and I get my the card from our guy overturned. This is a sportsmanly competition. You've disgraced yourself. Yes, supposedly. And look, I know FIFA, I don't know much about sport ball, but I know that FIFA is apparently infamously corrupt. Yeah, I'm aware of that. So, however, if you're gonna cheat, because that's what this is, call them up and make some kind of threat, do some shit. Hey, you gotta put Balogun back on. It's not fair. It's like whatever. Now you look like you've cheated. You bragged essentially about being able to like influence FIFA this way. So you make FIFA look worse, which is difficult to do. And you make the US look like a bunch of fucking cheats. I don't know when this fucking became a thing for Americans to believe that we're proud of being cheaters. That is antithetical to what I believed the American ideals were, is that we are hard workers and we do things fairly, not that we fucking cheat. So again, I think this is all related to Iran. All of it. Because America has to save face and improve it feel like we're winners again. Are you a winner if you cheat?
Hang on,
you know?
No.
Right?
I'll
read this real quick while you're doing that. Matthew Newman for 10 New Zealand says, when the left is confronted with their commies, why should I care? I'm not a commie. I just think that then describes commie beliefs. The radicals understood and didn't veto the party. The right needs to ditto that. Indeed. Yeah, I'm not they do that all. You're exactly correct. I despise ethno-nationalism, right? Describes ethno-nationalism to a T. Just don't say you describe ethno-nationalists. Don't say you describe that you hate the people, that you detest them. Because that's where the problem came. If you said, oh no, I hate ethno-nationalism, describes ethno-nationalism. Don't say you hate the people. That's when it gets personal, even though it is parasocial. You can't really help parasociality. Just say you hate, oh, I hate these ideas. Just like the left does. Oh, I'm definitely not a communist. No, I'm not a socialist. I like a little bit of the European model, you know? That's how they get away with that shit. Just do the same thing. I agree completely. Anywho. So, where was I? Pressure from the Trump administration played a role in lifting the suspension, and another potential breaches of political neutrality, like awarding Trump the FIFA Peace Prize. FIFA explained to the AP that the lifting of the suspension was a decision of a disciplinary committee. The decision to let Balogun play was referenced under Article 27 of FIFA's disciplinary code. This rule gives FIFA discretion to suspend any disciplinary measure for any reason. Yeah, it's not a good code, right? Like, what? Just for any reason we can remove it. It looks like the reason is because Donald Trump called you, and your reaction and response does not exclude that, you know? FIFA Appeal Committee rendered a request submitted by the Royal Belgian Football Association, because they're mad, of course, on Monday, as inadmissible related to the FIFA disciplinary... Well, I mean, they won, so I imagine they're not too mad now, but... Inadmissible related to the FIFA Disciplinary Committee's decisions to suspend for 1 year the match suspension imposed on Florent Balogun, according to the FIFA release. Belgian Soccer Federation earlier on Monday challenged FIFA's ruling to let Balogun play despite getting a red card in the previous match, the AP reported. In soccer body UEFA criticized FIFA for an incomprehensible and unjustifiable decision and said it crossed a red line by not enforcing Balogun's mandatory 1-game ban. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. Maybe something else happened, but I can't imagine so. What, okay, I'll play this. Thank you, Spin. Sent me. Hey. Okay.
Travis, let me start.
Oh no. I didn't know Belgium.
Just play like a minute of it.
Oh my god, I have to
mean.
grab another drink here in a minute. It shouldn't take me much more than a minute to grab it, but I want to hear what this is. Let me just play it and then we'll move on, yeah? Well, I'll put on something that I can go away for a minute over. Fuck. Losing my ability to speak.
Clay Travis, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored, because you've been spewing an absolute load of old guff about this on your social media. And I would simply say to you one question. If this was Belgium who had done this to your lot, and they had got their president to call FIFA and demand a unique, unprecedented, first time ever rescinding of an automatic suspension for a red card during the World Cup, you, Clay Travis, I put it to you, would have gone absolutely bonkers and called it the most corrupt thing you'd ever seen.
I mean, yeah.
So why are you pretending that this is all squeaky clean?
Yes, that's true. If any other country had done this, it would be outrage. I think it would be outrage from the country's people that did it, too. However, again, I thought this was antithetical to what Americans stand for. And I mean conservative right-wing Americans, is that we work hard and we play fair. Unfortunately, under the Trump MAGA mindset, it's that no, we don't work hard, we lie, and we cheat. That is not why I supported Trump in 2016, you know? Or why I voted for him 2 additional times.
First of all, I don't even know if Belgium has a president or a leader. I don't know anything about Belgium other than we're going to kick their ass today. A little bit.
The whole world wants you to lose now. You realize that?
Well, yeah.
Congrats to you, Pierce. I'm going to be kind, charitable, right off the top.
What is this? I'm really sick of this
Hold on,
too.
he's going to say something stupid.
I just want to say real quick. I'm real sick of this American sort of attitude of don't know. I am intentionally ignorant, and somehow that's a good thing. Being stupid is not a good thing. Being ignorant is not a good thing. Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand says the radicals also need to understand and not counter-signal the party. Yes. And the thing with Restore is they're not counter-signaling. Overwhelmingly, they're not. They're ethnats, giving out ethnat messaging. Anywho, let's see what he says, because already this is insufferable.
Amazing win for your Brits against Mexico. Awesome game last night. I know early morning win for everybody.
Was that it?
Okay, yeah, okay. The moment that you say stop, okay, congratulations, Brits. Motherfucker, it's not the Olympics. Britain is Scotland, Ireland,
he said Britain
Northern
instead of
England.
England. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a nationalist thing that tells me you know fucking
Yeah,
nothing.
he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about then, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, when I first heard this, I laughed my ass off because like that is the most American response I've ever
Yeah.
heard. First of all, he completely ignores the corruption,
Yeah.
then leads
It's
with
actually okay.
arrogance, ignorance, with ignorance, arrogance, then ignorance again.
Yeah.
It's
not a good look.
This,
and it's not
no,
something, sorry, it's not something to be proud of. Being stupid, being ignorant is not something to be proud of. It really isn't.
and
And
also,
I really wish that Americans would stop doing this. Like, it's based that I'm stupid. No, it's not.
yeah, I don't think all Americans are
No, they're
actually
not.
like that, though.
Absolutely,
I
they're
think this
not.
is specifically like a terminally online thing.
It's
And
like
I
it's
just for
like
the
a
sake of
right-wing,
my sanity,
it's like right-wing
is it?
it's like it is a right-wing, like, the people who are like Zog bots, they have this whole thing like, yeehaw, let's fucking go, I'm stupid as fuck, you know? Like, I don't know what that is, but being proud of being stupid is not something to be proud of, and it's embarrassing, to be honest. You know? Come on, England, score some fucking goals. I don't think they're gonna. You think they're gonna win against Norway? I don't think so. I've seen that boulder-shaped motherfucker, Holland.
Oh,
Holy
the
fuck.
really lanky chap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, he, like, the Viking guy. He like wears a Viking hat sometimes and stuff. Yeah. I don't know anything about
Yeah, he
sport
leans
ball.
into the meme.
Yeah, yes. I don't know anything about sport ball, but he's huge. He's a boulder of a human. I would be afraid to fuck with the Norwegians. You know what I mean? So I don't know how England goes against Norway. I
Both
hope
of
they
his
win.
parents are athletes.
Oh shit, yeah. I hope England wins. You know,
Yeah.
just for tribal affiliation reasons. However, that guy is scary looking. So like it's all I know about
Yeah.
it. So
He's a fairly big boy.
again, what happened is the US lost to Belgium.
Of course.
Everybody
They were always
knows.
going to.
Yeah. I mean, look, again, to be clear, as I think I mentioned in the beginning, the reality is actually this is a good time because you're on your home turf now. You know all about this. You please explain why it was always going to be the case, as I grab a drink, why the United States was always going to win, or excuse me, lose to Belgium, right? I will be right back.
Because Americans don't know jack shit about football. That's really as far as it goes. I mean, the idea that America was ever going to win anything is just fucking stupid. And I think anyone that's sane kind of knew that from the get-go. I mean, pretty much everyone said to Americans, like, what the fucking hell are you morons talking about? You are not going to beat Belgium. Please stop. This is really stupid. And then, yeah, that's essentially what happened. There's really not much more to the story than that, to be honest. It's just... It's more embarrassing for me in the sense that this was really, really easy to avoid, and why would you do something this dumb? Like, it's not a good look to be this arrogant in a manner that is really easily avoidable. I mean, I put it this way: I know I give Americans a lot of shit lately, but it's because of behavior like this. It's not because they're uniquely American; it's just because of the behavior. It's because this kind of shit is really dumb and very easily avoidable. So why would you why? It's basically just that. Just don't do stupid shit, and you won't get crap from people. I feel like that's a fairly easy thing to do. I think. Just don't write shit and then you can't back it up. Because that's where you'll get shit. Again, I would imagine that's a fairly easy thing to understand if you are not an egotistical retard. And again, I don't think all Americans are like this. I just think this is like a terminally online ego thing that makes just Americans look rather stupid by a sizable portion of Americans who are very loud and obnoxious online. I don't think it's majority of Americans. At least, God, I hope not. Tell me it isn't. I'd rather Americans not have a reputation for being this fucking stupid. And yes, I actually mean that. I know I take the piss out of Americans a lot, but just you guys would be all right if you just didn't do stupid shit like this. Like, really? And yes, you were saying. I swear I just heard Aiden, or else I'm going insane. Aiden, get back here.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello. Sorry, it takes me a minute because if I want to put ice in my drink, we don't believe in ice cube trays in this household. What we do, what we do is we have a we had one and then we accidentally broke the bottom of it. Is a big tub that's used for like industrial, like for sell to shops for ice cream. A great big plastic tub, and we fill it all the way up with water and then just put it in the freezer, and then we have to break it up with with an ice pick. However, then sometimes you do what I got earlier, which is a really big piece of ice. So, did you are things okay? You all right? You got through it for the minute that I had to be away for?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, dear.
Have you explained then why the US was always going to lose to Belgium, or very likely going to
Oh,
lose?
that. Well,
Oh, you didn't
it's
even get
because
to
America's
it.
not a football nation.
Okay.
America's not a football nation. That's fairly obvious.
So, we also, again, like I said at the beginning, okay, just we don't care about soccer, football. Americans don't. So just be like the Trotsky special. Indeed, we don't care overwhelmingly. I know that the new Americans care, but overwhelmingly Americans don't really care that much about soccer and football. So then to act like you care and then go like, actually, I never cared ever in the first place. It's a bit of some cope. Just don't get invested in the first place if you don't actually care or pretend that you do. And then you don't end up making a fool of yourself because you're fucking seething over the fact that what makes it so embarrassing
You lost.
is you not just did you lose, but you cheated and still lost. And I believe that the cheating aspect is shameful, and I can't imagine why Americans, who, as far as I've known my entire life, growing up in the United States and knowing the things that we supposedly believe in, are not cool with cheating. You know, finessing your way, being clever, finding a way to win that maybe you didn't think was a possibility, sure. There's a difference between being clever, though, and just straight up cheating, which is what Trump did. So it's extremely shameful for the US. If Trump hadn't done that, which is why we're talking about it, we probably would have talked about it anyway because of the seething. But if Trump hadn't involved himself, then it would have just been like, oh well, same outcome would have happened. You still would have lost to Belgium, just with that bulletin. But now it's like, well, we cheated to get that guy back in, and we still lost. It looks fucking terrible, you know. Treachery everywhere. Is it possible that Trump just views every sports ball he likes as a blood bowl? I think, well, he just wants, you know, I'm sure he just wants the US to win. To be fair, also, like I said in the beginning, also, Trump said, he made a post about it, and he just said, oh, well, we'll get him next year. The correct response. How is Trump
that's
being the
like
same
the most
one?
normal fucking response. Yeah. Again, you guys are making Trump seem the same one, which is fucking horrifying.
I think it's because people think they're like following him and that like leader is cheating. So we all have to now be cool with cheating and go insane when we lose. Because look, it's been a bunch of different kind of narratives about it, which is largely, we don't fucking care. That one's fine. Like I said, if you actually don't care. This is the insane type of cope though. And this guy is getting raped, by the way. Thank you, Josh. Very base. Oh, I did like that. Okay. Damn, and you still lost. But let's read what he's written here. This account, by the way, I've seen him on Twitter quite a few times. He's a big Trump guy. He's a rightoid. He says US GDP is 45 times Belgium's. California's economy is over 5 times Belgium's. Texas is about 3 times Belgium's GDP. New York City Metro alone produces more than Belgium. Maryland alone is 4 times larger than Belgium. USA has 63 national parks. Belgium has 1 national park. Belgium doesn't even have its own currency. The use of the euro.
Okay.
Who
But okay.
cares?
But okay, my response to that would be, but their currency is stronger than the dollar.
None of this has anything to does nothing to ameliorate or change the fact that you lost.
You still lost. Yeah.
It's
This
irrelevant.
just looks like you're coping and seething.
And you posting laughing Homelander, I don't think you're laughing right now, buddy. I think you're pretty fucking mad. Because you seem pretty fucking mad. You had to go look that stuff up. You had to spend time out of your day to go look up what Belgium's GDP is and how it compares to other countries. Even if you use an AI. You still had to take more than a second to type that shit out and look into it. So that you can say, look, our country, better in unrelated ways to sports.
Yeah. which again is really cringe.
The stuff about England and versus Mexico, I didn't have anything put up on this. I didn't bother saving it, but I did see it. I saw a lot of it, and it's very much related to, like I said, I think it's always about Iran. I think it's all about Iran, ultimately. Why the fuck were Americans rooting for Mexico? You know what I mean? Particularly after, Brits love it here in America, and we love them so much. That little gay shit that they were pretending to do for a while, where it was Americans putting on accents and pretending like, oh my God, here in America, I can buy a T-shirt at Walmart. I've never experienced. I'm British. I've never experienced anything like this before.
Oh, that shit. Yeah, that was
that
like
gay
so
performative
fucking
shit where people were putting on
clearly
accents and
shit.
stuff. Yeah, and then Mexico is actively invading us. We know this. That's why we voted for Trump, right? He's gonna build a wall, keep the Mexicans out, and you're gonna vote. You're gonna root for Mexico because of your seethe over England. Because Keir Starmer said, no, thanks, mate. I'm not joining your war for Israel. So you're gonna vote against, or root against. Excuse me. You're gonna root against your ancestral homeland for many heritage Americans, right? Many heritage Americans, and I mean the oldest Americans who've been here the longest, the founding stock of the United States, the stock and ethnicity of the people who wrote the Constitution and founded this country. You're gonna say no to them. No, I don't have any, similarity or shared history or anything with those people, or any affiliation or affinity. But I will root for the country that is actively invading mine. Because of air conditioning, and they won't ever say Iran, but it's like, because they're snooty. Jesus fucking Christ, too. Also, I don't really believe that shit either. I have never been anything but welcomed and treated very kindly by British people. When I first moved here, I was really scared. I was like worried. I used to not want to speak in public because I was like, oh, someone will hear my accent. Maybe I can pretend I'm Canadian. No, it's absolutely nothing. It's absolutely fucking nothing. I don't know where that. I think it comes from movies. I think it comes from movies and television shows. People think that Brits like hate Americans. They don't really think about us, unless we do something stupid. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I've tried to say that because there's this really weird thing going on that that meme of the person saying I think they're like in an elevator or something where it says like I feel bad for you,
I
and
don't
it's
think
like
about you at
I
all,
don't think
yeah.
about you at all. Yeah, but they clearly if this loss is anything to go by, America thinks about Europe all the fucking time.
Well, look,
Whereas
I
Europe
find that
doesn't think about
insane.
America unless you do dumb shit.
I just find that insane and astonishing. Like, why would you, the country that birthed you, your parent country, which it is, you'd be like, fuck them, snooty Angloids, and then root for the country that's actively invading you. That to me was what? Again, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about
that
sport ball. I don't
seems
know how
to
the
be the
Anglos are
American
gonna.
thing because
Mm.
I don't know. Like speaking as a South African, we don't look at Europe and go, oh, like we don't have that sort of strange animosity towards like the French or the Dutch or the Germans. Okay, we do to the English, but that's because we were at war with them.
Grim
So
Reaper, by
that's
the
kind of
way.
fair enough.
I want to be clear. I talked about this earlier in the stream, so you may not have been here for it. The idea of heat deaths is a misnomer. People don't die from the heat in the United States or in Europe. Europe reports them as heat deaths because they have a green, environmentalist, gay agenda. People die of other causes that are exacerbated by heat. And Brits and Eurofags, as you say, did not start the AC debate unless you mean by saying, "Pwah, it's hot," which is actually how it started. Pwah, it's hot.
Yeah.
And then it was like, one, you have AC. Don't need it, mate. You know?
Yeah. And also the thing that this is something that Scrum pointed out. When you guys repeat that kind of shit, yeah, you're just repeating climate change alarmism. Like you're actively peddling propaganda.
It's astonishing that climate change
How well
acceptance
that
has
actually
been
works.
smuggled into the right via this AC stuff, and I hope you all realize what's being done there. Climate change belief has been smuggled into the right wing of the United States via this fucking AC stuff. And if you don't see that has happened, that you now have conservative, right-wing, MAGA people who 3 months ago did not believe that climate change is real, now absolutely believe climate change is real because of shit on Twitter about Brits going,
well done.
It's hot. Whoa. Look, be the American the Japanese think you are, and not the one that the Israelis do. Okay? Does that make sense? I
Oh,
hope
that's a
so.
really good shot. Also, that's even for my goddamn, that's pretty mean.
I don't think it is.
Even I'm like, God damn, that's
No, be
pretty
the American
aggressive.
that be the American the Japanese think you are. Be cool. Be awesome. Be strong. Don't be cheats. Like be the American the Japanese think you are, and not the slave that the Israelis think you are. That is true. That's what I think people should really aim for. Don't aim for being cattle and slavish. That's fucked. And that's for all white people too, by the way. Anyway, so there's some satire here, but the thing is, this post is a joke. However, I saw many versions of this meme that were being passed around very favorably and as legitimate. So Belgium versus the USA, there's tons of versions of this meme. And this was posted by what? I don't know what this Novig thing is, but you see there's 15,000 likes on this. Belgium, 0 SEC championships, 0 Super Bowls. So what is SEC? Is that soccer? Is that US Soccer League?
I don't know.
SEC championship. I'm guessing it is. It is American
no idea.
football's championship. That is the. So there's a theme here. That
So
is
the sport that only you guys play.
That is American soccer that Americans only play amongst themselves, amongst the states. Super Bowls, football, American football, that only Americans play amongst each other. Moon landings, Belgium has 0.
Which was also, okay. Do you know what's really funny about that?
What?
Is there was another meme that said Belgians are basically discount Germans.
Oh, they're swamp
That's
German.
kind of funny considering the only reason, but the reason why that's funny is because the only reason why you fucking landed on the moon in the first place, which I don't believe, by the way, is because of the Germans.
I actually don't believe it either. I don't think we landed on the moon. I think no, it's not true. I think we did. I don't think we did when we said we did. I think we did eventually get to the moon. I don't think we did when we said we did because I think that was a lot of anti-Soviet, propaganda stuff from Cold War.
Propaganda.
I do think we landed on the moon eventually, but I do think that the moon landing was filmed on a soundstage. So I think we got there eventually, but at that point that was a propaganda war. So I think we have landed on the moon. FIFA appeals. Now this is how you know it's a meme because of course that's not a good thing.
There's a really long, like 3.5 hour long, documentary on YouTube about how the moon landing was faked, and it goes into like extremely autistic detail.
I've seen that.
Something which you would probably like.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that. 2.5 hour long documentary about fake moon landing. I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Now maybe there's probably multiple of them, but we probably saw the same one. Let's see. FIFA appeals again. That's not a good one to bring up. That's why this one's obviously satire. Waffle houses, 0 Waffle houses in Belgium versus 2,000 plus Waffle houses in the United States. And this is again clear evidence that this is a joke and satire. Because where are waffles from? And it's why the stream is titled A Bunch of Old Waffle, because we did do a bunch of waffling. Belgium. Belgian waffles.
Belgian waffles. Yeah.
Waffles are a Belgian invention. Or, I mean, I actually don't know, but they're most commonly associated with Belgium. So, that's again a piss take. That is a clear piss take. That, look, there's 0 Waffle houses in Belgium. It's just like you could, I'm sure, get waffles everywhere in Belgium. I've never been. I don't know anything about Belgium, personally, through experience, right? So I think that's, again, evidence is a piss take. However, again, was getting shared around legitimately as, yeah, you don't even have any Waffle houses. Hot dog eating contest. Yeah. Okay. This is a piss take. It's a shit post. And yet, saw many, many people taking it seriously.
Of course.
Because of course they did. Let's look at some individual cases of seething, shall we? We've got a lot of seething we've examined tonight. Let's look at some more. My favorite. Razor Fist. Your favorite as well, Spoon, right? You love this guy.
I kind of agree with this actually for
really?
once.
The thing is,
Just
I actually
for the wrong
do.
reason.
Because this is the right take, essentially.
Yes.
Which is just say that you don't care. I don't know if he had said anything else about it beforehand, then it might be a problem. But if this is all he said about it, this is the right take. Rooting for the U.S. soccer team is the least American thing you can do, as it includes a tacit admission that you watch soccer. That is actually the correct take.
Yeah.
However, I get the feeling it's a bit seething under the surface. I get that feeling. He's correct. Just get the feeling, given the zeitgeist, the gestalt at the time, I think it might have been a little bit of seethe. But that was only one. I actually was curious about your opinion on Razor Fist because he has a tendency to just spurg at Europeans for like no reason. As you are well familiar. Did I fucking miscopy that again? I did.
Oh yeah, I think the reason is because he has a very fictitious view of power.
Yes, he also has a fictitious view of America. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, no offense to him, but I mean, I've heard him describe. I tell you what, if people in the chat will recognize this, this is when I stopped watching Razor Fist because what he just said. It's the first video that I've ever watched of him where I went, "What the fucking hell are you talking about?" It was a video where it was like, government can't solve anything, and it was like a picture of like a giant eye looking through a window, and he's like the person against the wall trying to avoid the big eye, and it I remember, I know he hates libertarians, and I sent a video to Cryptos who had no idea who the fuck Razor Fist was, and within about
Poor
3 minutes
Cryptos,
he
why
went
would you
like,
expose him to this?
yes, but I just laughed at him because within about 3 minutes, having no idea who Razor Fist is, he just went, yeah, he's a libertarian. So like, just like someone who hates being called it and who has no idea who you is, or sorry, within 3 minutes
Who
goes,
you
you're a
is.
libertarian.
Nah,
Like,
you sound like a real
yeah.
American now. Shit, I
Thank
ain't
you.
even know who you is. Sorry, you reminded me
Yeah,
that I
there
need
you
to
go.
put Cryptos on our list.
Yeah.
I want to give
just
him
made me,
money.
it just made me laugh that within 3 minutes, someone who has no idea who he is instantly fingers him as a, as a libertarian just because he has no idea how humans actually operate.
Look, as a recovering libertarian, I understand. It's difficult for them.
You still are one.
I said recovering. I have some deep-seated libertarian beliefs. I do believe in freedom and liberty, but I came to the conclusion, as Kunat Leiden did, and Curtis Yarvin have, is that the way that you obtain liberty, maximal liberty, within acceptable limits, because there are limits to it, obviously. Holy shit. That's another problem that's always been an issue with libertarians, is that people who think like, hey, I should be able to do things with kids, they, another weird shit, they try to glom onto it. But the only way that you can obtain that and maintain it is under a very strong overarching system and structure. Monarchy is the best at obtaining at doing that. And so I think that if you have libertarian sentiments of any capacity, which I did going into this, into looking into the philosophy and theory behind it, then you should be a monarchist. Like if you actually want to live in a libertarian system, because by the way, that's what Guernsey enjoys, right? Guernsey, very arguably, is one of the most libertarian countries on the earth. It is. One I live in. It's a tax haven. It's very libertarian. It's a
the
crown
thing is,
dependency.
where people say, oh, it's a bit late here. When people
we're
say
almost done.
they want to be, yeah, but when people say they want liberty, that doesn't mean anything. That's like an abstract thing, because what liberty is just free from an external coercive source. But that tells you nothing. Put it this way: if you take a whole bunch of people from, like, say, from Somalia, from South Africa, from Australia, from Japan, or whatever, and you tell them you're in a society and you're free, what will they do? They're all going to do different things. So the question is, like, if you take each of these people and you go, without any external force, how will you behave? Now, there's clearly a bunch of people, sub-Saharan Africans, who will commit far more fucking crime than, say, Europeans.
Yeah.
So if you have a society where that kind of liberty is universal, you're going to see which groups do more fuck shit with their freedom. And those people will naturally be alienated and ostracized and basically told, get the fuck out of our society, because these are the things that we are able to do without any excessive force. And people, they think, if this is the amount of things that we would like to be able to do, and these are the things that we should be able to do because we do not need an external regulating body, because we have like centuries of civilization. We are a higher tier civilization. If you get a bunch of fucking bushmen with low IQ, they're going to fuck up your society. You don't want stupid low IQ jackasses in your society, because they will ruin what your society
libertarianism
is.
can also exist within can also only exist within a
Only.
homogenous European
Yes.
society.
You can't have multiculturalism and
maybe
libertarianism.
like
They're not compatible.
some East Asians, I suppose. But Solon Lich for 100 ARS says Dawn is going to organize World Series Soccer Cup so Murica can brag about winning an actual football and not rugby with thick padding or handball without a net. Well, you made that argument too about how rugby is football, American football, but with balls essentially, like where you don't have all the. Is that a correct assessment of?
Padding.
Yeah, like because American footballers have like, you know, not just the
Massive
helmets, but
fucking
like
padding, yeah.
massive padding all over them. I mean, those motherfuckers are already enormous. Like, but yeah, they are well padded as well. And then let's see. I just want to say, Roman Michigan said that baseball is the best American sport. I am not a sports fan, as I think is probably very evident. I don't like sports. However, I love baseball. I genuinely love baseball because it's a very autistic sport. I like it from a statistical. You ever seen Moneyball? I love that movie. I love that kind of shit. Baseball statistics fascinate me. So I
Have I
love
ever seen the movie what?
Moneyball.
Yes, I have.
I love that movie, and I have always liked baseball since I was a little kid. It's the only sport I've ever enjoyed. I like watching it. I even like playing it, or did it when I was younger. I legitimately like baseball. I do. It is the one sport that I actually not only enjoy, but appreciate. And the appreciation comes entirely from autism of the statistics on baseball. Anyway, so here's this guy, Joe McBride. He's got 10,000 likes on this. Says, Team USA lost the game. America won something bigger. Millions of Europeans, Asians, and Africans just discovered American food. American hospitality.
That's not a boast.
And air conditioning. They will never recover.
I don't mean to be rude, but when people think of the best food in the world, no one thinks of America.
Well, we got good restaurants, man. But when people think of the best cuisine, they think of like France or Spain.
You think French.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the Italians.
Italians, yes.
Everyone thinks of Europe. By the way, when people think of like the cradle of basically everything, but everyone thinks of Europe. Like a friend of mine asked me, where are the best cars made? I went, probably like Japan and Germany. He said, where's the best fashion? I went like Milan, London, Paris.
Yeah.
He said, where's the best food? I went, Rome, Paris.
Italy, Paris.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's like, what is America best at? I went like, that's a good point.
I mean, like, I think...
China.
Look. Unfortunately, Americans...
Weapons?
Because America
is... Germany as well.
Because America is a melting pot. Predominantly of Europeans, traditionally. It's the things that America produces are largely sort of takes on European things, which is okay. That's fine. And there are things that America does well and does really well. War, is one that we do very well. Although there's some arguments about that, but we do war quite well.
Thanks, Ginger.
Oh, thank you, Ginger Plumber, for 50. Love the show. Don't feel like I donate enough. Tired, slightly inebriated, and couldn't think of anything funny or interesting. You should read Peace Brown's Red Rising series. It's great, very Greek tragedy stuff. Red Rising series. Let me look that up. Thank you so much. Chris Brown.
Yeah, I would say cinema once in a time is something that America does
yes,
well.
we made great. We used to make great entertainment. We used to be the we used to be top of like of cinema. Right, we were top of cinema for a long
70s,
time.
80s America was fantastic.
Oh,
I'll give America credit there. Like, yes,
absolutely unbeatable.
No, I would say comedy is still England.
Comedy is always England. The British are better at comedy. I mean, that's just like they're English. They like hate being alive, so they just hate like existing in many ways. So that's part of it, right? It's just kind of a perpetual malaise. That's very good for comedy. America is much more chipper attitude, not as good for comedy as malaise.
England's sort of boon for comedy is their self-deprecation, which Americans don't.
Yes,
really
that's
do
it. I said malaise, but you're right. It's the self-deprecating nature. Brits are extremely self-deprecating, which is why making fun of them doesn't work. Like at least
they just gotta make fun of themselves.
It's why it certainly doesn't work the same way. Like I think that like over all this AC stuff, which again it's all about Iran. That's what it's all really about. The Americans being very negative and aggressive towards the Euros and particularly the Brits speak the same language, so it's easier to be aggressive towards them. It is very much, I think, Americans saying what they think would hurt their feelings. You know what I mean? What would upset them. Where it's like, but nobody is more self-deprecating than the Brits. I don't know any other culture that is that self-deprecating. Maybe there
I
is
never
one.
thought about it that way until you just said it.
So they're like, okay.
The Americans swing for things that, you know, now that you say that, it's kind of obvious because the
Yeah.
one thing that I tried to explain to Americans when they have a go at other people, like the things that you boast about or the things that make you good are the things that you think make you good, but other places don't fucking
Not
care.
necessarily.
It's like
No.
if you're like a long distance runner and you go up to like a fucking like Eastern European power lifter and you're telling them you can run fast and long. And they're like, but I lift weights. Like that's what you think makes you good, but the power lifter is trying to like max a fucking bench press.
So they,
It doesn't translate. They don't care.
I mean, in Connecticut, so they lack authenticity. No, I think the British are just look. They live on a tiny island
No,
that
that's just
is.
how the English are.
They
They're
live.
very comfortable with the fact that they're English.
Yeah. No, like it's rainy and miserable here all the time. Everyone complains about everything, and what the
Yeah,
Brits
that's just what they do.
what they really do, I think, exceptionally. There's many things I think they do exceptionally, but probably more than any is be self-deprecating. They constantly make
Yeah.
fun of
It's
themselves.
what they're known for.
Yeah, they're known for it quite literally for a reason. They constantly make fun of themselves. They take the piss out of themselves. As a result, it's kind of difficult to insult them. In that, it's just like, well, yeah, you know. Um, it hits different if you talk shit
I've
about.
known them for years.
Yeah,
I can't think of any way how I would take the piss out of an Englishman to make him mad.
I mean, it depends on
Like
the
literally, like
Englishman,
it's a lot.
I guess, a
It's
little
a
bit.
lot easier to upset the Americans than it is the English.
That's it. Yeah, it's hard to upset them because they constantly make fun of themselves. So if you constantly make fun of
Yeah.
yourself, then it's much harder to attack that person with an insult because it's like, well, yeah, yes, I also use this insult on myself. So I think that it's a little bit of a difference, and it's why look, I don't know what vector. If you want to attack Brits and you want to make fun of them, I don't know what vector you use because they make fun of
Yeah, I don't know
everything
either,
that
actually.
they do. So like, it's why it doesn't work, and they just get kind of like annoyed, I think, when it's excessive, right? Anyway, I don't American food. Look, like I said, American food's pretty fucking good, but the reason why it's good is because it's full of preservatives and MSG. When I moved here, I would say this: I did not like the food for a little bit because I'd grown up my whole life living in the U.S. and I was used to all those preservatives and all that shit. I really hadn't had food that didn't have all of it in it. Yes, a lot of that is because of like EU regulations and nonsense. But still, last time I went back to the US, I got sick. I had a McDonald's cheeseburger. Both my dad and myself got sick. He hadn't had a McDonald's cheeseburger in years. We went there. Maybe that McDonald's was just fucked. That's a very real possibility. It was a McDonald's in the middle of nowhere in West Virginia. So perhaps that was the case. But when I was in the US, I used to like occasionally gain weight very easily. Like not a lot, but like 5 pounds. But like, oh fuck, just from eating regular food. That does not happen here. You know, that's not a thing that happens. Now I do cook a lot, but still, not a thing that happens to me has ever happened to me here. It's a lot of yes. Bill is talking downstairs. Sorry, he's in a. He was not feeling well earlier, but he's feeling better now, and he's talking to friends. So sorry about that. Anywho, oh, let's talk about Dave Portnoy's mega seed, though, shall we? Speaking of
Oh
seeding,
God,
before we got to get out here.
he is one of the most. He is one of the most insufferably stupidest people.
He's very stupid. My point being, though, to wrap that all up, things are different. If you want to insult Brits, you gotta have to find some way other than. I don't know, you're gonna have to find something like really digs deep, and I'm not sure what it would be. Being like, your teeth are fucked up, you're poor, you don't have AC. I don't know. All those things, they'll just be like, yeah.
That doesn't work because that's old.
They'll also just make fun of it too. Yeah.
It's like a state Victorian era England. It's like that's not true.
You gotta. I don't know. It's difficult with other Europeans. You can make them seethe properly, but the Brits, it's not a good vect. It's not. They make fun of themselves constantly, so I don't think it's gonna be difficult if you really want to make fun of the English. I don't know how you do it because all they do is make fun of themselves all the time.
You can't even just say, "Oh well, you were an empire, you're no longer relevant." They just go,
Yeah.
"Yeah, but we were,
But we were,
and it's better than
right.
yours."
Yeah. You no
That
longer
they
a
could just look at
superpower,
you
I
and
guess,
go,
but like
if
I
it, if
said, they'll
it,
just be like, okay, but we were the greatest on Earth, you know?
yeah, but they
That's
will
it.
just go,
No,
if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't exist.
I
That's
found it.
always going to be their comeback, and that's true.
69 Otters, 89 in the chat knows the answer to this question. If you want to fuck with Brits, tell them that you microwave tea. That's it. That's it.
Oh
That's
God,
it.
that will annoy
That's it.
even me.
That's it. There you go. That's the way. Talk about microwaving tea, and you've got, bro. Okay, okay.
Fuck with your microwave tea,
Hang on.
you fucking barbarian.
All right, so I'm starting a new TTRPG campaign. I tweeted out on Twitter. I'm playing with Di. You know Di, obviously. She was on and caused a bit of a. She got into a bit of a tiff with you.
I am not a fan of her,
She's a nice
and that
Irish
is my
lass.
that is my diplomatic way of saying she's a cunt and fuck off.
Okay, it's with Di, the Iroid, and then it's with Trigger Hippie. He used to do a stream with Scrump. He's
That's a great name, by the way.
yeah. Trigger Hippie, he used to do stuff with Scrump. He's a bong. There's Skog. He's a is it Skog? Yes. Wait, who else is in it? Whatever. I can't fuck. My brain's not. I'm in like politics mode, so I'm not in thinking about this mode. It's a team. It's a team of people where it's myself as an American expat, Di, who's Irish, and then four. I think Kiki and Trig. Kiki is Trig's girlfriend, and I think like two other. Look at who else? Oh, Ez is in there. Who is a Jew, a British Jew, and like an Orthodox Jew too, or a very religious Jew. I quite like Ez. He's a nice guy. I've been to his house. He's like weird. He's like one of those really serious Jews where like you can't eat off the same plate. Anywho, you will not believe this. So we're in fantasy world, right, Spoon? This is a tabletop role playing game that I'm talking about. We're in a fantasy world. We've arrived on a new continent that we're about to go explore. We get into the town. We have been told that we need to go meet with an NPC to basically ask him for the quest so that we can go forth and do it. On the way there, they notice they were just like checking random stalls through the market. There was a stall selling tea. Immediately, it's like, well, let's go buy some tea. We don't have any money. So we go talk to the NPC. We get some money on commission. It's like, essentially like a, well, not commission, what do you call it? A, forwarded before we finish the quest. Like, well, I'll grant you some money so you can get provisions. We then go and take that money and spend half of it buying enough tea that we can have 72 cups a day, I think it was. We spent half.
Based.
I didn't do this. They chose to do this. They decided. And that's why I love bongs. Look, they leaned into the stereotype. It was very funny too. Anywho, here's Dave Portnoy fucking spurging out. The difference between Belgium and the United States is that in the United States, we always want to beat the best, except for no, you cheated. That's not evident, and you're supporting the cheating. The US men's team wouldn't have even taken the field if Belgium's best player was unfairly suspended. Apparently, Belgium wants the easy way out. Dave, you do.
By the way, Dave Portnoy is Jew.
Yes, he is Jewish.
And therefore an insufferable fuckwit.
What the hell am I talking about? Feuerberger, don't worry about it. It was a TTRPG, Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Don't worry about it. You may forget that I am a turbo fucking nerd and like such things. Anyway,
yeah.
Trigger Hippie and Kiki do have wild stories. Anyway, very sad European behavior. Just a fucking brown. Anyway, sorry, what? I'm sorry, I know that that's Balagun, right? I'm sorry, what?
I don't know what that means.
Well, any of this, I don't know what it means. The USA wants to beat the best, then you should play them fairly and squarely, right? You shouldn't have the president call and request the red card be lifted so that he can play. If you want to play to beat the best, you should play fairly. So Dave Portnoy had some more seething about this as well. Which is after the loss. So that was before the loss, just be clear. This one, all this, you know...
Yeah.
Difference in the US and Belgium. US, we always want to beat the best. We always want to beat the best. We are the best, even though we're cheating. After U.S. soccer's not ready for prime time, man. I don't want to be mean, but this team is embarrassing. We're never going to actually be good at this sport as long as as out D-tier athletes play it. What a clown show. Before versus after.
In face of the Black American
See.
teams are no match for Aryan super Europeans, and
Well,
this brings you to
unfortunately,
display.
the reality is that the European teams are also full of nons. Just be clear and be honest about it. Maybe not Norway. Someone said that Holland has a song. Look, there was one more thing I was kind of thinking about, which is that Hassan Piker talks shit about Kangmin Lee, a friend of the show, right?
Yes.
It was very gay. Do you want to watch that real quick? I'm gonna get out.
I did see the clip.
Let's just check it out real quick, and then we'll end on. I'll find whatever Holland's song is. I've not seen it, but it's only a minute and a half. You know, Kangmin Lee, great guy, friend of the show. Hassan Piker, uber leftist, fucking, you know, apparently race isn't real kind of guy, is gonna talk about how Kangmin Lee is less American than he is. Essentially. The Turk anchor baby can talk some shit. These people are all so fake, they don't believe anything they fucking say. And also, everyone knows that race is real and that ethnicity is real, and despite the auspices of America being anyone can come to America and be an American, people still think this way. A far leftoid like Hassan Piker still thinks that he is more American than Kangmin Lee, who, you know, immigrated.
Most do not assimilate into America founding or love the country. They bring subversive ideologies that cater to foreigners rather than native citizens. Both myself and Francesca Hong are American born. I would go so far as to say that in a lineup where, you know, white patriots were going to decide who's more American, me or this fucking guy, I suspect that the ones that haven't seen me on Fox News would probably point to me and say, well, that's the real American, right? So it's really strange.
Okay, last thing we're talking about is...
Okay, now, hold on a second. So you basically just admitted ethnicity is real.
Ethnicity is real, and that Hassan Piker, having been in... By the way, just for those who don't know, Hassan Piker's mother squirted him out in the United States and then went back to Turkey. Super rich, super wealthy family.
You?
Yes. While he didn't even grow up. He didn't grow up in the United States. He grew up in Turkey. He came back to the U.S. as an older child. He was squirted out as an anchor baby, even though his family is, I can't overstate this, super rich. They still used him as an anchor baby. And he grew up in Turkey into hyper-rich parents. But he thinks that he is more American than Kangmin Lee, who actually wants to be an American, who has worked towards it, you know? And all of a sudden, ethnicity is real because Hassan says he looks more like an American because he passes as white. And so, apparently, being an American means passing as white. Which I agree. It does. But that's an insane thing for you to say, Hassan. Holy fuck. And fuck, dude, Kangmin is such a nice guy. This is so dude, the fuck. What a piece of shit. Let's let him continue, though.
Hassan Piker. So Hassan Piker, he just raised $54,000 for Francesca Hong.
Like, who do you think white nativists would think is like a real American?
Well, not you.
Kangmin Lee. I would every fucking day, except the guy wearing, like, I know the MAGA hat's a little bit cringe, I know. With the MAGA hat on and the crucifix light in the background, I would be much more willing to accept him as an American. We're gonna play this kind of fucking stupid games than you, Hassan, who openly hates America and talks about it all the time, how much you hate America. So, yeah, if we're gonna deal with this civic nationalist bullshit, that is the auspices of America, right? Anyone can become an American, then Kangmin Lee is way more American than you. If anyone can become an American, then Kangmin Lee is way more American than you are. Fuck.
You can put that cross behind you all day, baby boy. In a lineup between you and I, who do you think these?
Hassan, you look like a Turk roach. I'm sorry, you do. At least, who cares? You also don't look like you're American. You don't look white. Sorry. You kind of pass. But you're Turkish. This is so incredibly dude, he is being racist. He is. Not that it fucking matters, but he's being overtly racist. He's saying he's essentially superior. He is more American because he passes as white better than Kangmin does, which is absurd.
these irrational reactionary forces that you are so desperately caping for, who do you think they're going to look at and be like, well, we got to pick one?
Hello. Reactionary extremist force here.
I don't know if you noticed this, but the white supremacists quite like Asians.
They do like Asians.
Yeah, especially like his kind. They tend to dislike the darker ones, but Asians or like, Koreans and Japanese, they don't really mind.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they consume their culture more than they do their fucking own, Hassan. I
Yeah,
don't
'cause
know
it's
if
better.
you've not noticed that.
It's better.
Yeah.
Dude, he's seething. He really is. Like, he's seething all the time. It's just funny to make fun of Hassan because he's a fucking lolcow.
He's an
The
idiot.
two? No hat, of course. It's so funny. Why are your ops always people that would have been bullied at your school?
This is also insane. The bullied at school thing. These are leftoids. Aren't they supposed to like hate bullying and being unfair against people who aren't white?
But Hassan, coming from you, Hassan, you were bullied all the fucking time.
That's the part I really wanted to get to. Hassan, by his own admission, was bullied at school for being a fat little rich kid.
He was being bullied for being fat and stupid. He was not an academically impressive kid.
Yep. He was bullied, apparently, according to him. This is from his own admission. Bullied for being a fat, stupid kid with bad grades, That's what I mean by stupid. He's a fat, underperforming, spoiled little rich kid. You're talking about...
Jesus, I can't
and you
imagine why that
say
is.
that Kangman Lee displays traits that show that he was bullied or should have been bullied as a child because he's Asian? Dude, this guy is such a fucking lolcow. It's unreal.
How would
you just
you get to that?
I don't know, because he's a jealous little cunt. That's why.
A big chunk of,
That's
a big chunk of the resentment coming from
Resentment from
the
you?
far right.
No, I think the resentment's clearly coming from you. You wish he was
What
bullied like you were.
resentment?
You were bullied because you were a fat little rich kid. Stupid rich kid. Dude, it's always projection with this fucking freak. I'm glad we ended with this on because I hate this guy. I mean, I know it's pointless to talk about him, but he's just, how does anybody watch this fool? Fuck.
They've always been
I can't even
fucking
get mad
nerds.
because it's just dumb.
Yeah.
Bro's accent at points is indistinguishable from more Pegasus. I know, they got that internet accent. Yeah.
By the way, I'd like to point out what he means there.
What does that mean?
I will explain to you what it means. More Pegasus is from Singapore. So what he means is that he sounds Asian. That's what he means by internet access. He specifically, the guy in his chat and he are agreeing. They sound Asian. They have which Kangman, by the way, does not have an appreciable accent that I notice, really. He's saying...
No.
Now, More Pegasus lives... Sorry, everyone calls him More Pegasus, so that's his main channel. He lives in Singapore. That's where he's from. And so he's basically saying, you have an Asian accent. As if there's also one Asian accent.
I still don't understand why that's bad, though.
No, he's just being racist. He's just being racist, being like, yeah, you sound Asian.
Hassan, you can't pull off being racist. It's not cool when you
can't.
do it.
You're ruining racism for the rest of us, Hassan.
Yes.
Anywho,
Fucking asshole. How dare you?
let me find... Someone said there was a song for Holland. Let's end on that, shall we? Because I'm a bit terrified of that guy. Let me just do it here, because... Well, chat, let me know if you know what I'm talking... Whoever suggested that, sorry, I can't pull off the top of my head. Let's see. Holland, right? On. Let's see if I can find what you're looking for. I'm assuming this is it? Maybe? Yeah, okay, looks like it is.
På dagen og på kveldstid. Gutta kan nok slutte å prate så mye.
Can I play this, or am I gonna get in trouble? Whoops, fuck.
You'll be alright.
Alright, sorry.
Kveldstid. Gutta kan nok slutte å prate så
Oh, he made this himself.
Yeah.
ikke noe løye. Prat heller om verdenskrise.
He can't sing, bro. He's just an attempt, though. He made this when he was 15, or around 15.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go, Norway. That's very cool. That's very cool. Good for him. That is a good way. Now, to end the stream, now, again, I am rooting for England, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get trounced by this fucking Viking motherfucker. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for showing up and hanging out with us for this stream. We will see you all next week. Oh, and I believe we have agreed that next Thursday, so it'll be right the day after Broken Crown as normal, we're going to start streaming on the Overcast. That will be myself, Spoon, Blambast Britannica, Harry Robinson from Lotus Eaters, and Scrump. So that will be maybe, like, unfortunately, like, so much of the stream was dedicated to British politics. That might be a little bit more of a, we're still going to cover it here, but might be more of a, like, analysis kind of stream of it, I think, and other things as well. We'll see how it turns out. It's a little bit up in the air of, you know, podcasts, in my experience, having done them, they just take form as they do. Oh, well. That'll be fun. I hope to see you all here next week, and also see you on Overcast. Also, if you've not checked out my new video, please go check it out. It's on the Science Sybil channel. This one, SIBYL. A new video about the conformity, about the wisdom of crowds, excuse me, and conformity effects. That's out there. Go check that out. Cheers. See you all next week, and bye-bye.